For those of you who are watching the re-upload of this, I would fast forward maybe about to the 10-minute mark. I'll probably be just doing 10 minutes of talking about what's different in this version and talking with audience members. So if you want to skip ahead, just do that. I want to say that now. And for those of you who are watching the rest of it, how did I not set a thumbnail? I knew I was missing something. Yeah, I'm missing the thumbnail. There we go. And then let's refresh and wait. There it is.
Listen, it's called connecting, and it.
I'm gonna turn off ads for you guys. Sorry about that. Let me get that off. I'm not gonna advertise a bunch of crappy products while I'm trying to show the game. That's awesome. Let's do a little announcement. There we go. We are good. I'm gonna pop out the chat here. All right, we are doing a British campaign today. We're doing a British campaign, and look, I've never beaten the game on stream before. I always end it on the first region. We're gonna see. I will get my coffee, and we're gonna see if we can play through the full thing, because it is beatable. Okay, unlike previous versions where I wasn't ready to show off the ending, the ending is ready. It just needs more balance. Now, the one specific thing I want to try today, which I don't know, I've been going back and forth on it, is I want to put on a couple difficulty modifiers and make the game just a little harder. I want to struggle. I think it'd be fun if there's a chance I lose. And to be honest, I've tried it with the max difficulty modifiers before, and I completely lost. I've never won with it. But I do think there's something that's, first of all, it's fun to see if I can beat it. And number two, if there's actual stakes, if I can actually lose, I find that more interesting than you knowing I'm gonna win, and you know every battle's safe, and you know my army's gonna continue. I think there is a little fun when there's some tension that I could lose everything. So that's what I think we'll do. If I lose too early, we'll just roll another campaign, okay? Because I have like at least 5 hours slated to do this. That should be how long it takes to beat the game with one army composition. Of course, there's 15 different army compositions, so if you want to beat the game with every single one of them, it's going to take far longer. Let me grab my coffee. I'll be right back. Alrighty, here we are. Okay, so the first thing is we're going to go to our new campaign. Here we are. And here's our screen. Before we start, let me tell you guys, as I'm making my coffee, what is new. First of all, the map sizes are going to be larger. So I know you guys have seen before, if anybody's seen the Prussian stream or the French stream, the map sizes were very small, and we've bumped up the map sizes much larger, and the game suddenly feels, it's just got all this breathing space. It's much better in that way. I've done a ton of balance passes as well. A lot of different little UI changes. Added a couple items, actually, to the game, too. I don't know if they'll be in this version. Maybe? No, they won't be in this version, but they'll be in the next version. So some of the changes I did aren't in just yet. There were some AI improvements. Generally, though, what's really cool is you guys can use this video as a comparison point, because we're working on a huge AI update right now. And the cavalry is so smart. What they're doing, and it won't be in this version, unfortunately, so you're going to be able to compare this version to next time I show you guys, because on our Unity build, the cavalry is like, it sits in the back and look, they're like a safety in football. They're like looking around, they're checking to make sure there's no breakthroughs, they're moving a little bit left. Sometimes one of the cavalry units will just swing to the other flank. They don't have to commit to one flank, they'll kind of move over dynamically. Maybe one of the cavalry is going to stick with the artillery and be on protection duty. Maybe a cavalry unit will be right behind the front lines in case there's a breakthrough it needs to push through. The AI cavalry has 5 different states of aggression, which will dynamically shift depending on how confident they are in the battle. If they feel really confident, they're going to push forward. Also, if they feel really insecure, like the battle might fail, then they might also take a bold move as well. The infantry is also going to see some improvements where they're forming better front lines, and in fact, Thomas is getting it. So if the enemy is too large, they'll stick a few units in reserve, and if they're even larger, they'll have a few units on flanking duty and try to go deep around your flanks and push you aggressively. And that's really cool too. He's also implemented something where artillery can swap targets dynamically based on danger and proximity. So if I'm and they will do that in this version a little bit. You should see that to an extent. But if I am trying to do a huge cavalry rush, all of the artillery batteries are going to swivel and try to knock out that rush. And I think that's really cool to see as well. So big improvements there. Of course, a huge balance pass is coming to all of the officer skills that we talked about. If you guys have seen my previous stream, we talked about officer skills. Those are all being redone from scratch. They're already done. They just have to be, they're part of the next update. They're not part of this one. So all the officer skills are going to be way more interesting. And a bunch of other little things. Cavalry is getting some reworking. Oh, the last thing I want to say is the only thing I think is going to not look as good in this preview is there are some melee issues. You might notice, like, I charge and I just don't continue pushing through, or that I need to keep giving an order. I'm sure for anyone who's played Total War, it's going to be abundantly familiar when a unit runs away and you need to pursue it, that you have to kind of right-click past it a few times. We're trying to fix that. I think we've got a good solution, and either that's going to be in the next stream or the stream after, but certainly it'll be ready for release. But just bear with me, because that's like the only thing I think that is going to feel a little bit awkward. Otherwise, firing's feeling good, sounds are feeling good, the bounce is pretty decent, all the content's done. Oh, last thing I'll say is all of the encounters are redone. Have you guys seen the new encounters? Because I remade over 100 of them, all from scratch. So the encounter should be way more fun, and I don't think you guys have seen it yet. That's one of the big overhauls that we did too. Okay. Is the dog noise from the game? Yes, it is. Yeah, it's a little dog in the game. And that's it. I just want to give you guys a quick preface about everything. Now, secondly, we're going to go to Britain here. Yeah, there's sounds in the background. The idea is that you're in a command tent and you hear the camp behind you. There's little dogs barking and drums beating and stuff. I can turn it down for now, just for us to focus. Now, with the British Expedition, they're hard, and I don't know if I want to go British Expedition if we're going to turn on difficulty modifiers. So my first question is, would you guys rather see a stronger composition? Because this one's a little weak right now. I'm going to buff it in the next update. And so we could do either like Hanover or Hesse. I was thinking of doing Hesse, because they're quite powerful right now in this version. And if I stack difficulty modifiers, I have a feeling that Hesse is going to have a stronger time surviving this. Whereas if I go with the other compositions, I'm unsure if I'm going to make it, and I'll probably have to make the game a little easier. So we either go a hard Hesse, or I make it a little bit easier and we go Hanover. I don't think I'll go England, because we're going to get English troops anyways. So it's just more fun to start with like a unique set of units. So I'm going to put a poll. You guys can tell me which army do you want to see. Now I can always recruit either side. So Hessians or Hanoverians, you guys tell me. Here are the Hanoverians. They start with a cavalry unit and 2 land milits. They have quartered musket balls, which are slit, so when they fire, they break on impact and splinter. They have cartridge boxes and gaiters for movement, and some beer for melee damage. The subsidy troops start with a heavy socket bayonet, spirit rations, like wine, for charging, foreign musician band, a bag of grenades, and a Bible. Which, when I say it like that, it sounds kind of funny, but those are our 2 compositions. Now, it's really whoever you guys want to see. We can do this challenge as whatever, so don't let me have too much of an impact on your opinion here. So are all the army types unlocked? For me, they are, yes, but for you guys, you will need to unlock them through challenges, which are here. I think to unlock the Hanoverians, let me check, you had to do what? Have 4 units with 9 veterancy at once, which is actually not too bad. The Hessian one have 20 non-British units. That's a bit extreme. I'll probably make that 16 for the full version. All right, we are going, listen, we're going to go, here's what we'll do. I know it's close. We're going to go Hessian, and then we will recruit a division of Hanoverians if we are able to later. So we can do both, okay? But let's go Hessian here. Now for difficulty. I don't want this one. I don't mind a little less visibility. I think that could be fun. Resources and items cost more. I think that could be fun. Higher tier units are less common. That one's not that interesting. Replenishment rate is broken right now, so ignore that one. Provision and ammo use, I like that one. Recruitment cost. This one would basically make or break a campaign, to be honest, because it's the difference between a unit costing 600 or 1,200. So your army is actually not 1,200. It would be only a 50% increase, not a 100% increase. So what, that'd be like 900. Either way, it makes the game real tough. The recruitment cost makes the game really tough. And then we also have the unit upgrade cost +1. I think that's one's worth taking too, because that's going to make it a little bit harder. The officer fatality isn't really working as well right now, but I think we'll take this, and then I think we'll do that. I don't really want the combat debuff because I'm not that good at the game anyways. There are people who know the exploits, and there are people who know the exploits and they need that. So these negative modifiers are going to run the campaign to the ground. No, they're not, Elite. Hold on. I'm going to do it, man. I'm going to do it. What do you get from a higher modifier score? This is just like the score you get at the end of the game. So you get a little percentage increase if you're playing on a harder difficulty. But I think this is good. Do you guys want to see me play with any other difficulties, or is this okay? Because if I add a bunch more, it's mainly for people who do exploits, who I know in my playtesting group. Or not exploits, but they'll cheese the game. They're going to find every little way. And I don't like to play like that. I like to make the game real hard, but I just want to still form a battle line and play quite normally. So, yeah. Why not allow camp raiders to balance? I could, but it is an easy way out. Do you guys want me to give myself one buff, or is that too much of an easy way out, do you think? I could give myself like either an experience gain or a loot, or just start with extra resources. At least with this one, at least with the reserve stockpile, I won't continue to receive a buff. I'll only receive a buff at the start. You know best. Yeah, I think one buff would be nice. I think it would be nice because I've never won with the difficulty modifiers. I'll let you guys vote on the buff. Either camp raiders +2 loot from battles, or I would do reserve stockpile, begin with extra resources. Sorry, 1 second, I'm just typing the choices out. I don't need the campaign movement speed, I don't need the morale, and I don't... the drilled army's not bad. Drilled army, 20%. Actually, you know what, I don't really want that one. I'm gonna start the poll, yeah. It's either one of these. I feel like these are subtle enough. I don't want something that's gonna like give me a huge advantage. And then once we're done with this, we're gonna choose. I'm gonna bring the volume back. You guys want to give me more loot, it seems. Jam, the one thing you said we're missing formations. The thing is, square formation is missing for 2 reasons. Number one, it wasn't widely historically used at the time, but also it's a difficult technical challenge to implement. But in terms of every other formation in the game, I think we model formations better than any other 18th century game out there. And I know that sounds arrogant, but you can design your own formations. If you draw a really thin column, you get maximum move speed, but you receive extra fire damage. And then you also lose a little melee damage. If you draw what looks like an attack column, you get a charge and melee buff, you get a slight speed buff, and then you also receive extra incoming fire, but then you also get a slight morale buff. If you draw a normal kind of looking battle line, maybe 3 or 4 ranks deep, you get an okay morale buff, but you lose a little speed. And if you draw like only 2 or 3 ranks, like really, really thin, your morale suffers when you get shot at and you move really slowly. So it has and you draw this yourself, so you get to design a formation that has an impact on the actual gameplay across 4 or 5 different factors per formation. So I don't know if necessarily that this game is, seems like people want the looters. All right, we're gonna do the loot. This is a great combination, and we are, okay, here's what we're gonna do, guys. We're gonna play with Iron Man. I'm not gonna click on this to turn it on because I may need to reload a save if something goes wrong. The game's obviously not out yet, it's not done. We might encounter a bug. So in case there's a bug, I will not enable Iron Man, but we are going to play it as though Iron Man is on. So what that means is if I lose, I'm done. I'm not allowed to reload. The only time I can reload is if there's some kind of bug and I have to go back. Okay, so this is Iron Man for all intents and purposes here. Okay, we're gonna go in. There we are. So we are starting at exactly 15 minutes in. We are beginning. And I think the modifiers we have are perfect. This is a good... You guys judged it well because in our playtest community, very few people, I think only 2 people so far of the 50 have beaten the game with all the modifiers on. And that can be quite tough. So... I don't know why I'm not... Oh, I am loading. Okay, good. I was gonna say. 15-minute yapper. Yeah, I know, man. I am a yapper, that's right. So, we can go a few different areas. We've got Brandenburg to fight the Prussians, but I don't want to fight my Prussian allies. By the way, if you don't like the idea that Britain can fight Prussia, you can actually turn off certain enemies. So if you really want to roleplay the 7 Years' War, you can turn that off. I just leave all the enemies on for variety because it makes it more interesting. So we can go to Brandenburg. We get the Schaumburg-Lippe artillery, and that's not bad. Artillery is really expensive, so getting one of those for free is nice. And we get extended training, army experience plus 10 daily in drilling, but you consume more ammo. Okay, that's all right. We can protect Hesse against Austrians and French, which is cool to have enemy variety. We get the Legion Britannique Musketeers. They're a light infantry unit. That can be useful to have an open order infantry unit. And less provision consumption. That's not bad. 20% less provision consumption is actually quite nice. This one is Reconnaissance Cavalry. This is actually broken right now, so unfortunately that doctrine wouldn't do anything to help us. But we get the Royal Horse Guards, and the Royal Horse Guards are very good. I would probably say, and normally I'd let you vote, but again, we're still fixing these little doctrines and stuff for our next update. So if this one isn't going to give me an advantage, and I have to play by advantage, I may have to go to Hesse. Which makes sense, I'm playing as the Hessians, right? I know it's fun to go to England. Protect our homes. Yeah, I mean, I think if I have to play as Hesse, you have to protect Hesse. That's true. I would love to go to England. Maybe on the next region, it'll generate... We're going to do 2 more regions after this, so maybe we'll have England as another one again. But I have to go to Hesse because I have to play to my advantage here if we're playing with the difficulty modifiers. The Battle of London. I know it would be fun to see that, but yeah. We've got to go. Provision consumption, this is broken. A heavy cavalry unit, or basically what we're looking at is, do we want heavy cavalry and no doctrine from encampments, or light infantry and provision consumption reduction? I mean, that's super useful to not have to buy as much food. I will take this. I'm going to Hesse. And we get 2 enemies. We get Austrians and French, which is cool variety. I think the variety will be very nice to see. Okay, here we are. Von Wittengau. Now, my skills, again, I was telling you guys I'm redoing all the skills. My current ones kind of suck. Next update, they'll be better. They're not too bad, but, you know. One of them is no quarter, so I get a temporary melee damage buff when I activate it. And the other one's steady men, so I can increase the officer morale. Oh, we start in camp. Yeah, we start the player in camp now, just so they know to equip stuff. So we have our Hessian Grenadiers. Would you guys like me to name these? How do you guys want me to play? Do you want me to play historically and name a lot of historical units, or do you want to play for fun and you just come up with like wacky unit names and we just do that? Both of those have their benefits. Like, I think it's fun sometimes to really roleplay the exact historical units, but it's also fun for you guys to come up with fun nicknames and units as well. I feel like it's more interactive to do it that way. So, all right, we'll go for fun. I think that's the way to go then. We could do a little mix, though. We'll put in some history now and then. Maybe if there's a specific unit that we want to get and model them. What are we calling our Hessian Grenadiers here? We've got to give them a nice name for our camp. They're going to be like our cornerstone of this campaign here. One division fun, one historical. That's a cool idea, yeah. Name the Grenadiers Peter Griffin. Yeah, that's, The Anglo-Saxons, the Praetorian Guard. I like the Praetorian Guard. I think that one's funny. Or not funny, but cool. What else is there? 41st Wessex. That one's very historical. The Ab Prince Regiment. That's a good one. I like the Praetorian Grenadiers. I think that's kind of cool. And making them purple. That's the suggestion I like. Praetorian Grenadiers, and we'll give them a number. Here's where we'll mix some of the history in. We'll give them like regimental identification numbers. So someone's saying the 14th, so we'll make them the 14th Praetorian Grenadiers. And because they're German, the Germans actually use a dot like that. And then for the flag, I think we'd have to go purple and something Roman looking. Do we have... That's somewhat Roman, isn't it? And then... I wonder which pattern we go for them. Yeah, which pattern do you guys like here? I think purple and gold is probably good for Rome. And then... I don't like the checker pattern. That one's kind of interesting. Using the French Imperial Eagle. Well, look, it's the closest thing I have to Rome. Do you want me to use like an Irish harp for the Praetorians? I think the eagle is probably the best, or the American eagle, but I don't want to use the American one. It looks Byzantine. Yeah, I suppose you're right. We go red Roman, like that. What's our secondary color, though? I would design them... Technically, the Hessian flag is this. So I feel like that's actually kind of perfect. I like this, honestly. The Praetorian Grenadiers, and then I'll put it in quotations. And then our next unit are going to be what? These are Brunswickers. And so... they, historically, in the Napoleonic Wars, would get that skull on their cap in black and light blue. And I feel like that'd be a cool color scheme for their flag, at least. Maybe like black and blue. And then, what should their name be? The Varangian Foot. Yeah, I guess if we're going with the Roman theme for our first division, we'll do the, second Varangian Musketeers. And then we'll give them our, like, Brunswick-style flag. And then maybe put the skull on it. And do it like that. I know the Brunswick flag, is it like this, or is it, blue, black, blue? It's blue, black, blue, isn't it? It's like that. That's correct. Or it's actually even yellow. I think the yellow stands out. Do you guys like the yellow or the blue on our Brunswick Varangians? And then the middle bar can be... They actually had a few different flags. I'm also seeing one that's like blue with a yellow stripe. I think that looks good. Yeah, I like this. I think that's the way to go. And then the symbol they usually have in the middle is some kind of like... let's see here. That's the Hanoverian horse. I would go like that, the Hessian one. And then with this one, I would do maybe something... That looks good. Or you could go with the wreath, but I think that looks more historical. That looks nice. So you have the Varangian Musketeers and the Praetorian Grenadiers. I think this looks quite nice. And then we'll have like a funny unit. What's something that we can... The rock collectors. This guy's been saying that a whole bunch. You guys want the rock collectors? We'll go with the 10th rock collectors. There we go. The Dumb as Rocks division. I just thought that sounded so funny. The rock division. And then what color? We're using red, blue. We'll give them green for the earth that they're digging up. There we go. The rock collectors recruits. All right, there we go. We have our our group. And then I'm gonna name my general after myself here. Actually, we'll do this here. I think you guys would prefer that. In fact, we can do this so the name is fully visible. There you go. Will you change the unit facings? Yeah, I can do that. On our Praetorians, let's make it red. And then on our Varangians, let's make it yellow. I like that. And then we have green there. And then let's give him a bigger hat. And otherwise, I think he looks nice. Now we have items. Here's what we're going to do. Grenadiers are going to get the socket bayonets, which leaves us with a regular socket bayonet. I think we'll give them alcohol because they're going to charge. And someone who does more... I'm going to give them the larger bag of grenades. And then morale damage received, minus 15%, we're going to give them that. So they're going to get the musicians. Then our Varangians, we're going to give the smaller bag of grenades to. With Bibles. Actually, we'll give the Bibles to the rock collectors. The Varangians are just going to get... There, we've got this upgrade to a bayonet. We'll sell the old bayonet that we don't want. And then we're going to give the Bibles to the rock collector recruits. And we'll go 1st Division, I don't know, Rome. Alrighty. War is upon us. General, your army stands at the frontier. Though modest in size, your forces are disciplined and in good order. A nearby depot lies ahead, lightly defended, and may serve as a good starting point to begin your campaign, though you'll need to press onward soon after. There are no unusual conditions in the region. The land is passable, roads are open, blah, blah, blah. Don't mistake your quiet for safety. Straight patrols and pickets roam the countryside, and their arms and equipment may serve our cause better than theirs. We await your progress. All right. So... our 2 objectives in this region to protect Hesse are to secure encampments and convoys. The encampments on the map, we've got 1 in the middle, 2 on the south, 1 in the northeast, and we got lucky that there's 2 in the south here. If we hit those encampments, we can swing down and get 4 of them secure on this southern route. That will get us preserved rations, which isn't as high of a priority for me at the moment. We also have 4 encampments we can go, or sorry, convoys we can go for. Actually, no. The encampments give us the musketeers. I think that is where I want to go. The convoys, on the other hand, there's 3 in the north, 1 over there. They're kind of spread out. I need 5 of them, right? So we'd probably have to go for this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I say come up the southern road, knock out the encampments, go north, take the convoy in the middle, swing up the north road, take that convoy, take this one, and then come down. So we want to go down, up, middle, and then down. That's our, that is our route that we want to take. But we're definitely going encampments first because we get a free musketeer unit. Now, the first thing that we have is a supply cache, so we're going to go investigate this. Lightly guarded supplies, your grace. A supply cache lies before us, but a handful of enemy stragglers stand watch. We may strike swiftly and seize one part of the stock before they can react, coin, provisions, or powder. Such haste will rouse them to battle, yet their strength is slight, and our men are confident the fight will be ours. So, we can take the coin, which is only $20, which is not that much. We take the provisions, which is 90. We do have 200 food already. Or I could take the ammo. I only have 100 ammo, and we could basically double that to 140. So I think I lean on ammunition, especially because our ammo consumption is going to be doubled. And we may want to use that powder for drilling. You can drill your troops and gain experience, and it does consume ammunition. So I think that's what I'm going to go for here. And it spawned a Grenzer army by the looks of it. That'll Gießen. And we have got 2 Grenzer recruits and provincial cavalry. Now for our composition, this is like the best case scenario because Hessians are really good at charging and Grenzers are horrible at melee. So this is honestly kind of a perfect situation for us. And by the way, some battles of this game are going to seem a little easy. Some might seem harder. At the end of the day, our goal is going to be to fight this enemy headquarters in this region. And because we're on this harder difficulty, it's going to be really, really tough. So we're going to need to fight every battle with the best stats we can, with the best kill to death ratio we can. All right, we have our drunk Praetorian Grenadiers in that lovely red color that we chose for them. They look great. We have the Varangian Musketeers, our Brunswickers with the yellow flag. And then we have the Rock Division, which is the Rock Collectors. And these guys love collecting rocks. They, when they stand around, they will pick up rocks off the ground and they will throw them. So we can really count on these guys to be a big intimidating factor on the battlefield. In fact, I think the Rock Collectors should be in the center. Okay, so there's a little lake we can draw the enemy into, which is nice. There's 2 units there, 1 unit of cavalry. I'm going to have the Hessians line up against the cavalry and break them, because I think my Praetorian Grenadiers are going to be better than the weak provincial cavalry. There we go. We should call them the Stoners. The Stoner recruits. I may have to change to them, and then we can give them pipes. We can actually give them pipes. Okay, and then the Varangians are going to be on the left flank. Yeah, I like that. And then our general is going to be in the back. And Peter Griffin is with the Hessians. The officer is with the Hessians. Okay. Yeah, I'll use the Varangians on the hill, I think. So we'll go up like that, and then we'll get the Rock Collectors on the bottom. And then the Praetorians are going to go on the left flank here. We are moving out. Here we are. The Stoners moving up. We are going to rename them to the Stoners. And then let's see what our enemies got. Now they have Grenzers with alcohol, which will not be... Actually, this is awesome. Minus accuracy on a unit that's supposed to specialize in accuracy. So these guys were drinking when they weren't supposed to, because the Grenzers are meant to be shooting, not charging, and they've kind of hurt their only good stat, which is a 51 accuracy, which is pretty scary because my guys have 42, 50, and 32. And the other Grenzer recruits have 65 accuracy. Now, he did the right thing. While his buddy was drinking, he hired himself a regimental staff marksman to improve his accuracy, but his reload skill is slow. So what we can do is after the red guys shoot, they're going to take longer to reload, and we will probably want to charge them in between a shot. And they also have... Oh, shit, they have extra reload skill. Damn, they made up for it. So they are following the studies of Frederick the Great with a marksman. So the red units are going to be way more dangerous. They also have an officer and veterancy. They're the tough units. The drunkards on the left, wearing the blue and pink, they did the wash wrong and their vests came out pink. They shouldn't have been using hot water, but they are not going to be as good, and they've got the worn muskets as well. So. And then we have our provincial cavalry. Now, I really think... Look how fast these Praetorians are. I'm going to sprint them forward. Praetorians are hanging back. They have carbines. I don't know if they're going to use them. But I think I can break the Grenzer cavalry in a melee battle. Let's set up the Varangians on the hill. I'm going to space out to... Let's do 3 ranks with 1 in the rear. And then with the recruits, let's get all the firepower we can, because these guys are going to be less accurate. I'm going to pull them back to draw in those Grenzers. I don't want them to use the forest. So I'm going to pull them back like this. And then the general's going to hold the middle there. Can you show the foreign musician music? I can. I'll slow down and you can listen to the foreign musicians. Here it is. Oh, shit. Okay, hold on. We're getting charged. Let's form line quickly. Get a volley off. I'm going to turn off volley fire and let them shoot as soon as possible, and I need to countercharge them. Ready? Countercharge. Okay, that battle is now ongoing. And I'm going to form these troops up. Get into line. And we should be able to break these guys. In fact, let me pause and use the melee damage bonus. There we go. Okay, enemy's retreating. I'm gonna continue moving. Do I need to pursue them? No. I do need to form line and fire into their back, because they have a little bit of morale left, and I don't want them to return. So they need to fire on them and see if they can... that morale just a little bit lower. Okay. That should be good enough. Yeah, they can't come back. So what I'm looking at is it's hard to see. We can fix this. But this little triangle is the point of return. Anything in dark is morale that they can't recover. So if the unrecoverable morale surpasses the point of return, they can never come back. That's what this means. So this is the current morale in light blue. The morale they'll refill in medium blue. And then in dark blue, the unrecoverable. Just want to make that clear. I only lost 37 guys, which is great. So now I can turn onto the flank of the Grenzers. The gunfire's louder and more impactful. Yeah, we've been improving that. We have been improving that. I can also use grenades, but I think... Oh, beautiful. Good volleys. Grenade, shoot, and charge. Yeah, I will... I can use the grenades. I want to just line up on the hedges and get a volley or two off first. Hope the Praetorians don't betray you. Yeah, I know. Music was loud and it woke up the cavalry, yeah. Also, this is quite funny. This is an Easter egg that only you guys will know. There are death sounds. It's rare to hear them. You've got to like zoom in and they're pretty quiet. But I voiced the death sounds myself. So if you ever hear a guy yell out, it's me in my recording studio. Can any unit equip grenades? Yeah, you can give grenades to anybody. It doesn't have to be grenadiers. Grenadiers benefit from grenades because they're good at charging, and it's always good to throw a grenade in before you charge. But yeah, I want to fire. In fact, I want to move up and hit them at closer range. So I'm gonna run through. Here's the music, by the way, in case you want to hear it. It's subtle, but you can hear the foreign musicians. Here they come, onto the flank. The stoners throw bombs at the enemy, yeah. What's up, Kelly? Is that your soap? Ah. Okay, here we go. Let's sprint. Muskets sound like cannons. I don't know, I think the muskets sound pretty good. I make the muskets punchy and people say they sound like cannons. I make the muskets weak and they say they sound too weak, so I like them. Alright, we're gonna throw grenades in. This is kind of a bad angle to throw. But we're... Oh, they just... Alright, well, I'm gonna charge them as they retreat. Oh! Oh! Oh my god, that charge damage, like, slaughtered them. Oh my god, they're in the water. Oh, that is horrifying. Holy shit. Dude, the Hessians just annihilated that unit. Alright. Let's keep moving. Alright, let's hopefully throw some grenades. These guys are the tough ones, right? They've got the marksman. And they're racking up 150 kills, so hopefully we can run up and throw grenades in. Here we go. Let's go, go, go. Fast forward a little bit. Let's get to position. And the enemy can't really turn, because if they turn, they get flanked. And if they don't turn, they get flanked. So I think they're in just kind of a bad position at the moment. Alright, let's throw in the grenades. Ready? Throw. Shoot. Oh, we won. That was it. We didn't even need to do the charge. Very good. Okay, that was a good battle. That was won very well. And with our little buff, we get extra items, which is nice. Okay. Let's see here. What do we want? We probably need the cash just to get the ball rolling. I didn't lose enough men to warrant needing ammo or manpower. I think the cash and the food would better serve us in this case. Will there be more customizations for the troops' uniforms in post-release? Maybe not, Angel, unfortunately. Probably not. Yeah, I know people want to do things like recolor or change their hats and things like that, but I think there's a lot of units you can play with, like the German tree looks like this. And this is just the German side. The British have their own tree as well. So you got the Hanoverian troops, the Hessian troops, Brunswickers, Jaegers, lots of things. So I think in that way, that offers that kind of customization you want. And then beyond that, it's mainly flags and uniforms. Now, that being said, we're definitely thinking of adding more colors to use with the uniform system, and more flag emblems and more flag patterns. So that should help. We're going to rename these guys to the Stoner Recruits. There we go. And we do need to get them their pipes. They really need the pipes. Okay, with our manpower, we're going to refill. And then ammunition. There we go. And these guys have slightly slower replenishment, but 250 is still very good. Do we want ramrods? I don't know. Do I want boots? These aren't very good. I'm going to sell those, sell that. Alcohol. Alcohol goes for a lot of money, so I'm going to sell that. Shepherd's axes. Cover bonus and melee damage. That actually sounds kind of decent that you could sit in cover, and then if an enemy charges you or you need to charge them, you can get in there with axes. So I kind of like maybe giving that to the Varangians. Didn't the Varangians fight with axes too? So I feel like that's thematic. The uniforms, we'll just sell these off. Or the flags, I mean. And then we don't need the ramrods right now. I just don't... We could give it to the stoners just to improve the firing pace. So this... Because they're at 35 seconds, yeah. Okay. And then we have an outpost directly underneath us. There is a convoy we can hit up before we swing south, which I think I'll want to do. Let's knock out this outpost. Low in ammunition. Sir, a raid is expected on this outpost. The men are alert and capable, but their powder chests are empty. They request whatever shot and cartridge we can spare. The more we provide, the greater chance of success. Should they repel the enemy, they've pledged to share the captured stores and plunders with us. So we can give them 80 ammunition for a moderate chance of success, or 110 ammunition for a likely chance of success. I have 163 ammo. I'm kind of tempted to give them the ample ammunition. Oh, and it didn't work. Oh, Jesus, disaster. Okay. Well, they still lost. We lost the ammo. I'm going to run up and take care of this convoy, and then we're going to swing back down south. I'm going to jump maybe into forced march, so we can get that done quickly. Treasury escort. Beautiful. Okay. We either take 60 free talers or take 120, but there's a likely chance of a field army spawning. Field armies are big. You don't want to attract a field army. So I'm not going to shake them down. I'm going to seize what we can and leave. Get out of there with the money and go down south. There is another allied encampment. I'm going to hit that up real quick in case it is an auxiliary outpost. Nope, it's not. Arrival of fresh recruits. Word. Your Grace, word of your arrival has traveled swiftly, and a crowd of eager young men have gathered at the outpost seeking enlistment. So I can either raise a new regiment. Oh. If I have worn uniforms, I can give that to them to create a new regiment. Or I bring them on as reservists. I think I will come back. I think I need to come back. And if I get uniforms, get a free regiment and turn them in. I think that's what I'll do. So remember that. If anybody can remember, there's an outpost there that's offering a free regiment if we give them uniforms. Retired veteran and campfire. Convince them of your cause. Moderate chance to enlist a regimental staff. Hire the veteran as regimental staff. Or use one of your English traits to immediately tour the veteran of our prestigious encampment. So because we're England, we get this bonus here. Meaning we get the instant success. Which worked. We got a free chaplain. An excellent chaplain. Oh, that's actually very good. So we have got morale plus 12 and casualties restored. I really like that. I think the Praetorian... You know what? Let's give it to the Stoners for now. Because they only have 25 morale. And we can get them to stay longer. And if they take losses, they'll be restored. I think that's good. I could sell him for 250. We may sell him, I don't know. But I feel like that morale is so good to have early on. So we'll see if we want to sell it later. I'm using 13 food because I'm on forced march. I'm just trying to knock out these encampments. A training ground. Ah, gosh, if we had the ammunition, we could spend time training. I kind of want to go back to that, too. The chaplain has his work out for him in that regiment. Yeah, his work cut out for him with the Stoners. Selling the priest is blasphemous. You're right. I think we have to keep him. Okay, here's what we have to do. Here's what you guys have to remember. If we go back, there's an encampment where if we give ammo, we get free XP for the whole army. And if we have a uniform, we get a free regiment. So we want to take both of these. And probably in the reverse order. We probably want to get the regiment and then train him at the encampment. So we have to remember that if we get the time. For now, let's keep moving quickly. And we're going to go to Wetzlar Oh, we have a village. We're going to stop at this village first. I could buy the ammo now, but this place has more expensive ammo, so I probably don't want to do that. It was 110 ammunition that we need. At the town square, sell the flags. I don't need the alcohol or the bayonet or the shoes right now. Therefore, I get up to 900, which is very good. To buy another regiment, I can get redcoat recruits or subsidy recruits. I think it's worth getting the recruitment now. Yeah, so would you guys prefer redcoats or Germans? Can you change Ferdinand von Braunschweig's name? Not right now, Fox, but maybe in a future update. Redcoats or Germans? What do you guys prefer? I'll put a poll. You guys can actually vote. There, the poll is going out. Who's better? Well, the British have less men, far less men, and very bad melee stats, but their shooting is incredible. 52 shooting stat with really high morale. The Germans have good melee damage, and they're faster at reloading, typically. But they have slightly less morale. At least the subsidy recruit has less morale. And the accuracy is less. Okay, you guys are voting redcoats. Let's bring in the redcoats. There we go. Okay, we've got our 4th regiment. What are we theming this guy? We're just going to call this 1st Division. What are we theming our redcoats around? We have to give him a number. I'll give him the 33rd. The South Essex from Sharp. We could do the South Essex. Barry Lyndon's regiment. Oh, that's a good suggestion. What was Barry Lyndon's regiment? Yeah, I actually don't know. The LSD recruits. Oh man, that's not a bad one. The stoners and the LSD recruit. Dude, I think that might win it. That might win it. 33rd LSD. Lord Sussex Duchess. There. That's what it stands for. It's Lord Sussex. So Blinn, you're getting your Sussex, Royal Sussex. That's the LSD recruits. There you go. Now we need the Kett regiment. Oh my gosh, dude. Here, I'll make him the 35th for you, Blinn. This is our compromise. The 35th Lord Sussex recruits. There we are. And what did the 35th Royal Sussex wear? I'll actually model their flag after them if you'd like. They wore orange facings. And what was their flag? Let's see. The flag is... It looks to be like a wreath that's orange. So we're going to go... Which one has a wreath for us? Do any of these have a wreath? Unfortunately. Oh, no, this one does. Perfect. We've got the wreath. And then it wants orange. Like that. So that's as close... I think that's pretty close to what you want to go for. Yeah. Cool. Blinn, you are spamming so much, dude, that I've got to time you out because I can't even read what other people are saying. So I've got to time you out. I'm sorry to do that, but it is... If any of you guys spam something repeatedly, if it's 10 different people writing something, it's okay. But if it's one person writing the same thing over and over again, it is... I'm reading your guys' chat. I know what you're saying, so you don't have to say it 10 times. So just be aware of that. Okay. Our next division will cost 360 to open up. So let's continue on. And we need to earn some money. So we're going to continue moving. We have Wetzlar over here. Oh, I ran into a French patrol. All right. These guys are a little tougher. A little bit tougher. We have French Fusiliers and a recruit and an artillery. Then Austrian recruits and an artillery. And then Chasseurs, which I really hate to fight against. And Voluntaries Provincial Cavalry. And there's only 4 of us, so this will be okay. We'll be all right. It's a large patrol. Yeah, I am playing with the highest difficulty at the moment, and the armies are going to be larger. The patrol's bigger. I know, the armies are huge. That's the thing that's scary about this. That's why I wrote Iron Man in the text here of the stream, because this is going to be really difficult. Okay. We have... I missed the music. There we go. So, let's survey. We have a hill here, which the nice thing about the hill is there's no cover for them, so we could bunch up on the hill. The other alternative is we could swarm this hill and try to form like a big defensive line on the right, but it's very close to where they are, so I feel like that's a bit risky. And the other alternative is to hide in the town and use the cover on the fence posts and use the town to maybe... I think I'll use the town because I can probably take the Hessians, march them up the road really quickly, and charge into the chasseurs and knock them out, as well as the provincial cavalry. And then the rest of my army is going to have to deal with the Crownland recruit, Royal recruits, and then the tough part of the enemy are the Fusiliers, who have got 20 extra stamina and move speed. Oh my gosh. Yeah, okay. Let's go... The man who came up with rock collectors and adapted to stoners and created LSD recruits. Yeah. Oh, as the man who came up with it, yeah. I'm very charismatic. Ryan, yeah, I love your suggestions, man. You're offering good suggestions here. Is it a while into the campaign before artillery becomes recruitable? Yeah, typically you need, like, your 2nd or 3rd division opened up. I don't know, have I shown... You guys answer me this. Have I shown you guys artillery yet? Have I shown you, like, canister shot and everything? If not, I will make it a goal to get artillery and set up, like, a good canister battery. Because that's one of my favorite things to do. So, yeah. Okay. Varangians are going to be kind of on the center-ish there. LSD is going to be with the stoners. The LSD and the stoners are going to be a little pairing. And the general needs to chaperone these two regiments because they're... Yeah, they're a little unreliable. I'll actually skew them a little bit further right. And then Varangians are going to hold that. And then LSD I'm going to... Or Praetorians I'm going to put up on the road, and they should be able to go faster. We need a drug division. Yeah, we'll probably make our 2nd division and move the Romans off to one and move the druggies onto the other. Pipe weed artillery division, dude, yeah. Did you also voice the horse noises? No, I did not. No, I did not, Zach. The opium fusiliers. Oh, damn, there's some good ones. There are some good drug ones, aren't there? Does the stoner division prefer sativa or indica? Let's see. Let's see what they're... I would say if they're slow, I think they're going faster than the LSD guys. I think they're more sativa because they seem energized. This is so ridiculous. I feel like this is maybe bad marketing for my game to name, yeah, we've joined the war on drugs and we're on the side of the drugs, yeah. Is this bad for my game? I feel like the stream is going to go live and everyone's going to go, oh, it's a historical game, and they click on it and they see the LSD recruits and then they will not buy the game. So I feel like I might be shooting myself in the foot a little bit here, but... Alright, we have the chasseurs moving up. Kelly, they named the regiments the LSD recruits and the stoner recruits, so... You've heard? Yeah. Yeah. They love it. Sorry? Who's doing better? They haven't fought yet. They have not fought yet. Yeah. Alright, let's keep moving. Oh my gosh, the artillery is wiping out the LSD recruits. Let's go up. The light infantry is dangerous, by the way. This is actually a little bit scary. Okay. Stoners. I might need these stoners to go in. Who's got better melee skills? Actually, the Varangians. Varangians, I need them to charge in an attack column and just get in there. And then form up the stoners. There. There we go. That road's helping us. 70 speed on the road. Look at these guys flying. Look how fast they go. So keep them on the road, and we're going to flank down. And I need to charge in. Does replenishing a unit lower its experience? So it doesn't lower the experience, but higher, oh my gosh, higher tier units require more time to replenish. to compensate for the training. So in a way it does, because... Okay, let's just see if we can break these chasseurs real quick. Hold on. Oh my gosh. Oh, Jesus. They're firing artillery straight into the melee. I have to... Damn, I cannot break these guys. I gotta pull out. Oh my gosh. Alright, we may have to replay this battle. We might abandon this Iron Man idea. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, I'm doing horrible, dude. This is not going to plan. Hold on. Get out, guys, get out. Oh no. Stand your ground, stand your ground. This is like going horrible. We may have to replay. We might have to alt F4. There might be a quick alt F4. Why'd you charge him in with no support? I was trying to get rid of the chasseurs. I thought I would break them. Oh my gosh. I thought I would break them because they were in open order formation. That ended up being really dumb. Okay, we'll get the general up. There we go. There we go. We got it. We got it. Their cavalry's in retreat now. All right, we'll salvage this. The general's up, risking his life. Yeah, we can do this. I don't think Iron Man's for you. Yeah, I know, dude. Iron Man is not for me. I'm so bad at this. All right, let's hit the chasseurs on the flank. I'm going to run these guys back into cover and let them replenish because they're exhausted, too. The stoners are holding line. Look, they're holding against all these guys. In fact, I need to spread out because their artillery is really causing a problem here. If I time the grenades, could I time them like that, maybe? Okay, that wasn't bad. Beautiful. All right. That was not bad. Christ, the artillery is just punishing. Reposition the stoners for better cover. I think we're okay actually right now. I do need to double up my attack. They're trying to form a better line here. The Praetorians need to go in and make a move. The Praetorians need to go in and make a move. I need them to rescue the front. And the Varangians need to rally up. I can't get into column because the artillery is just punishing me right now. There, we're in the forest. God, the artillery is just so reactive. It's like I'm playing against a player where they're just swapping targets, like min-maxing at the moment, dude. I'm so outnumbered, it's unbelievable. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna run up to the Crownlanders, throw a grenade in perfectly, and then charge them and break that flank, and then we're gonna try to get around. And then Varangian's gonna get back to shooting. Here we go. There, we're gonna get a perfect grenade toss. I'm gonna get 3 more grenade tosses. Watch. We're gonna do 1. We're gonna grenade the hell out of these guys. Second grenade toss. The Praetorians have got to save the whole front here. Come on, guys. Second grenade toss. And then third grenade toss. And then we're charging in. There you go. Oh, they interrupted the damn charge. Oh, that sucks. Alright, well, I think I can beat them still. Yeah, I think they'll be okay regardless. Let's hit these guys in the back. In fact, I might push up. There we go, we broke one of them. I need that general. Hold on. We basically, if we can break these guys, we won't get shot by these troops on the right. So, we're mostly reloaded. Half reloaded. fully reloaded. If what we can do is hit those guys, we're gonna have these guys unload, no volley fire, just fire when ready, and hit them with everything. And then we need the general to go up and rally. I don't know why the chasseurs are so good at melee. They only have a 3 melee skill, but they are... Something's wrong with the... There must be a bug. Well, they are losing men, actually. Look, they're not killing anything. They're just losing. Okay. It's just the morale. I think the morale is really high. 48. I think that's why the... Yeah, let's hit these guys with everybody that we can. We've almost got those guys in the middle broken. The general's here. Rally the Praetorian. There we go, we retreated them. We hit them in the back and retreated them. There we go. Then swing these guys back, switch them back to volley fire. Move the LSD up. Grab the Varangians, move them up. I can't believe the chasseurs are winning that. There we go. I just need the general to push up. Yeah, something's up with these chasseurs. They're just unbelievable. We shattered them, though, which is excellent. I'm going to try and take care of these royal recruits as well. Those guys rallied in the back. My guys are tired and wavering. I just want to shatter these guys. There we go. And then I might be able to have the artillery. My general's just in such a dangerous spot. Oh, their artillery is just focus firing me. That is so rough. And they're firing on me on the rear there. Damn, this is like... Normally when I'm streaming, I'm reading the chat, but I am like really, really just trying to min-max at the moment. There we go, I got a little morale buff. Can you pause the game to give orders? Yes, you can. The general has to guide these guys. If he leaves, they're gonna go shattered. So it's my only chance to kind of recover them. But they're firing... Gosh, with artillery. Use the grenades. Yeah, I do have more grenades, don't I? I'm gonna get the grenades in use. On this part of the front. Yeah. And then move these guys down a bit to make room for them. Especially if I can screen the retreat. Look, I can walk up and protect these guys as they retreat. God, the artillery is just massacring me. Can use the generals. The general doesn't have any abilities, he just gives passives. But the officer has abilities, and I did use them. This one gives morale. If these Brunswickers can run in front... There we go. There we go. Now I'm protecting the Grenadiers, which is excellent. I need to rally the LSD recruits who broke. They're coming back now. Wow, what a close battle. Throw the grenades in. I think the Praetorians are gone. Yeah, Praetorians are done. They're shattered. Alright. We're gonna use grenades to try to win this back. I'm gonna have everyone focus fire on the same target. Grenades going in. Perfect. Alright, the grenades are really helping us here. Here we go. And then charge in with the Varangians. Now let's change targets. I'm gonna have LSD back them up. These guys... There we go. We got them into a retreat. Now we're just pushing up. We're just pushing up and we're trying to break this Fusilier line. Oh my god, the artillery. Gosh. My general's in full retreat now too. Yeah, it's over. I can refight the battle without even having to reload the game though. I'll just refight it. Damn, that's tough. I got so screwed. Well, I will refight this. Damn. That's really tough. I was really cocky, I think. I like pushed everything up. I was just moving up. And I should have listened before about holding the hill. I should have just held the hill in the back instead of pushing everything up. And I threw away the Varangians early on. And that screwed me over. Oh my gosh. Well, ladies and gentlemen, should I... Ah, gosh. I think I will try to refight it. Half strength on everyone. I'm gonna refight it. I'm not gonna reload a save. We're gonna continue with the Iron Man idea. I'm gonna replenish. I'm gonna put the English in reserve. No, I want to keep them. I'll bring them to 500 strength. Boost those guys and bring these guys down to 800 strength. I want to get the Varangians up to 1,000 again. There we go. Can anyone get a promotion? No, that's fine. Refill ammunition. Then what I want to do is fall back as we replenish. And we'll fight them again. Yeah, let's do it again. Can you explain the replenish thing you were going to say? Yeah, so the higher tier units take longer to replenish because replenishment is about integrating units into a higher tier unit, into a higher tier regiment. And so if you have these like reservists who don't know what they're doing and you put them into the Navy SEALs, you put them in this like elite unit, it just takes them longer to replenish. It doesn't diminish the quality of the unit you're trying to replenish. It just is much longer to integrate them, which I think is a better solution because it's not very fun to put in some reservists and suddenly your elite unit is just not elite anymore. I'd rather it just takes longer to retrain them basically up to that level. So that's what we do for this game. Okay, so the enemy's coming in damaged. Like this unit only has 700 guys. They still have their artillery. The cavalry's really weak. And this time we're going to be a lot less ambitious. And I think I will swing right because they're skewed left. I'm going to swing right to hold the farmland because they can't do anything there. And we're going to use this road to get there quickly. And I'm going to do a little bit of an exploit by kind of stacking people onto each other, but I don't think it's a huge deal. And I'm going to sprint because I just want to take the best position as quick as possible. And you can see how fast we go on column on road. The grenades are good. We do have to use the grenades more. And we are going to sprint to position. And basically I want to hold like these hedges and offer the enemy no cover to fight in an open field there. Are these guys running? No. There we go. The artillery should punish you. Yeah, it's just not set up yet. See, it's still moving up into range because they have 3-pound guns. So I got lucky. You are right. If the enemy was using like 12-pounders, I would have been being hit already. But look at the shallow range of a 3-pound gun. These are like battalion guns that were typically used on the front lines. So I can use that time while they have to push their artillery up in order to reposition my line and hold this line on the right. And what I might do is do something like that and then have the Varangians hold like half forest there. Who's weaker? The LSD is really weak. So I think I'll keep them in reserve on the hedge line and then put the stoners up there. And I'm going to run everyone to position because I just don't want to be caught by the artillery. That was tough, though, dude. I did not expect to just get... Have I ever lost a battle on stream before? I think I only lost once on my Prussian stream, once or twice, mainly due to a bug where my general would get sniped. But this was like... I think the AI is just getting too many units because the AI used to be dumber, and so I would compensate by giving them a larger amount of units. But now that the AI is getting smarter every update, I kind of have to make them almost the same size as the player now. Because usually in most games, the AI always outnumbers the player to compensate, but I think they're just much deadlier. And they don't get any cheats. There's not a single cheat the AI gets. Anything they get, you can check their inventory. They get the same items that you get. They play by the exact same rules. So, spread those guys out. Alright, the chasseurs are up there. I'm going to try to hit them. These guys are so dangerous. There we go. This is a perfect, like, frontal assault. So we can walk up, take a volley, and throw a grenade. I'm gonna keep marching them up. And I'm gonna get nice and close. I want to fire at point blank, throw a grenade at point blank, and then charge at point blank. That's what I want to do with them. And we're actually doing pretty good against the chasseurs right now, which is nice. We're gonna take one more volley, but the grenades will compensate. There we go. Grenades. The thing about my Hessian Grenadiers, they have very high morale. The French have low morale, though the French have high numbers. That's what made that last battle tough. There we go. Look at that morale loss. Yeah, grenades don't get a lot of kills, but it does freak them out a lot. There we go. Charge them in. And luckily, now we're being smart, and we're just, like, focus firing down the chasseurs with all of our firepower. And I shattered those guys. Rack up tons of kills. And then I'm going to use the same strategy against those recruits there next. There we go, chasseurs are breaking. Here we are. In fact, why don't I catch these retreating chasseurs? There we go. Break them. Oh! Okay, that, by the way, that was a little bit of a bug there. I don't know why. Why would they kill? Yeah, they shouldn't have all died there. That's a bug. And then because they all died, it did a morale shock on the people around them. Because they all died. Yeah, they exploded. Let's just keep this going then. Throw the grenades in. Yeah, light infantry does seem to be a little bugged, Soldi. I think, like, they don't take much damage when they're charged in open order, which is wrong. And then they take way too much damage when they're retreating. So I'm going to write that down, and we'll get that fixed. Let me just take a note. Let me pause and take a note about it. Say, light infantry seems to be taking too much damage when retreating, but not enough damage when charged regularly. There we go. Oh, perfect. Shot them from the back there. Alright, this battle's going way better. This is how I thought the first one would go. Yeah, this definitely made up for our loss. Look, the enemy's in full retreat. Oh, that was it. The amount of casualties we inflicted freaked them out and caused a chain rout. So that was just way easier. And I don't mind that the game gets very easy if you refight a battle, because it is very punishing to lose. So to go fight that battle again and kind of have that time to replenish my strength a bit and try it again, I don't mind that that's so easy. There is one bug that that caused that to be easier than it should, and that is the game thinks right now that if a unit goes in at half strength, that it's still out of the same strength that it originally was. So when I kill, you know, if a unit has originally 1,200 men and they go into the second battle, they only have 400. When I shoot them, the percentage of kills that I inflict is far higher from a base unit of now 400 instead of the 1,200. And so the morale flies down. The morale isn't actually adjusting to what the new manpower is. It's just flying down. And when it flies down that quickly, it does like a shock to everybody around them. And when a shock happens, it freaks everybody out. And if everybody's morale is kind of vulnerable at that time, then you can get those chain routes that happen on a weak, damaged army, which is somewhat realistic in some way, but I think it's just a bit extreme. So, yeah. I don't mind addressing if there's a little bug now and then, or if there's balancing issues that need to be solved. Because at the end of the day, it's just a beta, so we can look at things that we may want to tinker with and easily make some changes there. Okay. Get your free regiment reminder. Oh, we have captured uniforms. Oh, beautiful. We're going to get the manpower. We're going to go back to get the regiment. You're absolutely right. Thank you, guys. Are elite units affected by morale shocks less? Yes, that's correct, Appalling. So the thing is, all the units we were fighting were recruits. So recruits are especially vulnerable to the mass routes that we just saw. The thing that makes the French unique is that they field massive regiments, which is why that first battle was so bloody, trying to kill enough Frenchmen to even the odds. And then when we escaped, replenished, and came back, they didn't have that time to replenish. So then we were fighting on even odds against really weak French units who couldn't rely on their superior manpower anymore, and so we're able to very easily break them. Okay. The English recruits need the spontoon. Yeah, probably. This gives you experience gain. And I would honestly give this to the stoners because, let me think. Well, they're about to level up anyways. No, we'll give the spontoon to the English. We need to level up. We don't need the riding boots because we don't have cavalry right now. We have a Potsdam musket, which I will give to the Germans to replace the Warren muskets, which is much better now. We're going to trade in the uniforms for a regiment. We've got cheese rations, which we probably don't need. I have jackets for cavalry that I don't need. And I have greatcoats that reduce melee damage received, which I may give greatcoats to my Praetorians, which is like kind of a light armor you can basically give them. And then we're going to use that manpower we got to replenish what we can. And I think we're in good shape now. The cheese regiment, yeah. So let's now backtrack. We've got the ammo and we've got the... Actually, let me sell... Here, check this out. We're going to go here and sell off all this crap. Which gets us 339, which is very close to getting the new division. In fact... Oh, we're out of food. All right, we're going to have to do a couple things. I'm going to sell off... I have not been using the extra grenades. I've only been using the base ones. So I'm going to get rid of those, which I know is going to seem dumb, but they're worth a lot of money. And so watch, if I sell these for 200, I'm now up to 500, which allows me to open up that other slot. And then it also allows me to get the food that I need. 52. I don't think I need the manpower, right? The manpower would be nice, but I'm consuming 13 food a day, so I need the food more. And do I want to sell off a bayonet for 12? I have 88 out of 90. Are you kidding me? Gosh, that sucks. That really sucks. I really don't know what to do about that to get that little bit of extra cash. I wanted that extra manpower. That's really a shame. I'm going to just lower these guys a bit and lower these guys a bit so the English can restore some of those losses. We're going to move back. I'm going to fly up to that outpost on forced march, which I'm going to be consuming 13 food a day. Once I'm down to 50, now I got to go back to normal march. There we go. And then we may forage if we need to. Yeah, we're going to go into foraging. Gosh, I'm going slow through the off-road. Raise a new regiment. New recruits. That's a shame. We could have got lucky with like a musketeer unit. Either way, at least it's a free unit, right? And we need to force march our way. Oh, geez, we're in trouble. How do we get food? I need to get back to Wilhelmsthal. Oh, the British passively earn money. I forgot. We could have 4, 40, 3, 6. Oh my gosh, 3, 2. We're out of food. Damn. Do that. And we'll buy this. We'll re-replenish. Those logistics are really tough, aren't they? We've got to... I think we have to be a little less, I think we've got to be a little less, like, hoarding and get rid of... I may have to drop the chaplain off. I may need to drop the chaplain off, because they're worth the highest amount. 12 morale is really good. That's the only reason they've been staying and fighting so long, is that 12 morale. But that's tough. I've only have 16 cash. I'm burning through my food because I have a bigger army now. You lost more men to desertion and starvation than the combat. Yeah, I know. I really screwed up. Get rid of the ramrods, maybe. It's only 4 reload skill. Damn. I'm gonna have to sell that off. 66. There, I'm up to 100 food now. And we really gotta not rely on that forced march as much. The foraging is gonna bring us to only consuming 4 food, which I think is better. We're gonna go give the experience to our troops and then swing east afterwards. Oh, we do need to pillage. You're absolutely right. I always forget. Pillaging will get us food. So we're gonna swing back to Wilhelmsthal and pillage it for food. We're gonna go to this encampment, send the regiments in, get the level ups. The stoners. I could upgrade the stoner to the land milits down the Hanoverian path, or make him Brunswick, or make him Hessian and wait. I feel like I don't need more Hessians because they're really good at melee, and I need a stronger base of fire right now. Hanoverians have a good base of fire, and Brunswickers, what's the morale difference on like foot? 45 versus 40. I like the land milits path to get them down to just standard infantry. I just want a good, strong infantry unit, I think. What do you guys prefer? Hanover's like very just like well-rounded. Hessians are good at morale and melee. Brunswick is like a good stopgap unit. The cavalry is gonna be more expensive to get. I think I'm gonna go the Hanoverian path. I don't think I even need a poll for it. My green stoners there. Yeah. And then I've got a good amount of veterancy on the Praetorians, which is nice. Like, their accuracy is getting buffed by 5 due to that veterancy, which is nice. So I broke 40 accuracy because of that, which is nice. And then we're going to slink back to the village. And raid it. There we go. And now we should gain food from this. Yeah, look at the food gain. And we're getting subsidized by Britain by $5 a day, while also getting thalers from raiding. So we're just getting a lot of money from that, which is really important. There we go. And we got tea. Oh, we got the tobacco. We got to give the pipe to the stoners. I think that is so perfect. So they have their own, what do you call that when you go on, when you go to like South America and you have like a spiritual guide? What are those guys, like a shaman? We have a shaman, a pipe, and a Bible. So those are our stoners. We need like a drug division and a Roman. We'll have the Roman division and our do I just call them the drug division? And then we'll move the Romans over. And then the stoners will be the face. Actually, you know what? There. The stoners will be in charge of the new 2nd division, and Peter Griffin will be in charge of the drug division there. These subsidy recruits, what are they going to be? The cracked division? That's not a bad one. The cracked recruits. The crack corps. Oh my gosh, yeah, the crack corps will be the other one. The cartel. I like the cartel. The cartel, the Romans. That's nice, because we have the cracked recruits as part of the cartel, and the LSD recruits and the stoner. Actually, these guys are no longer recruits, they're land milits. There we go. The only thing is, these guys are actually better at shooting, so I'm gonna switch them to the crack recruits, and I'm gonna switch these guys, because they're crack shots, right? And I'm gonna switch these guys over to LSD. I'm gonna move the drugs around a little bit, because this guy's is a better shooting stat there. And then the tea we're gonna sell, because we just need the money. So let's continue on, and we are gonna raid and pillage and burn. I need the manpower desperately. We've got money now at least, which is nice. We need food and we need manpower. We're gonna go to that battlefield in a sec. I need manpower and food. Sell the tea. There we go. Now we're recovering. That was like a really difficult slump that we were in. Okay, that's looking better. And then we desperately need the rest of that food there. I might check out the battlefield, but it could be an ambush, and that would really suck. I don't think it's worth it. There's combat usually at these battlefields, and I don't have the men. Oh, you're right. I need to pillage. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, we have to run from that. Okay, we've got the food to do that. Let's run away. Another training ground. That's not bad. I like that. There we go. Very good. Those training grounds are good because we can get those level ups and start building a more elite army. I can't get to that encampment's in the mountains, and I don't have the food. This is really tough. Look at the enemy headquarters. It's 14,000 men. And I only have like 5,000, so... Technically, those odds aren't too bad. I just need like 2 more regiments. If I can get 2 more regiments, we're in the clear. We just need to get out of this slump that we're in. We're out of food again. How do we solve the food problem? What I need to do is probably dump the manpower as a buffer and forage my way over to where... Gosh, I'm having such a difficult time with the difficulty modifiers. It is really tough. Maybe I shouldn't put all these difficulty modifiers on. The worst part is all the playtesters are beating the game with these difficulty modifiers, and I can't do it. It's so tough. I think I have to slink back over to that town. That food is so dangerous to not have the food there because I had to force march around to evade that field army. We could get lucky with an encampment, but probably not. We could get lucky there. The distance to this town is shorter. Yeah, the distance there is just shorter. I think we have to go back. Oh, I can't go that way. Oh, there's a village! We lucked out, we lucked out, we lucked out. We lucked out, thank gosh. There we go. There we go. And I'm going to raid. Is it O? No, it's... What is it, 0? Okay, well, I don't know what it is. Okay, a day of raiding. Got us a little bit. I can move over to that encampment. One more encampment, we get a free regiment. Let's do it. Pause. Raid for a second. 81, there we go. Grab the encampment. Persuade the officer to join us or offer him a paid commission. I'll get the next officer. Beautiful. And I got the encampment, so I got a new regiment. Okay, now we're getting back, guys. We are... Oh, my regiment is gone? Oh, no. The British recruits died because of the food loss. The British left. Well, look, we're holding on. We have the Legion Britannique to replace them in the cartel. Damn, we have the LSD and the Stoner. The Crack regiment died. I know. It's so over, yeah. You cut them to 100 men and they weren't reserve. I know, you're right. I did cut them to 100 men. I know, they starved. Fuck, dude, this is so tough. Should I save that and reload it? I mean, when was my last autosave? I don't know. I think it'd take me pretty far back. Hold on. Save Scummer. That's my save name. I'm gonna see if I can go back. Look, guys, we're save scummers, and I'll admit it. I'm a save scummer in my own game, I know. Okay. Oh, they're dead by this point. They were dead by that point, wow. I know I'm a save scummer. Are they dead by this point too? No, they're alive here. Alright, here's what we're doing. We go up and snatch this. Go to advanced training and move straight up. There we go. We go up to the village. We immediately raid. Oh no, I meant to buy food from there. Oh well, let's just keep raiding. Fuck it. Good. We move up. We go to the encampment. We offer the commission. We get the regiment. Alright, now we're in better shape. We have Walter White leading the cartel. Move speed with determination and morale. That's good. And cover effectiveness. Okay. Then we've got canteens, which I'm going to assign to large canteens. Let's give them. And then I need to go fight that battle because I need the food. So let's go take the fight. Let's do it. We're out of food completely. Here we go. Make him look like Walter White. All right, yeah, I can try to do that. Walter White has like very little hair, right? Gosh, I don't know if I can. What's his hair color? Let's see. Walter White. Does he? I think he's blonde, right? He has a shaved head and he's got like yellowish hair. So we'll give him like that hair, I think. In the later episodes, he's got a full beard, but I don't think we can get a full beard. Yeah, that's the closest I can get that. For the face, I think that's pretty decent. And then for the uniform, I can't give him like a mustache. I'll give him like the white lab coat. There we go. Young Walter. Yeah, it's our young Walter White. Okay. And then we're gonna fight this. Can we win this? Holy shit. Yeah, we gotta fight it. We gotta fight it. We have got to do everything we can to win this battle. It is a field battle, a field army battle, meaning they should have better rewards. But you can see we're building that momentum a little bit. We're getting there. That's the same map again. That's a shame. We're putting in a thing in the code where you can never play on the same map 2 times in a row. So that should hopefully fix it. It is a different spawning point. We're actually spawning in the town. So that's interesting at least. Here's the army that we're fighting against. We've got Crownlanders, German Fusiliers, Royals. Only 1 artillery, which is very good. Some Chevalier, Hungarian recruits. Lots of recruits here. Recruit. And we have got Grenadiers, Musketeers. We've got light infantry. So we're actually in good shape in terms of the units we've got. Here's our new uniform for the Stoners, which is cool there. And then we've got the cracked recruits who are no longer dead. LSD is there as well. So we've got a better quality army than them. And we could try holding this town. I could just hold this fence line like we did last time. Or even hold this fence line here, because now they spawned way further back. So if we hold this fence line, they'll have no cover. I think that's what we'll do. And then we have actual skirmishers that we can put in front of the army to screen. And so that should actually help us quite a lot. I'm going to put those guys in the town there. Varangian Guard's going to go in the forest. Cracked recruits there. In fact, Cracked recruits has taken too many losses. I'm going to put them on the flank. Actually, you know what? Who's got... Nah, the Praetorians can hold that. That's fine, yeah. I'm going to put these guys in the forest. Yeah, there we go. Also, I will make more maps before release. But this is a historical battle. This is the Battle of Kostitz. And it's a real historical place. It's a shame we're not spawning on the right side, because this would probably be more fun to fight over. How long is this stream been going on for? I'm actually not sure. I think like 2 hours, but I'm going to try to beat the game. So this is going to be a very long stream, actually. Because I have not played the rest of the game in my previous streams, and I feel weird about doing that, because we're so close to release. I would like to actually get closer to beating the game to show you what that's like. And I actually not beaten it too much, because I have to work on the game so often. I don't have time to do like full start-to-finish playthroughs as much. I've beaten it a couple times, just not as much as I'd like. which means I may not win. Hey, you're playing my intended first campaign army. These guys are the high quality army, but smallest, right? Sort of. This is actually a third composition for the British that you have to unlock. And they are a quality oriented regiment. Angel, we could get like a Spartan regiment if you want for our Roman theme or ancient themed. We can get some Roman or Spartans. Wow, the morale loss from that shot was actually pretty extreme. All right, we have got our skirmishers in the forest crouching, and we could fire over them. So that gives us a little advantage there, and the LSD recruits will be kind of formed up like this. I think I'm gonna pull these guys. That cavalry, you see it on the right? I kind of want to pull and form like a inverted wedge, because I know that cavalry is gonna be attracted to the recruit attack. And I'm going to put the general there to rally them and hit them with 2 volleys. Wow. The morale loss on this is so extreme, I don't even know what to do. I got to pull back. The max range is to here, though, so if I pull back, I'm out of max range, which is good. Yeah, enemy artillery is just so good now. This is a little intimidating. It is a little intimidating. Doesn't a town provide cover? It does, but I was standing like in the open road between 2 buildings. So the positioning is a little weird. I could probably expand the cover zones, like what's considered cover, by a little bit. But in that case, my stance is a little awkward. I could probably just make it like, if you're in this area at all, you get cover. I should probably do that. So I'll put a note, because other people have mentioned that too. Like, consider expanding town cover to be more generalized. And then they're only engaging my skirmishers, so I'm going to pull them back to draw the enemy in, and then run back to position. This way, my Varangians can engage, and then I can run the skirmishers back up. And we see the cavalry there is kind of doing what I was thinking. I'm going to run up and get LSD a shot. Well, no, I don't want to risk it. I want to take out the provincial cavalry. I don't want to risk it. If I move these guys up and they expend their volley, the cavalry's going to side charge me. Now we can move our skirmishers back up, because we drew the enemy in. The artillery is refocused its attack. We're going to keep the Praetorian Grenadiers on the left flank. They'll use grenades when we can. Gosh, I'm scared this cavalry is going to take a long, deep flank, so I'm going to move up and just try to knock it out. I'm going to spread out to get the most powerful volley I can. And I'm going to hold fire so I can shoot at it. There we go. Once it's at, like, almost point-blank range. That's when I want to hit this thing. Nice. Okay, we're inflicting good kills here. And gonna just immediately open fire. Beautiful. There we go. I did not want to have to deal with that. Did I shatter them? Yes, I shattered them. That's awesome. Now we can get back into cover and swing these guys around. Oh, that was risky, the cavalry there. We still have one more cav unit to deal with, who's now charging through a river. I'm going to hold fire. Turn. And I'm going to fire when they're at point blank. I'm going to just hit them as soon as they're about to come in. Move my general. Where's my general at? Yeah, I do need to move the general. We'll move up like there. Here we go. Ready, and fire. I keep, like, charging, like, counter-charging, but you shouldn't do that, because you actually get a bonus if you're stationary and get frontally charged, and I keep giving up that bonus. And luckily, because we're in Region 1, the enemy cavalry is not that good. They're not fielding, like, cuirassiers or anything. They have worse units. Yeah, there we go. And then we can use the cracked recruits to flank. Here's where the main body of infantry is going to start pouring in. And we do have to watch our skirmishers, because the enemy loves to charge skirmishers, if we can see it. We're going to move the Praetorians back up. I think I might start using my grenades now. Here's where we're going to start relying on the grenades. But yeah, this is just a big recruit army, so we're actually doing fairly well. We got to be careful of that. Cavalry. Go. Oh, am I gonna make it? Oh, they slowed down because they entered the forest, so they just barely escaped in time. These guys are so close to reloading, I just got to tell them to shoot if they can. Ah, that's fine. The enemy backed off. They did not want to get hit with grenades. And we're just going to sit in the back and reload while we wait. Can you implement a mechanic that snaps regiments into cover so random soldiers don't stand in front of it? That's not really possible, unfortunately. You can't do that even in Total War. Maybe in the next game we can have a more sophisticated cover system. But yeah, in this case, some guys are just going to have to stand in front of it. It's just a limitation of the way we design things, unfortunately. All right, we're doing good. We're rolling down the enemy flank. By the way, in our next AI update, it's going to be kind of scary because let me show you a preview. The AI will actually send troops to go flank you down the side and roll down the side of your army. And then the main line will be in a straight battle line. Whereas here you can see they're all crowding. In the next version, what they would probably do is this guy would probably be standing in reserve. And then these two units would be trying to pressure my flank and push this guy back. So our AI is not as good in this version. So I'm able to take advantage. And I kind of need it because I'm struggling right now. But in that next version, we've got some pretty cool AI updates that I'm excited to show off next time. Also, the cavalry will be even smarter. I think I was talking about that before. In this particular battle, you saw we took care of their cavalry fairly early on. But in the next update, the cavalry is going to be quite smart and perhaps more dangerous, too. Yeah, I do need to swing the general to the left and maybe rally that little group. The grenadiers are sitting ducks, yeah. I'll move them back. They're taking a beating. And my cracked recruits are actually quite brave, pushing down the right flank. Alright, let's get this volley off. This should break them here. Ready. Fire. Retreat. I'll move up there, and then they're gonna break, shatter them if they can fire at them while they're retreating. Skirmishers are doing great. Look, 500 kills, 30 losses. That's awesome. Gosh, the Grenadiers, I think it's because I'm using them as shooting infantry, but look, they have less accuracy. And they only have 40 accuracy there, but the shock and charge is really high, but I'm just not using them for that. I think it's because they came in the battle pretty low strength. So I do need to prioritize getting them at full strength and using them to charge. Like, imagine if my Grenadiers were on the right and I could charge down the line. That would have been much better, I think. I don't need to shoot these guys because they are already running, so I'm just going to advance instead. There we go. I think we can fast forward this. Just watch the general. There, I'll get a little more cover if I go on top of the building there. So I'm at 42 cover, which is better. And I think what we'll do is we'll probably fire at him. Oh, my guys were on hold fire. That's why they were getting torn apart. They were on hold fire the whole time. Okay, and then we will... They're on hold fire too. Oh, I'm such an idiot. We're gonna grenade them. If you select it... Yeah, they want to... I can't throw the grenade on the side angle. We're redoing the grenade throwing thing as well. I forget. Oh, what's really cool with the new grenade throw system, we're going to have it so you can click grenades and draw out the angle that you want instead of it being predetermined like this. So that'll be a cool update I'll show off next time. But from this side angle, it's too awkward. I am going to charge them because they are recruits, and I think I'll be able to break them here. There we go. And I will do them around the melee buff. And I need to get the general over. Just because these guys had low morale to begin with. I don't want to break. I should be able to win that, though. Look how fast they're going down. There we go. General's nearby. Broke them. And so we should be able to roll down this flank now. Come on, guys. Charge in. There you go. Shattered them. Move down. Got them to retreat, too. We'll charge in there as well. And just sweep down the left flank. Alright, there we go. Do the officer abilities affect the whole division or just the unit he's assigned to? It's the whole division. But honestly, the active abilities are actually going to be removed in the next update in favor of passives. Because players are just not using them. And I don't find them that useful. And they're a little confusing. Like, you were just like, who does the active ability actually affect? So we'll switch it out for passives, and the passives just give bonuses to the whole division constantly, which makes it a little less micro-intensive, which I think is better. This volley on the side should be quite good. We just have to... Let's have our general just fuck up the artillery. It's undefended. We'll hit them on the side. The game is sped up right now. I'm just speeding up because I know I'm going to win this. There we go. Shattered him out. We'll charge them. And that should break them. There we go. All right. Still pretty bloody, but at least we got through that, and hopefully now we can start to pick up a little momentum again. And we desperately need that food. Look, 300 food is a lifesaver here. Much better. We just need the manpower next. Lots of promotions being issued. Very good. Let's see what we can give. Oh, the Stoner Lamolets can already go up to Hanoverian foot. Very good. Stoner Hanoverians. Cracked recruits need 4 veterancy to get up to there. And then LSD is fine. These guys are all fine, yeah. And then Peter Griffin can get an upgrade. This is like a more melee-oriented division, it seems. Movement speed, but less accuracy. I feel like that's not bad if we're focusing on melee, but I don't want to lose that much accuracy. I'd almost rather take careful. I know it's somewhat counterintuitive, but losing 10% accuracy sucks. Again, I'm reworking all the skills. That skill is actually completely reworked, but in this version of the game, I just have to play by what the current balance is. Okay. All right, we're doing good now. Let's put the Grenadiers back up a little bit. We'll give a little bit of ammo distribution to everybody. Here we go. And I'm not looking forward to that headquarters battle. Why is every regiment a reference to drugs? Well, we've got the cartel division, and then we've got our Roman, we'll call it the ancient division. The ancients. What should we rename our Legion Britannique Musketeers? In the ancient-themed division. We've got Praetorians, Varangians, and... I could do, like, Carthaginians. I almost feel like, because they're skirmishers, they should almost be, like, Gauls or something, you know? I don't think these guys are Spartans because they're light infantry, you know what I mean? Who would be, like, a slinger or an archer? Who are like the really good archers in the Middle East? Like the Parthians? Who are they called? Does anybody know? Parthian archers? Or Cretan? Yeah, Cretan archers. Or Velites. Velites would be a good one. I do like Velites, because that's more Roman themed. Scythian archers, Cretan archers. Yeah. Let's, I'll have you guys vote. which unit name. Do you guys like the Velites? We'll do Balearic Slingers. Or Iberian, but I think Balearic is their more official name. There we go. Balearic Slingers or Scythian. We'll do Cretan Archers. There we go. You guys can vote for what you want this unit to be themed around. Seems like the Velites are winning. They are fitting the Roman theme, yeah. Why don't we just call this the Legion? And then we've got our Praetorians, Varangians, and the Velites. We'll do first Velites. What do we want to call these guys? Like skirmishers? And then canteens are somewhat nice, but we don't need them. 8 stamina is actually quite good. Riding boots and a horse. When we get cavalry, we should keep that. We'll sell this. We'll keep the canister shot for when we get artillery. We'll sell the rest of those. And then we need to go left, right? There's a convoy left, and we're going to swing all the way around. That's what we're going to do. There was a patrol that just went by, I just saw. Oh my gosh, are you kidding me? Shit. I don't want to fight that. I'll go force march and to the right. I just don't want to fight it. I need the manpower first. We've got the food to run away. I don't want to take the outpost either. Well, that one's easy to go to. Oh, interesting, guys. Interesting. If we give up an officer, we get a heavy infantry unit. I think that is definitely worth it. I think that's definitely worth it. Which officer do we give up? Peter Griffin or Walter White? Walter White gives... This is so stupid. Walter White gives movement speed and morale, and more morale, so 20% morale buff. Peter Griffin is just improving accuracy and slowing everybody down. He's got a couple of these little abilities. Walter needs to go. Walter needs to go. I don't know. I feel like the morale buff sounds pretty good. I mean... I think I might give away Peter Griffin, honestly. That's a tough one, isn't it? I'll let you guys vote. Who leaves? Peter Griffin or Walter White? Because the only thing is, in terms of gameplay, Peter Griffin gives... The steady man doesn't really work that well. No quarter it does work. It gives you a melee buff. And you could just get 10% passive accuracy. Walter White gives us 5% movement speed, 5% morale, 15% more morale, and a little bit of extra fire damage received, and a 50% cover bonus when we activate that. So, that's a tough one. Who leaves? Peter Griffin. Everybody's voting. Okay, yeah, Peter Griffin leaves. Sorry, Peter. I want the heavy infantry. Oh, beautiful. Look at that. Highland Grenadiers. Oh, hell yes. What should we name these guys after, like a Scottish, or like a, what do you call them? Like the Picts. Or the, they could be Spartans, honestly. They could definitely be Spartans. Because they're heavy infantry. We'll make them Spartans. We'll go the 42nd Spartan Grenadiers. I like that. And we'll have our 2 Grenadier regiments up at the top. And then what we'll do is we'll match the flags up. So see how the Varangians have blue, yellow, blue? We're going to go and do a stripe. And do yellow, blue. What am I looking for? This one. There. So see how the flags complement each other? And then these flags will complement each other. What we'll do is we'll do the stripe pattern there. And Then we will give him the same... We'll actually give him like a Scottish lion. And then maybe invert his flag as well, so it's white on the top and red on the bottom. Looks almost like Bohemian, actually, like that. I don't know if I like that. What else can we do for them? I like this. That's actually not bad. And they both have lions facing different ways. Look, the lion's pointed to the right. That one's a lion pointed to the left. We could just do that at that point. Do you guys like that? I think that works. And then our LSD recruits, we need to give a uniform alteration. Let's give these guys yellow facings. And we'll give them an inversion. The LSD and the stoners will... Actually, you know what? I feel like these guys, the stoners and the cracked, both wear red, so they should have kind of complementing flags. So I'll give these guys actually a green color. And then this guy will go orange. Yeah. What color does LSD make you think of? What's an LSD color? It's like rainbow, right? Like pink and blue and... What's a trippy color we could give them? The trippiest color we could give them is maybe... I don't know, maybe the light green or purple? Purple's a good one. Actually, yeah, purple's good. I like that for the... Oh, let's do like a pattern. What's a good trippy pattern we can create? I would say like purple, maybe purple and white would be good. Or purple yellow. Purple and light green, let's see. That's what that would look like. That's dark green. Light green's probably better. I thought pink was one of the colors. Yeah, it depends on the country you're playing as. Yeah, purple and green actually works quite well. Depends on the country you're playing as, but we definitely want to add more colors. So we will probably just add some more. What kind of flag do I... I'll give them this flag. Alright, we're really decking our army out now. And we have to continue running. Let's hit up this convoy. Actually, let's go to Biden Cop. Biden Head. Grab the manpower that we need. I'll grab 2 of it. And a little bit of food. We're going to sell the crap we don't need. And we have cavalry and artillery that we want. The artillery's 900. Do you guys want to go for cavalry or artillery? What should be our goal? Because I don't think we can keep the cav stuff and the artillery stuff. I think one has to go. In order to try to raise money. Artillery. Mainly people are saying artillery. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to keep... Or we're going to sell our cavalry stuff. Now we're up to 700. They cost 1,000 there. Is there any city nearby that has a discount on artillery? Ammunition, reservists. By the way, the headquarters is going to come on day 100. So 14,000 men are going to come on day 100. We have out of 7,700. Okay. We're actually almost ready to take on that headquarters. Need more manpower. I just need to fully refill all this. So that means we're not going to be getting any new units for now, because we do need to just take care of our existing units. Gosh, that manpower is such a problem. I don't think I need the ammo, to be honest. I think everybody has enough. And I want to keep the canister shot. We can raid. I think I want to get to the next convoy, because there's somebody chasing me, and I want to see if I can get them off my tail. Traveling merchants provide an escort. A group of merchants is passing through the area under light guard. They request assistance in defending their wagons from bands of highwaymen. We may assign a portion of our reserves and ammunition. I think it's just actually reserves. Whether modest or generous, but we must understand that anything we commit shall be at risk. The further they travel, the more time it will cost us. So, does this cost any time? It may cost us time. We'll see. I have 400. I'm going to provide a small escort. And it returned. Okay. Your Grace, the detachment returned with the merchants in good order. The escort beat off 2 attempts by highwaymen. The wagons kept their line and reached the pickets by nightfall. The merchants paid for the service with coins and goods and speak well of our conduct. The road is clear. So I think we actually get the reservists back that we lended them, and then we get some money and items that they found, which is very good. We got boots, tea, and haversacks. I'll probably sell those. Nothing seems too special there. And then we're going to move up. I was distracted reading the chat. I'll fight this battle. Better to show the chance of success rather than likely. The thing is, Austin, it's personal preference with RPG games. I want you to feel like a general, and no one walks up to a general and says, "Sir, there's a 47% chance that the merchants survive." Instead, it's far more likely that you go, well, if we provide them enough men, there's a moderate chance they make it out. But if we give them a little more men, it's likely that it's going to succeed. So for me, I care more about the roleplay and the immersion, and I think it's more immersive to see terms like likely and unlikely and moderate rather than exact percentages, which I think you only need to play the game for a little bit to actually understand what a likely chance feels like. Like, you might roll 10 encounters and go, all right, you know what, likely, it's feeling like usually that's about 70%. But I think that's kind of how I want to make the player feel, is just, you know what I mean? So this force we should be able to dominate. We basically caught off a patrol off guard, and a larger force behind us of 10,000 is pursuing us. What I think we'll do is we'll crush this little patrol that we've pretty much ambushed, that we ran into, and then continue north up the road and use the goods that we take from it and sell it off. But this should be a battle where we can basically charge them down because it's a small patrol force that we caught off guard. So we should probably be able to charge these guys and knock them out. We have our Velites, Varangians. Let's get the stoners and the cracked guys out of there. We've got like a drug epidemic in our army right now. Praetorians, but we've like the most regal, noble units, like the Spartans and Praetorians, along with the LSD. I don't know about you guys, when I think of these regiments, I just literally picture them as just being high as shit. So it's almost giving me a bias against using them, even though they're not actually using any drugs. All right, we have the Velites, Varangians. Where's our Spartans? These guys are cool. Look at that. Our elite Spartans. And our enemies are lots of recruits. I honestly think I may just use like really heavy shock tactics and push in with assault columns. And then I may even attach the Velites to the stoners and stuff. Thing is, the forest is going to slow us down, so I'm going to move on the left instead. There we go. So I'm going to rush forward like that. And then these troops are also going to go forward. There we are. This is going to be a long stream. Yeah, I know it is going to be a long stream. I don't have to play to completion, but I figured I've never beaten the game on stream, and it feels kind of wrong. So yeah, I'm not sure. How come the patrols are almost as strong as field armies? Like, there's a difference of 2k troops. It's mainly quality, Hadato. Like, these guys had 6,000, and the field army behind me had 10,000, and the field armies come with, like, higher quality troops, and patrols are usually groups of recruits. The reason that the patrols look so big is that they're French, and the French have 1,600 guys in a regiment, you know, compared to one of mine that has 800 in some of my units. So they're giant, so that's why they look overinflated, but look at the morale. The morale of these recruits is 27. Okay, so they have 27 morale. Compare that to, like, my Spartans have 71 morale. I didn't even give them any items. So this is just a much more, like, quality-focused build that I have, and that's why the number disparity seems so large. The Poppy Division. Tavington's Dragoners. Yeah, that's a good one. All right, our Velites are going to skirmish with their Grenzers. And I'm just going to slam these guys straight into the front of their line. I feel pretty good about doing that. I'll let these guys be dealt with by the Velites and my regular troops. Look how fast the Hanoverians are. What's their movement speed? 32 compared to 19 and 19. Wow. The Hanoverians are nice and quick. I like them. They're nice. I think the highest movement speed are my Highlanders. These guys can fly. Oh my gosh. Wow. All right. 6-pounders. Yeah, that was kind of horrible. Well, Let's not be too cocky. Let's spread out a little bit. We shouldn't be going in columns against artillery like that. I'm just getting way too cocky. That's why you need artillery. I know, I do need the artillery. Alright, we're pushing up. Damn. We do have grenades with the Spartans, which is cool, so we can throw a grenade before we go in. Yeah, this is Barry Lyndon at the moment. I'm gonna hit them. There we go, and then let's get the grenades in. Oh, they can throw pretty far. They got good arms. Nice. Okay, one more grenade, and they're gone. Gotcha. Yeah, I was a little too risky with the Spartans, probably. Come on, guys, get that one more grenade toss out, and they're gonna run. There we go. I'm gonna pull these guys back now. They take way too high losses. I'm gonna spread the Spartans out before they get nailed by artillery. Those guys will be able to hit them. And then I'll swing around and charge around the side. For the grenade throwing update, will you have to move your units to the furthest point you draw, or will it throw as long as they're within range? Yeah, it'll throw as long as they're within range. It should be fine. Yeah, light infantry gets really nailed by some of these charges here. Look at these Praetorians. Firing artillery straight to our back. Oh, a stray shot of artillery hit their own guys, which is excellent, and routed them. I will charge these guys. I don't know why they're not wanting to charge. There we go. And then let's move the Highlanders back. They've had enough, I think. Fast forward this. And I'm going to let them grind all those kills and gain some experience. And then I want these recruits to actually engage the bulk of this enemy force over here, because I want them to gain the experience. There we go. I'm going to let them just fire it out. This way they can hopefully get some kills, because they only have like 50 kills, right? So, oh damn, the Hanoverians just had to ruin it. In fact, the Velites don't need to be involved here. I really want these recruits to actually just get some more kills. Practice. Come on, guys. There we go. And with the Varangians can charge in now. Oh, yeah, you're right. I do need to take out the artillery. Damn. All right, there we go. Dun 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 dun. Okay. We got plenty of items. We got bayonets, uniforms. Damn, breastplates for cavalry would be nice, and saddles now. It's the game's really wanting me to get cavalry. I have no ammo. I took 1,000 losses. We have enough food. We get 200 food, or we get... I feel like 1,000 manpower would be nice, because we've got the money to buy our food that we need. I just want to be at full strength. I really want to be at full strength. There we go. go. And then refill all the ammo. Look at that. Everyone's now full strength. We're looking way better. LSD recruits can get a promotion. I think, do we want to hold off on promoting these guys, the LSD recruits? Where do we... Maybe we'll hold off and then turn them into cavalry when they're ready. They'll be the dragooners, yeah. The dragoons. Alright, we've got a town here that we can sell a bunch of crap off. Is there anything we could buy? Highland Foot, artillery, Redcoat recruits, more artillery, more artillery. Wow, just tons of artillery here. I wish there was a cavalry unit. We've got some new officers, but they're quite expensive. This one's good. Flanking fire damage, plus 25%, but he costs so much. This guy would only be 200, but I feel like I don't need an officer right now. Buy artillery. Yeah, I should probably buy the artillery. The cheapest one I can get is 956. Can I get enough money for 956? How much money will I have if I do this? Oh, I will, and I can keep the canister shot. Hold on. Okay. All right, check that out. Check that out. 720 to get our next division. That's expensive as hell. Now we equip the canister rounds. And then we'll call this the, what name are we giving this artillery? The pipeweed artillery. That's perfect. I mean, that is just perfect. They'll be also green and purple. Ah, I keep messing up. Oh, I meant to do that. There we go. I'll give them, like, the inverted version. Yeah. And then the pattern we'll give them will be that. I think both of these guys look quite simple. Actually, I like the lion. I like the lion just hanging out. Well, that looks better on that pattern. That looks nice. I like that. Now they're different. And then this guy can get, because he's Hanoverian, I'll get the horse with the grass. I like the grass underneath. That's nice. Okay, we're looking pretty good. We're in good shape here. Do we need any food or manpower or anything? I don't think so. We can probably raid this area. They have cheap reservists. That's the only thing that's nice. So here's what we'll do. We'll let the British subsidy kick in for a couple days and use that to buy the discounted manpower and then raid it. And, oh, shit. It's 10,000 of them. We probably want to fight that. I'm just afraid of this army is about to come soon. Can I knock out the rest of these convoys? 1, 2, 3. Well, I think I can do the convoys. I think I need to do those convoys. It's gonna get... Ooh. This is usually food. No, it's a hunt. No, the hunts are important. I'm a little low on food, so I've got to fight this army. Yeah, I need the food. Hungarian, it's a bunch of Hungarians and Grenzers, some French with really good artillery here. That's not good. We do need a cavalry unit desperately to deal with. Yeah. Well, we'll win the battle and we'll convert the prisoners into food. As wrong as that sounds. Your army's constantly starving. I know, because I have difficulty modifiers on. I'm playing with a bunch of difficulty modifiers. Like, one of them increases food consumption by 50%. Alright, this is a map that we've not been on before. What position do we want? We've got all this over here, by the way, but... I mean, I could move to this. It'd be interesting to draw up against that fence in the hill. But I don't think I want to move that far. I think I'd rather just go along the farms here. But then the enemy's going to be in the forest. How about on the left? I could just really build around this hill. Where do you guys think I should set up? We could do the hill, we could do the farms, or we can do the right flank. I think this area seems not so bad. Plus we have a little hill on the right. Yeah, we'll put the artillery. We could, if we rush this hill, we could put the artillery on it. Here's what we'll do. The Spartans and the Praetorians are going to push that hill to guide the artillery up. And then the rest of the army is going to hold the farms. In fact, I might attach the Varangians as well. And then that. So these guys are going to go up through there. And I'll advance like that. Move him up. And then I'll do that. And this. Here we are. Forward! It's hard to take these guys seriously, looking all cool in their uniforms when their name is the Pipeweed Regiment or the LSD recruits. It's a little hard to take them as seriously. The Velites are actually pretty good. I'm happy that we got them. How's our other flank? This is like our German-Scottish division. I thought we assigned bagpipers. I guess we didn't. I thought we gave bagpipers to the Highlanders. Maybe I... Did I ever get bagpipers? I don't think I did. Alright, we are getting engaged over here, or about to. So, let's be careful. I'm gonna rush up. How's our stamina? Our stamina's okay. I'm gonna rush up there. These guys need to run. We need to run to position. I think what I'll do is I'll put the skirmishers in the forest, actually. Put the Hanoverians in the middle. Put the cracked recruits on their left flank, and then LSD is going to go up on the right. And then the artillery is almost up to the hill position. And if we open a slot up, we can even let it use canister shot. I'm going to have the Praetorians move this way. Spartan Grenadiers are going to hold the middle. Actually, you know what? I'm going to put the Spartan Grenadiers behind the Praetorians because they have such low manpower, and put the Varangians in the middle. And then the Spartans can be guided by the Praetorians pushing up, and then they can charge through their lines. All right, here we go. First shots. How's the artillery? Let's form it up. I love these Hessians. Doesn't the uniform look nice on these guys? The meter caps and the flag, they just look really good. All right, we're using our artillery. We got a couple kills with it. How's Walter White doing? Walter! Yeah, he's doing good. Cover effectiveness, morale. We get a lot of morale buffs from him. The hill on the battle map is a 2D drawing. Yes, it is. It is. The 3D in this game is an illusion. This game actually used to be completely 2D. Did you know that? The whole thing was from one fixed camera angle, orthographic, fully 2D. Even all the buildings and everything was. So that was the only thing we couldn't get to be 3D when we tried to convert it, was that the hills, there's actually no 3D... I mean, technically the trees are standing up on a higher axis, but... Yeah, unfortunately we couldn't get the hills to look nicer. With the next game that we do, if we get the opportunity to make another game, we will likely... switch all this out and just use like a better 3D terrain system. Because we originally want to make this a 2D game, and we've just slowly shifted it during development without proper planning. And so we ended up not getting as cohesive of a look as we maybe should have gone for. But I don't think it looks bad. Once you get used to it, I think it's fine. Alright, I'm going to switch over to canister and move up. And then move these guys this way. I'm gonna have these grenadiers go around and engage that cavalry. And then our other guys are holding the right flank here. General's being targeted by artillery. I don't think the general's being targeted. Yeah, no, they're targeting the left flank. Oh, who's charging? Whoa. If they had not yelled, they would have known. Alright, we'll hold our ground too. There we go. Yeah, see if we held our ground and diminished their morale more. We're loading up canister shot. I love canister shot. If you get double canister, it's even better. Let's see what we do. Alright, not bad. Like 15 kills a shot. Who's charging? Oh, no. Run, 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 run! Oh, no. Oh, that is not good. Damn. Caught my skirmishers. Oh, they switched targets. No. Get out of there. It's chaos. Oh, they see a target. Switch, switch, and switch, and switch. Oh, this is not good. All right. We need to stop them. Oh no, if they charge them, we're done. If they charge them, we're done. Oh, that's horrible. They're fucking dead. Damn, that sucks. I would have to refight the battle. I can't. Damn. I don't know, man. I don't know what to do about that. That really sucks. I left the artillery exposed. They're gonna all die. It's $1,000 wasted. I have to refight that if that's the case. One thing we are gonna change. Here's the frustrating part. At the moment, if artillery is tapped, they instantly surrender and they're gone. They're all dead. In our October schedule, we have it slated where artillery will fight back for at least like a minute, or not a minute, a couple seconds, maybe 30 seconds. They'll just try to fight back and hold them off so that you can try to relieve them. But right now, if they get touched, they're dead. So I have to just bank on interrupting. Oh! I did it! I interrupted them. I interrupted them. I don't have to refight it. Oh, that's awesome. I did it. I did it, I did it. Isn't that awesome? That is great. Oh, we canistered them in the back. Yeah, that's payback. Nice, shattered. There we go. Wow. That was very close. Well, now we learned a lesson that we won't expose our artillery next time. Wow. That was very stressful. That was a $1,000 unit. Which it's not performing great right now, but artillery, once you get the ball rolling, you just gotta get it like items, better artillery, or a better cannon, and get it some veterancy, level it up, and then it can start getting like 1,000 kills a battle. But it's like an investment. You just have to like keep it and cultivate it for a while. I'm gonna get the grenades in. There we go. Yeah, we absolutely need to... Yeah, the Varangians do need to get a medal for that. They literally just saved the artillery. They saved them. Ah, that grenade toss is not going to be even worth it. You have 2 grenadiers, just charge them. Yeah, I was about to do that, but they're already breaking. I'm going
mean, I could try to follow these guys. And then roll down the right flank. Swap over the solid shot, swivel the gun, and then fire down the flank. It's basically 2 separate battles happening at once. Yeah, there are. We're racking up the kills here. If we can get these guys to... They're already Veterancy 5. If we can get them, like, Veterancy 9, that's going to be great. They're retreating. They see this happening, and they're like, yeah, we're out of here. We are routing. These guys are going to try to get at least 1 shot off before leaving. Oh, that was stressful. That was really stressful when we could have lost all of our artillery. I really did not like that. We got to be more careful. I already did save scum once by reloading when we lost our when our troops starved. I'm gonna let the recruits just continue grinding away because I want them to get experience. So look, I'm gonna let these guys just try to rack up some kills. Ah, battle's over. All right. The game will come out on October 27th. So we've actually got a good amount of time to continue polishing, balancing. All the content is done. All of the content of the game is finished. We just have to like make some AI improvements, make some melee improvements, fix a couple bugs here and there, and then mainly focus on balancing. Balancing is going to be something it's just taking us a while to do. There's just so many items, so many units, so many armies that can spawn in. So there will be regional pricing. I am thinking of pricing the game at $29.99 and then having a big launch day sale. So it'll probably be in US dollars like $23.99 on launch day, which is not, I don't think that's too much. And then the regional pricing will adjust it. So if you're in Argentina or you're in Mexico, you do not have to pay hundreds of your local currency. So yeah, we're gonna try to make sure it's regionally priced for all the different currencies that we can and make sure it's fair. I know there's plenty of strategy games that I like that I play that completely opt out of regional pricing, and because I guess they're just trying to avoid people exploiting it and switching the region, but I don't care. I will regionally price it and make sure that there's a good launch day sale as well. Yeah. Let's see here. What do we need the food, right? 400 food is great. Plus we get cash. If we can open that 3rd division, yeah, the 2 gorgets are good. The silver gorgets are worth a lot. 150, 150. Now they sell for less, but I think I want to go 1, 2, and 3. Let's do that. We're gonna hit this. Winter's coming. Okay. Okay, yeah. That's all the more reason to hit these convoys because they're going to give us that bonus, which will reduce food consumption. Awesome. Let's grab the 60 and get out of there. Let's force march because we have the food. I don't want to engage them. I don't really want to fight this. I didn't really replenish like I should have. Should be an easy enough battle. I could fight this and then just hit up that village. They're a really small force, so it doesn't matter too much. Yeah, this won't be a tough battle. I just didn't want to have to fight it, because I just got done fighting a battle. But we'll knock this one out. We've got a village to our left. We'll drop off the goods, purchase the 3rd division. We'll have a 3rd division slot open. We'll take out those last 2 encounters, which will give us a doctrine that reduces food consumption, and then we're going to be in a better spot. But yeah, this one shouldn't be too bad. I'm just going to play pretty defensively here. I'm just going to let them come to me. I'm going to preload canister shot. I'm going to let my recruits gain even more experience from this. I want to get these guys leveled up. If I have recruits in the headquarters battle, I don't think the enemy uses recruits in the headquarters, so it is pretty damn important that we are no longer using recruits by the time we fight that headquarters, because they're going to be tough. There's no guarantee we win that. So I'm going to have the recruits hold the center of the line. Move these guys around the side. Varangians, I'm going to hold them in reserve maybe, or just keep them on the far flank. And Spartans, I'll keep them on the far flank to deal with the cavalry. And then beyond that, we're going to hold like this. I'm going to pull the artillery just a little bit back. Yeah. And I'm going to fast forward through most of this because it's just a small patrol. I don't think this battle's going to be that interesting to watch, so we're going to fast forward through most. I'm going to outflank these guys here. There we go. I'm going to rush these guys over, charge them. They're recruits, and I have grenadiers, so I should be able to grind these guys down, as you can see here. Artillery, we're going to use that. I'm going to open up a little bit more of an opportunity for the canister to be used here. I'm going to hold them there. There we go. All right, ready? Canister shot into the rear. Ready? Nice. 50 kills is okay. Thing is, we only have 3 cannons. We need to upgrade this battery, get 5 cannons, and then get a double canister rounds, and upgrade the ordnance. We're only using a 3-pounder. And then we could probably get like 250 kills from that instead. But it's still not bad just to get a little bit of experience with the artillery there. We'll charge these guys down. Yeah, this is not a tough battle at all. I'm going to knock out that artillery in a sec. Use these guys to go flank there. Knock those guys out. Charge. There. Hit the artillery. Okay, we are going to get hit with the Chevalier, but that's okay. We should be able to take them out too. Got it. Then sweep around the rear and... we're out of range. That's why we haven't been doing much to them. Yeah, this is these are punching bags. This is just for training. This is a training exercise. Oh, our Hanoverians are out of ammo. Yeah, we do need to go re-equip and not be stupid. Because after the last battle, I never re-equipped ammo or manpower. I do want these recruits to just get more kills here. So I don't want to use the rest of my guys, because I need the recruits to level up. They're getting close, like a level 3 and a level 2. They're very close. I might make these cracked recruits cavalry. That might be good for us. I'm going to let everyone else watch and see the recruits take them on. Is there a baggage train at the back of the map? Only if you're playing as Prussia. It depends if your officer has the trait organized. If you have the organized trait, then you do get a baggage train, and otherwise you do not. There we go. We're getting good kills here. They're going to break. There we go. I think that was worth just getting the recruits that extra buff. What happened to the stoners? I don't know what happened. I'll check where the stoners are. Do we need the food? Food and cash might be good. I don't need manpower. We only lost 700. We'll be okay without the manpower. I'll take the food and cash. There we go. We got 1 promotion out. Level 4. It's nice. LSD, Stoner, Hanoverians are there. I wasn't engaging or putting them into combat because they... There we go. Because they were already leveled up. So, sell the gorgets. Oh, I love buckshot. Sell the tea. Sell the uniforms. We've got a saber and a saddle and a breastplate. I mean, this is just begging for cavalry to be used here. We got double buckshot. I do want to keep that. Buckshot is so useful. Oh, I hate how it scrolls like that. Shouldn't do that. 20 stamina. That's actually a bug. It should be like 10 stamina, but I will exploit my own bugs. So I will use this. I'm going to sell the tea, sell the uniform. I don't need the alcohol. Cartridge box. Do we need it? I don't think we've really run low on ammo in battles so far, so I think we're okay to do that. Then we can purchase the manpower, refill, get a little bit more, refill again. Now we're set. Open up that 3rd division slot. Check for recruitment. We got more redcoat recruits or subsidy recruits. Okay, just regulars. That's fine. I think that's a good call anyways. Can anyone get upgraded into cavalry? They would need to be level 3. I can make these guys cavalry, but British foot is just better. Like dragoons. Is this worth it? Let's see. 20 and 15 and a 40 morale versus 25 and 20 and a 35 morale. This guy is better to be cavalry, in my opinion. So the British, we want to keep them waiting, and we can just drill and level them up real quick. Let's open up a division slot. I'm going to sell a little bit of... I want to get one more recruit, right? We want to get 682, 637. We need 637. How do we want to do that? Give away 1 buckshot. Give away the gators. No, these are so good. Saddles, breastplates, hussar sabers. We get up to 607. How much do we need? We need 637. So we need to sell 2 items. I'd get rid of 1 buckshot because we already have one. And then I'd get rid of a lackluster item that we don't really care to use. That's actually decent. What's a lackluster item? I think everybody has good items. Honestly, I'll get rid of the boots. I don't really need the stamina. It has not caused me a problem so far. So I'll get rid of that and purchase the subsidy recruits. Yeah. I got 27 left. That's fine. We need a new theme for that unit. I do need $50 in order to get the buckshot equipped, or I'll just temporarily unequip. Actually, you know what? These guys are supposed to be charging. Spartans can get the buckshot before they charge in, because I've been moving them up close anyways. The glue sniffer. I don't think we're doing no more drug theme for the 3rd division. We need a new theme, okay? No more drugs. The Albuquerque police. Yeah, all right, John. We could do a historical division. Let's do that. Let me look on Chronoscoff, and let's pick a cool unit to model this after. So this could be Hessian or Hanoverian. It could be Hessian or Hanoverian. Let's check out. What would you guys prefer this one to be? A Hessian army or a Hanoverian one? Oh, it's pretty mixed so far. 3 people say Hessian, 2 on Hanoverian. 4, we'll go Hessian. We're gonna go Hessian, so let's do... We can make them the first guard. These guys here, they'd have red facings. There's no flag. Do the Hessians not have flags? Did they not bring flags? Maybe. These guys are kind of neat. I like the orange. They're just red. I feel like red is a bit generic. I'd rather do something more unique. Buff is kind of cool for the Yssenberg infantry. I'm thinking either Yssenberg or the orange Haudering. Arab prints. Somebody wanted the Arab prints before. That's cool. They're full yellow. Or pink. Oh, that's neat. Let's do the yellow Arab prints. I like them. 7th Arab prints. And are they musketeers or what are they? Lieb regiment. And they're yellow. I don't have pink, unfortunately, as an option, so we'll go yellow. And then the Arab prints, do they not carry a flag? That's nuts. Well, we'll just make a cool flag. What we'll do is we'll do yellow and black, maybe? We'll see. We'll do the Hessian symbol here, like that. There we go. I like that. And then they had yellow or pink, so why don't we go like yellow-purple? That's close enough, right? Well, we're going to add more colors later, so later on we could probably have pink as an option, but for now we just don't. But yeah, that's our air prints. Colonel Beans, the colors that you get, the color palette, depends on the nation you're playing as. So Prussia has pink, but Britain does not. Alright, that's enough for our manpower. What was the next thing that we wanted to do? We wanted to make a little bit of money. Probably raiding, just for a sec. Okay, we've got winter. Oh, Jesus. Why not use a wheel color? We will add one later. We just haven't had the time to code that in. All right. We're in winter. And winter means provision consumption, less campaign move speed, and visibility. We're using 24 food a day, so we have to be really careful about food. I need to get to these convoys. If I get to the convoy, I can reduce my food consumption by 25%. I'm gonna forage in the forest. Only 7 food. Oh! I got ambushed in the forest. Well, this is a bigger army. We're gonna fight these guys and then hit the convoy. And then go left and get the other one. Let's go in. And this battle should give our guys enough experience to get a cavalry. We should be able to get a cavalry unit. Austrian jump scare, I know, yeah. Okay. So, we can hold... I think we just hold this hill and move the rest of the guys down the lane. I think that's the way to go. Let's get the Lieb Regiment, LSD recruits, and cracked recruits. These are all of our recruit regiments. We want them to get experience. So we're going to put them in the front line. So we're going to move them there. Because that headquarters battle is going to be real tough. That headquarters battle will have 5 divisions. It's going to be a full stacked army. So we need to make sure we get as much experience going as possible. And Stoner Hanoverians can go on the right. These recruits can hold the center. Yeah. Alright, Velites, move up. Artillery. I'm going to keep the artillery in the back, nice and safe. Like maybe on the hill there. And not use canister shot. I'm just going to use round shot. Because I don't want to risk it in a big battle like this. I'm going to move along the lane here. Move these guys up. Get these guys going. Let's see what we're facing off against. More Chevalier. The cavalry is going to start getting good in the second region. We've got recruits we're fighting against. More recruits. Yeah, just wait until they start fielding grenadiers. And triple artillery, 2 of which are 6-pound guns. And they've got a hill, so we have to be careful about that. Put these guys there. Run those guys up. I'm gonna get buckshot equipped on the Spartans and start flanking already. And then the Varangians, I think what we'll do is have to put these guys half there. And then form up like that. There we go. And then our artillery is almost on the hill. And Braunschweig will need to go and reinforce any necessary flank. These guys are confident. Look at the 78 morale. That's giving them a 5% combat effectiveness buff. How are my Praetorians? Are they confident as well? Ah, they're not confident. I think it's because my general's not close enough to them. And we're missing an officer, that's why. Look, we have an officer slot. We do need to get an officer before that final battle so we can get that confidence buff. And again, I might use the strategy where the Jaegers... Here, I'm going to run up, take a shot, and then run back and draw them in. Deploy the artillery. Yep, it's ready. You're right. Okay, at least their artillery's aiming for skirmishers, which is good. An officer didn't die. I got in an event where I gave an officer to a supply post in exchange for a heavy infantry regiment, so I traded him out. Okay, now we're going to fall back. And we're going to fall back just as they try to form their battle line to waste their time. And then we have this body of infantry moving up on our right flank here. And our Spartans are going to be going on a little flanking mission. I do need to get them reloaded. So let's get these guys reloaded. Luckily, they're the furthest away from the artillery, so they're not attracting them, meaning we can travel in column. But we're going to reload buckshot. Damn, the artillery's concentrating fire over there. We'll move the officer up. Try to stop that. I don't have enough artillery range to really do counter battery fire, so we're not going to worry about that just yet. All right, here we go. Are we reloaded? All right, we are loaded. Let's move the Spartans up. Getting a couple kills. Okay, holding this battle line here. And this battle shouldn't be too bad. Like, we've got enough men. I don't think we're going to be risking very much right now. I'm going to form up with buckshot. I'm going to throw a grenade in, hit them with buckshot and charge, and just sweep down that flank. We do have to worry about the cavalry. That's the only thing. Yeah, they do not like that I'm advancing on them. If we're using buckshot, we do need to get a little bit closer, because the damage drop-off is pretty extreme. But they do not want us to get that close. I'm going to have to just take a shot before they run away too far. Wow. That is incredible with the buckshot rounds. The range is really short. You can see I'm using way less range, but that was a great shot. These guys are retreating now too. I'm being outranged. They're using Charlevilles, and I am being outranged. I need to go take a fight to them. Damn. Wow. I love the buckshot. That was good. Let's go deal with the cavalry and then sweep and try to take out the artillery. Why is the accuracy 160? The accuracy is 160 because they have buckshot rounds, but they have way less range. How effective is counter battery fire? I think it's actually overpowered right now, and I have to decrease it. Because people just use their artillery to immediately snipe the enemies and win. And I don't really like that because it feels a bit like an exploit because I overtuned it. Who's charging? They are charging. All right. Where's my skirmishers? Oh, they're in the back. Yeah, it finally feels like we have some momentum, that we're not struggling as much anymore. The game stutters with charges. Yeah, I noticed that too. There's an issue with follow-through. Like, when units get engaged in a melee, at times, they want to stop because there's a piece of code that is telling the units, hey, don't get stuck in a pursuit where you follow the unit around. And so they stop. But in stopping, it makes it look like a stutter. So something needs to be changed with the follow-through, which is on our roadmap for October before release, that the charges need to have more follow-through. They need to keep pushing even when the contact is made on a charge. Sometimes you'll see they push through, and other times they have a little moment where they stutter before they go in. But that's not too hard to fix. That's just something that's on our list that we have to get around to. Yeah, I will storm the hill soon. And that cavalry should be leaving. Here we are. Did soldiers use buckshot in the 7 Years' War? Yeah, the Russians actually used buckshot pretty commonly. And the Austrians actually used buck and ball pretty commonly as well. And there was another ammunition type called quartered musket rounds, where some troops, especially in the Hanoverian army, when sitting at camp, they would draw slits. They would cut slits into their musket balls so that they would fragment on impact. And we represent all of those ammunition types in the game as well. Okay, I'm going to fast forward through this part. don't like the cavalry taking a deep flank through the fog. We will try to address that. Yeah, it is like Bunker Hill with them up there, isn't it? Gosh, I'm really exposing myself. I'm just gonna charge these guys, I guess, and I'm in a dangerous spot. I gotta get the general over there. Because that cavalry's gonna go in and... Yeah, that's a tough position to be in there. Troops coming in, and I got the general on his way. There we go. General's here. Alright, we're breaking them. Yeah, that was a little dangerous on the right. Those Hanoverians really got chewed up. Hold them back. Gosh, yeah, they're getting torn apart. I'm gonna fast forward through that, and I'll win it. Yep. Dun, da, 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 da. We are getting very close now to the headquarters battle. I'm definitely going to take the food, because I know I'm going to be using a lot of food through the winter. We now have 1,000, which is a very good buffer we built. There we go. We're a little low on manpower. That's the only risk that we've got at the moment. We have lots of items. Let's get to that convoy. Oh my gosh, I can't see shit. Yeah, winter off-roading is great. It's hidden contraband, so in this encounter, we could search this guy. If we do a thorough search, he could try and provoke... It could be like an ambush. And I think I just want to do a passive search. And we didn't find anything. Let's move on. I think we can do our upgrade, as suggested. Get our cavalry that we want. And then our redcoats can actually get changed to the regular foot. Do you guys want British foot or Highlanders? I think we already have Highlanders, but we could play into that theme, or we could get regular British. What do you guys prefer? We got a couple... I think most people are saying British. Regulars... Yeah, we don't have any regulars, so let's try them out. There we go. Green facings to match. We'll go light green for them. Purple for both of these guys. And any other promotions to give out? Probably not. I could make these guys Jaegers, but I kind of like keeping them as their musketeers. I'd rather them just gain the veterancy, honestly. I do want to equip a bayonet. These guys are missing a bayonet completely, the skirmishers. I'm going to take the Warren bayonet and give that to the skirmishers. And then this guy, the Lieb regiment, I'm going to give him... Actually, no, I'm going to give the cracked recruits, who are now musketeers. I'm going to give them the proper bayonet. Give this guy the Warren one. And then we need to upgrade his weapon because he's using Warren muskets. So let's give him a Tula. Actually, I'm going to give him the land pattern and give the Tula over to the Spartan, I think. Because a Tula, I know I'm doing this really quickly. A Tula has less range, but more melee. And a Brown Bess has good accuracy, so I think that actually plays into the strengths better. And then... Oh, my Stoner Havarians can become Grenadiers. The Stoner Grenadiers. There we go. What else did I want to do? I want to take my cavalry and give them the carbines, so they can shoot now. And I want to give them cuirassier swords, very nice, along with heavy saddles, which will give us move speed and charge damage, and the breastplates. And then the rest I'm going to sell off. And that, to me, that puts us in a good spot. And I'm going to sprint to our last convoy. We just have to make sure we don't get ambushed. It's a fort. I do not want to go to a fort. I'm going to get to that last convoy. Oh! Okay, the armies are getting a little tougher. We've got Fusiliers, artillery, cavalry. I think we fight this, we get to the... I think the field armies spawn too often, by the way, because it's like, I don't want to... I have to fight this battle. I'm ready to fight the headquarters, honestly. Ambush after ambush, I know. I should probably reduce the, do... Reduce field army spawn rates. There we go. Fight and get the ammo. Yeah, I do need the ammo and manpower. It's actually a good thing. You're absolutely right. We'll fight this. But yeah, the field army spawn a little too frequently, so we'll change that. Because you should have a little bit of a break where you can kind of move around on the campaign map. At least this is a unique map. We have a town we're fighting over in the middle. I'm just getting tired of these crappy recruit armies. I want to fight something a little more challenging. A little low on ammo for the artillery, it seems. I think I forgot to reduce that. Keep these guys on the fence posts. These guys will hold the middle. I like these grenadiers now. They've got cool uniforms. Look at the green. They are definitely stoned out. You can see there. Varangians, Spartans, Praetorians. Do we have anybody new? Oh, we have the new British cracked musketeers. They're proper English musketeers now, which is neat. Here we are. I'm gonna like hold two flanks and squeeze them and have the skirmishers hold the middle. Oh, I have cavalry now too. That is nice having some cavalry. Yeah, I have my cavalry protect the artillery. I'm gonna send the skirmishers into the town, and then I'm just gonna hold the extreme flanks. And try to just converge into the middle. They've got one cavalry unit. I'm gonna move that around. And if we need to sacrifice the general for the artillery, we will. Do that. Move these guys up. Spread these guys out. Let's fire on the river line. Fire! Broke them. Yeah, these little field armies are now quite easy to us. Here we go. Gotta move these guys up. Fire on them. I'm not using my buckshot. I can't be too cocky, actually, because they've got 4 battalions here, and I could actually be in some trouble against that if I'm not careful. So I do need to not fast forward through too much. And then, yeah, we're going to be fighting in Vietnam in this forest over here. I'm going to spread the Varangians out just a little bit so we get that rank that's in the back to move up to the front. It would be an interesting challenge to have to fight a whole battle without the UI, to just, like, feel it out. Is my artillery not deployed? Am I stupid? It is, it is. It's just at way too... Yeah, the range, it's a crappy 3-pound gun. We need to upgrade that. There we go. Let's fast forward through that. Let's hit them here. These guys. And then, can the artillery fire? It can, yeah. What was the before any possible sieges. There is a siege mechanic in the game, but you don't fight it through a battle. You actually fight it through a series of events, but it's very costly. The sieges are actually quite good. They can give you new army doctrines. But I just don't have because I'm playing on the hardest difficulty, I just don't have the luxury of spending all the ammunition you would need to win a proper siege battle. Yeah, sorry if these battles I'm fighting now, like this battle and the last one, are a little more boring. It's not as tense because the enemy keeps throwing those field armies at us, but we're really ready to fight the headquarters. I think that's what we're actually ready for. So I just have to decrease the spawn rate of the field armies and give the player a little more breathing room, and then the pacing is going to be a lot better. Because I think I was having more fun in the beginning when the battles were tough. But now that I'm snowballing, I'm ready to take on elite units, but I'm just fighting recruits, and I feel like I can stomp on them right now. So it's still good to just get my army the experience, though. I do like that we're able to... like, that cavalry is probably going to get a bunch of experience from these kills that it gets. We'll throw these grenades in. Especially during winter. Yeah, I agree. I would even argue that by the time winter hits, the field armies should almost be completely stopped. And this way it's just you and the headquarters kind of roaming. Region 2 will become more challenging again. For people who have played it, they've said that it hits them like a brick wall. So I am ready to be hit with a brick wall. These guys are grinding out that experience. Beautiful. It's just the artillery is just, it's so crappy. We need to get a better gun equipped on it. It's just not able to get many kills. It's also just been out of ammo, so I can't really expect it to do too much anyways. Let's get the Lieb Regiment into a melee, because I want to get them experience. I'm going to have them fire a point blank if we can first. Do you have fire, charge? Let's see if we can upgrade these guys. Let's get them into a melee. Yep. And then charge them down. And who's the only enemy left? Just the artillery. There we go. All right, nice and easy. Easy, easy, easy. What about things like anti-cavalry spikes, ditches, and traps? Those are actually in the game, but I just have not come across them. I have not really been to many cities. I need the manpower and the ammo. We could probably recruit another regiment, too. Beautiful. Look at that. So, let's restore manpower. Good. Get the ammo situation under control, too. Level 7 Praetorian is awesome. Does anybody else need a promotion? I don't think so. The Lieb Regiment's doing good. At least they're level 1 now. I'm going to take the Spontoon, who's got it, and pass it on there to the Lieb Regiment. So that'll get them a 10% experience gain. And let's go hit up. There's the next field army, which we can run away from. Set it ablaze, use ammunition. Enemy headquarters loses strength. I like that. There we go. Provision consumption minus 20%. Awesome. Very good. Let's get over here to Fulda. That headquarters should be on its way pretty damn soon. It's like day 130. Oh. Do I want to retreat from this? Do I even want to fight that? Probably not. I might retreat from it. Yeah, I'll lose resources, but I just don't want to fight it. I know it's lazy of me, but... Hey, Cal, what's up? I'm good. Yeah, that was actually very lazy of me. Well, I actually have tons of items to sell off. I'm going to get rid of all these and then shop for something that I want. There we go. We got the money again that we want. I just don't want to fight that one battle. I just know it's going to be too easy. It's not going to be entertaining. Need an officer. You're absolutely right. Which one do we want? We got lots of options here. Restful. Nah, that's boring. Burly. Grenades from 15% further. That's okay, but 15% isn't very good. In the next update, I made it 50% further, which is very good. I do like that. Charge damage plus 10%. That's not bad. This one's kind of cool. Morale damage plus 15%. And enemy morale minus 25%. I feel like that guy sounds pretty damn good. So we're going to get McLean. And I think I'll skip my third officer. I don't need him. Should he be Caesar? Because he's bald as well. Do we have like an armored jacket? I don't think I can get an armored jacket. I think that looks good though. Gunsmith. So there's some good bayonets here. There's some good weapons. That John Coping, I don't really like John Copings, so I'm gonna skip that. Foundry for artillery. Now that is not a bad investment. 6-pounder. I could get a bronze 12-pounder. 35% accuracy, 40% accuracy. I kind of want to get the bronze 12-pounder. If I do that, it means I'm not going to get another regiment. But am I even going to buy another regiment anyways? Probably not. I want to make the artillery actually good. There's also some decent items here, but I really want to focus on getting the big gun for the artillery. Accuracy, reload skill plus 8, max range plus 10, that's good. Let's buy the artillery first. I want the big gun. Yeah, I want something good. We're gonna sell off the iron 3-pounder. So now we've got 50. I'm gonna make some money for a second. There we go. I'm gonna buy the food. And then I'm going to move. Where do I want to go? There's the headquarters. I'm gonna start swinging towards the headquarters, honestly. I'm ready to fight that battle. I'm gonna turn on forge so I have more line of sight. So I can not get ambushed, hopefully. I also made winter in the next update. Oh, look. Sir, at a nearby farmstead long abandoned, our foragers come across a most determined goat, bold enough to enter camp and help itself to a drummer's rations. It has since become a source of amusement and is already following the men around about like a sentry. We may adopt it as a regimental beast or leave it be. The troops seem fond of the idea. Can we keep him? Adopt a billy goat? Or, because we're British, a mascot worthy of the Royal Welch. We get a mascot and 400 ammunition. So we have got an excellent billy goat. 10 morale and 6 accuracy. I love that. And we need the Royal Welch at this point, don't we? We got to keep the goat. You know we're keeping the goat. Who do we give our goat to? Must eat it. No, Steven. Give him to the best regiment. Should I give him to the Praetorians? Thing is, it's an accuracy buff, so I'd rather give it to a guy who's good at shooting. Like the Velite skirmishers would be good with a goat. Because they have a 65 accuracy, we can bump that up to 71 accuracy. I think that would actually be quite good. I could give it to the artillery. That is... Hold on. You might have a great idea there. 71 accuracy, bump that up to 77. Wow. That's not a bad idea. If we can get that artillery just murdering with a big 12-pound bronze gun, canister shot, and the accuracy, that might not be bad. The only thing that's kind of wasted on it is the morale. So maybe we'll move the goat over later on once we can get a different item that will give us the source of accuracy. So we'll shift the goat around, kind of it does waste the morale, but I do want that artillery to be, like, kick-ass, so... Oh. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen. General, our scouts report the enemy headquarters has mustered its full army and is marching to engage us. Columns move on the main road with advance guards out. Expect contact within days. We cannot outrun them. We must face them. Here they come. They are over on the right side, and we will engage them. Maybe I'll hit up... Okay, there's the field army that we want to escape. I'm going to get to the convoy and see if there's anything good before I'm engaged. Munitions convoy. I love this. Seize a cannon. Specialty ammunition. I want the specialty ammunition. That's what I want. Drill. That's a great idea. I could drill. Oh, yes. Grape shot rounds and more canister. The grape shot is good. Grape shot is better than canister, I'm pretty sure, so let's assign the grape shot rounds. They have a little further range, and then we'll sell the canister. Thing is, I don't want to be caught off guard by that stalking army. Drilling is T. Yeah, I don't want to be caught off guard by that army there. So I'm going to run around it, and then I'm going to go back to Gießen and then drill. Let's see if there's anything good here. Hostile townsfolk. Pay for their silence. Townsfolk bear no love to us. They don't raise their arms. Their glares are sharp and silence are suspect. We may attempt to pay the locals for their silence. So they're trying to rat us out. Enemy headquarters gain strength. You know what? I will pay you a little bit. I don't mind paying just a little bit of money. We hush them, okay. Yeah, we're going back to the town. Grape shot has better range than canister. It does. It does by a little bit. Oh, shit. Can we get 1 day of drilling in? We did, okay. Can anyone get an upgrade? I don't think so, but it's not a huge deal. Yeah. They're very fast. Yeah, I know. I'm actually happy that they're that fast, because I don't like the idea of the player just running around the map evading them. They might be a little bit too fast, but... Alright, I'm going to be outnumbered 2-1. Here we are. Okay, we are fighting the Autocanner Grenzers, a special unit with 50 accuracy. The Grenzer Fusiliers, Grenzer Recruits, Grenzer Provincial Cavalry. French Grenadiers, French Fusiliers. Swiss Fusiliers who will pretty much fight to the death. Are they motorized? Yeah, they are a little motorized. I think they do go a little fast. I could make a note about that. We could say enemy headquarter travels just slightly too fast. Where is Gießen? Let's look at a map. Let's find Gießen. Gießen, Hesse. This is the battle. That's where our army is located currently. They've got Grenzer recruits, lots of Grenzers, so really good at shooting. Okay. Let's be very smart about this. Let us be very smart about this. If we lose the battle, the entire campaign is lost. So we've got to be very careful. I think we're on a similar map that we played on before. Which again, I want to put in that code to make it so you can't fight on the same map twice. I also want to make about 8 more maps. So don't worry about the map variety. I'm going to take care of that. Let's see here. Let me check something as well, by the way. Yeah, that is so dumb. The fog and the shadows will tank your FPS and makes no difference visually. It looks almost identical, but now you can get 100 FPS. And if you just put the shadows always kill the performance. I should honestly remove that option to have the high level, because look at the shadows, these look fine. So you don't need it. I get 140 FPS on a large scale battle. I get 40 FPS with shadows on high. So it's a 100 FPS drop. There's just no point in having... These look fine to me, so I think that's a dumb thing. It's a trap that other players are going to fall into if they try to play on high graphical settings, but this doesn't look bad to me. I didn't even have to downgrade the graphics to get 100 FPS, or 140. Alright, now it's very smooth. We play around this hill. We don't want them to use the hill, because they did last time. And let's see the units they're bringing. They have the French Fusiliers. Grenadiers, look at these guys. And they have got Buck and Ball, Engineers, a military treatise on accuracy and grenades. AI doesn't use grenades just yet, so don't worry about that. They have not been taught to use grenades yet. Swiss Fusiliers, these guys are dangerous. They've got a little bit of extra morale, but they will fight to the death pretty much. So we want to maybe save them for last, because we're not going to be able to break them. They're also Veterancy 5. We've got Royal Recruits, but they actually come with tobacco for accuracy, a little bit of morale, some speed, more morale. So they really have stacked up a lot of these items here. And their cavalry still sucks, so we don't have to worry about that. Okay. I want to skew left, because I want to fight over... I wonder if we just held the buildings? We could hold the buildings in the town and make them have to sweep the whole army and fight on the side. I might do that, honestly. I might have them fight us on a side flank. But yeah, if we lose the battle, we lose the campaign, so we're going to be very careful about this. And look at these new bronze guns. They're like golden. With the goat as well. I like to imagine the goat is helping pull the artillery pieces. Some cover might be needed. That's what I want to do with the buildings. Okay. So, here's what we're doing. We are going to go and hold the town. That is our plan. Do we have everyone we need? We do. And the artillery. I can put it on this hill, right in the back. And then equip grape shot. Yeah. We're kind of pulling a Frederick the Great, where he, like, quickly swiveled the whole army around the side and the enemy had to frantically turn. What was that battle, Leuton, that he did that in? Yeah, it's a reverse Leuton, exactly. Okay, what's their ordnance on their cannons? A 12-pounder, okay? They have one 12-pound gun. Don't we have a 12-pounder now, too? We have a bronze 12-pounder, which is better. The 18th century Imperial Army of Austria was not divided between German and Hungarian regiments. I'm not sure what you mean by that, Mac. Are you saying they had soldiers from all above Europe? I'm not sure what you mean by that. They did certainly have Hungarian regiments. But they weren't divided as in, like, they had one Hungarian army and one of the... I have one unit not moving, are you sure? Everyone's moving. Yeah, everyone's moving. I'm gonna sprint on everybody. I know I'm gonna get worn out a little bit, but I really want to get to that cover. And look, the enemy's frantically trying to swivel. Now, they're pretty fast, though. The Grenzers are quick. They have good movement speed, so they're probably gonna try to catch me. Okay. I'm going to keep the artillery on the hill, and the cavalry is there to defend it. I'm going to have the Lieb Regiment probably hold maybe in front of the hill like that, because we have enough room. We're going to have our Praetorian Grenadiers hold up north, probably, along with my Spartans, and then we could do a long flank. We're going to have our skirmishers hold out in the fence posts. Like that. And then run them forward. The Varangian and the cracked musketeers are going to hold the buildings for cover. I'm going to spread them thin so they get as much firepower as they can get. And am I missing anyone? We have the Air Prince, as well as the... No, it's just the Air Prince. So we're going to hold him like this. And I'm going to keep everyone sprinting. They're going to have time to rest because the enemy still has to advance. And our Stoner Grenadiers are not in use at the moment. Do I want to... I'll swing them up as well. I'll have all three of my Grenadier units are gonna heavily stack on the north side and move around. The verbal whiplashes on the names. I know, yeah. We got Stoner Grenadiers, Spartan Grenadiers, Velites, then suddenly goes to cracked Musketeers. It's a mix of historical and ahistorical, so... Yeah, Walter White is traveling with the Stoner Grenadiers wearing green. That's good. And who do we have here? Julius Caesar is with the Praetorians. And we're gonna form up. That's like our northern attack. The enemy has almost arrived. See how they have to come in piecemeal now because we've swung them over to the left. So it kind of disorganizes them just a little bit. Don't forget to deploy the artillery. Yep, you're right, you're right. We'll fast forward a little bit. Set them up. And I've got grape shot. Now these guys are going to want to flank around and take out our artillery. So now's when I want to move up my cavalry. And knock out that unit. And just get rid of both of these. I'm going to bring my general for the morale. And the task of these two units is to dispatch the enemy cavalry. Now they've got lots of skirmishers who have got Neustadts. That's okay. The range on a Neustadt is pretty high. So we do have to watch out for that. Here's our huge line of grenadiers, all formed up. Artillery's coming in. Skirmishers are firing. Where's the cavalry? It's over there. I'm gonna have to just kind of like form up like this, I think. Grape shot is firing. Only 20 kills just because we're firing at max range against skirmishers, so we need a better target soon. I'm gonna swap over and try targeting cavalry. I just do not want to get hit by that cav. I don't know what's up with these guys. They are having trouble maintaining proper formation. They're at 100% cover, though, in the buildings, which is nice. Let's move the Praetorians over. Yeah, these recruits are just melting at the moment. All of these recruits we can probably destroy with our grenadiers. Artillery is doing okay. Autocannons are over there. There we go. Let's hit them. Now we got 2 cavalry units to worry about. Let's move up these guys to deal with them. The autocannon Grenzers have 70 accuracy, so they're a little bit dangerous. I'm gonna reform there. What's going on over here? Okay, we're okay. How's our cracked musketeers? They're finally shape now. By the way, another thing we're changing with the AI is they won't go into the fog as much. Because they're just like skimming the edges of the map and they shouldn't be doing that. I'm gonna go and knock these guys out next. They had to pull all their artillery over to get to me. How's our artillery doing? 49 kills. Let's switch to a better target. That's not bad. 78. We just need 2 more gun batteries. We just don't have enough batteries here. The damage isn't bad, though. It just needs a couple more cannons. Maybe we'll switch off of grape shot. I think grape shot to be more effective needs to be closer range. So I'll switch to solid shot. Let's see how our kills do with solid shot. I'm going to pull these guys back just a little bit. Keeping the Praetorians up north. The Austrians are done. Blinn, give it up. Yeah, I think the Austrians are not going to win this. They're just fielding too many recruits. Those recruits are getting get destroyed. Fighting all those ambushes really gave us the experience we needed, so... That's not good. Our general's gonna get caught. Oh, no. get out of there. Come on, guys. Oh, man, that's tough. Oh, come on. Oh, he's done. General's dead. Or wounded. We can still win, though. It just gives us a huge morale debuff. See how everybody took a big morale buff? He's just injured. Look, he's got a little bandage on. He'll be okay. Damn, the Grenzers. I shouldn't have exposed the general out that far. That's the issue. And let's see how the artillery's doing now. I think that the artillery's doing better. He's got 100 kills. Let's fire on a closer target. Yeah, I was done putting the general on the front line. I'm gonna fire one more shot on the auto counter and then charge into him. Come on, guys. Fire. Get ready. There we go. Let's charge. Actually, can we shoot? There we go. Now charge. And then I can try to take out the artillery in the back. Yeah, the AI will do a better job of spreading out a little bit. I think they're just a bit bunched up. We'll do a better job of spreading out in our next AI update. Which I'm pretty excited to show you guys. Like, I think the new frontline system and like them sending flanking detachments, it's going to be pretty cool to see that in action. You got Prince Ferdinand killed. Yeah, I know. Like Britain's best general. I will try to take out that artillery. How's our artillery doing? 147 kills. That's all right. Aim for a closer target. Martin, I think the devlog tomorrow will get delayed. I think I will do it next week because I'm a bit burnt out of working and streaming, and I think I need the weekend just to... Oh, we shattered the artillery there. Yeah, we got this. This battle was not as intimidating as I thought it'd be. I'm ready for those Region 2 armies. I'm gonna have the Praetorian Grenadiers just start sweeping down the line. I can definitely get the Praetorian Grenadiers up to a level 9 with the amount of prisoner kills they rack up. There we go, shatter them. Lynn, I don't know why you're role-playing as my enemies, man. Okay, great kills. You know what's happening is these skirmishers are absorbing all the gunfire and protecting these guys completely. I think that's what's happening here. Yeah, this is like a historically accurate Rosbach or something, isn't it? They did not end up being as scary as I thought they'd be. Some of their guys got okay kills, like 300 kills there. But most of their dudes, it didn't make much of a dent. The only people who really stood a chance are the French Grenadiers and the Swiss. But I think the enemy was just fielding too many recruits. And had they had like a bunch of Grenadier units, I think they would have done much better. Where's our cav? There it is. Yeah, we're encircling these guys. I want to throw a grenade, like there. I'll have to just get rid of these guys. Yeah, they're like encircled at the moment. I mean, this is just a slaughter. I kind of feel bad. I'm just annihilating these guys. Okay, I gotta pull out of that. I'll try to charge him again, I think. There we go. Oh my gosh. This is just horrifying. This is literally like Rossbach. It is devastating, yeah. My Spartan Grenadiers actually took really high casualties. I'm gonna get them out of there. Yeah, wow, that was something. Get an ego boost at the end of this battle, then immediately get stopped on the first Region 2 battle. We'll see, John, man. We'll see. We did lose 2,000 guys, but we managed to kill 9,000. We got plenty of loot from that. Yeah, no, that was... the recruits just sucked. I think really the recruits kind of ruined... Look at this recruit unit has 26 kills. That recruit unit has 15. So I think the recruits were not pulling their weight, but then you've got guys like the Swiss with 300 kills or the French with two or 300. So if you could imagine fighting, even like the regular French Fusiliers got 200 kills. If you could imagine a full army all getting 200 or 300 kills, that's where it'd be more dangerous, I think. For us, we probably want the food to be careful. We probably want that food. Yeah. Because I don't want to go into the next region on... Okay. Caesar can get a promotion. I like Strict. I think Strict is cool. This guy's telling a story. Look. Strict, intimidating, and break them. I like that. And we get an extra experience gain. So what we can do is actually put anybody who's not into... who doesn't need experience out. These guys? No, they don't need experience anymore. Take the lead prince, put him in. We need the artillery in, because they need to gain experience. Skirmishers don't need it. Walter White will get an upgrade. I think just extra morale would be nice. That sounds good. And let's boost all of that. Refill everything. And... yeah, okay. Let's see what we've got next. Collect $200 every time you visit a settlement. I mean, that is just too good. Caesar getting the pipeweed artillery is crazy. Yeah. I think I want the $200 per settlement. I think that sounds great. So... I feel like the Austrians are not that fun to fight against because they use those Grenzers poorly. I'd rather fight the French. It's a shame we don't get a new enemy like the Russians or Prussians, but I'd rather probably fight the French, I think, at this point. If we reinforce Hanover, we get the Royal Welsh Fusiliers, and all settlements are fully revealed. or we reinforced Westphalia and get a Royal Horse Guard and regiment veterancy +1 when recruited. I don't know if the +1 veterancy thing works, the unit professionalism, if it got bugged or not. I think it may have gotten fixed, though. Let me check. Did unit professionalism... I don't know if it works or not. I think let's play it safe maybe and go Royal Welch and reinforce it. We go to outposts and battlefields. Yeah. Local guides reveals all the settlements. I think that's good because we're getting, look, collect $200 anytime you visit a settlement, reveal all the settlements. I feel like that actually kind of plays into it. So we'll go to Hanover next. It's also thematic, I think, to go to Hanover after Hesse. So now we are in Act 2. I've never shown the combat of Act 2 or 3. We're going to keep going. Temperatures plummet. General, your army stands upon a new frontier. The enemy has used the lull to prepare. Patrols flood the roads, and field armies will begin hunting us once we've made our presence known. The year's turned cold early, so within weeks, snow will be regular and marches will slow. Lay in provisions and firewood and expect to fight in winter throughout this country. Secure a supply depot, but don't linger. Okay. Here we are. Here's our new region. Big open area. Not many mountains in Hanover, are there? So no mountains to have to worry about. I think before there were the Harz Mountains that we were in Hesse. But we are in open country in Hanover, which should be much easier to travel on, which is actually good for the winter, if this is a winter region. We do have to rename a unit, the LSD Cavalry. And we need manpower. We have to go to outposts. We have 4 outposts we need to go to. They're in perfect locations. I think we just hit this ring 1, 2, 3, 4. Hit that ring of outposts and maybe swing back around. Or we can go up. If we go up, there's 2 cities, so probably up. This city gives you better item costs. This one gives you a discount on infantry. I think that's better, so I'm going to go north. And then battlefields, we've got... the spawns kind of suck on this. Damn. We said we want to go south anyways, right? Or did we want to swing north? Yeah, what we'll do, we have to go to 5 of them. We're going to hit these 4 on the west and then swing east. So let's go to our supply cache first. Emergency cache. This cache was laid down in haste before the ground froze. Because this is a cold region, so we just get a little boost from everything. There we go. That's nice. Let's hit up Vincent real quick. Drop off. We get the cash from visiting the settlement. Let's drop off our stuff that we don't need. Don't need the canister. I don't really need the grape shot either. Riding boots are nice. Let's give him riding boots. Don't need the cartridge boxes right now. I haven't been running out of ammo. Gun picks aren't very good. I don't need any basic items, honestly, so I'm going to get rid of the basics. Iron ramrods are okay. Is there any unit we're leaning into reloading for? I think I just want to get money right now, and then I want to buy... A limber chest is good. I'm going to keep the limber chest for the artillery, because artillery does have a tendency to run out of ammo. So I'm going to give him that. We have 1,500. We have a powder house. Okay, here's where things can get interesting if we want to start shopping. First, we can now actually buy better units at shops, but they are expensive. Quartermaster's got max range 20% on the artillery from excellent elevation screws. That's not bad. Good gun picks. These are still shit. 8 accuracy is very good from the Tompions. So there's actually some really good items there. The town square's got 20% morale damage received. That's also very good. So we're getting some good items now. Probably should get the emplacements for the artillery. It won't help. I think actually the emplacements aren't working properly in this version of the game. So I won't lean into emplacements right now. Grenades are so damn expensive. I don't think they're worth it. Excellent buck and ball rounds, or buckshot. I wouldn't mind getting excellent buckshot rounds. Is that worth it? Because we saw the buckshot in the Highlanders, and they were really good. And this is even better. They're excellent. So I'm going to go for it. And I'm going to give the excellent buckshot to the Spartans. And then the Praetorians, I'll buy a slot and then give them the regular buckshot. So I got 2 buckshot units. And yeah, we can grab some manpower as well. And we don't have enough money to get like a new regiment yet, but that's okay. Put the buckshot on Cav. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. The ammunition type should have more detailed explanations. Yeah, I'm still writing the tooltips for them. I will definitely put the tooltips in. Okay, we want to head up and go take care of the outpost. Using 14 food a day, that's not bad. Rotten discipline. I can give them an officer, but I don't really want to do that. I'll go back. Quartermaster, commissar, and officer. I'll go back, and if I go to a city, I can recruit a cheap officer and just give them one if they need it. I'll go force march for a little bit because I'm not using that much food, and I want to fly around a little bit. Another rotten discipline. I don't know why I'm getting that encounter so frequently. There's a battlefield here that it does want us to go to. We get free money if we go to the village, so we're definitely going to collect tribute. Caught in the storm because it's cold. Leave them food. Clear a path. 5 days clearing a path. That's actually a really good option. And get an infantry regiment. We're definitely taking that. Redcoat recruits. And we'll put them in the cartel for now. Let's keep moving. We have Einbeck. And then we collect a tribute there. Now, they wanted a quartermaster, but if that's like a staff officer they wanted. Is there anything I want here? Not really right now. I'm going to go up and knock out that next battlefield, and we're just going to keep going down the line. If we go to Göttingen, we can get grab, honestly, 2 officers and bring them back. Just in time. Commit reservists. Are we able to... Damn. We don't have reservists. Sorry, buddy. Damn, we lost deserters because we didn't help our buddies. Alright, we are going to go over to Göttingen. Little convoy. Fleeing refugees. Abandon them. Or loot them. I don't mind just escorting them. The thing is, we're just giving away a lot of days, and winter's coming soon. That's the issue. I think the money's worth it, though. I'm okay to be in the winter. Okay, we're using a lot of food, so I'm going to slow that down. And we can grab 2 infantry regiments. Yeah, winter's already coming. Okay. So, the cheapest officer is 451. There's no staff college, damn. It said they wanted a quartermaster or an officer. I get a heavy infantry unit for an officer. So normally a heavy infantry would cost what? It would cost 1,300. So I'm getting a $500 discount if I just bring them some officers. Because that's what they want. Okay, I'm going to bring you the cheapest officer, 451. And maybe this other one for 554, and I'll get 2 heavy infantry units. Good. And I want a little extra food and manpower. And now I'm going to head back and knock out those 2 outposts. We just have to be really careful about winter. We're lucky we haven't ran into any patrols so far. I think it's because we're staying on this west side of the map. Hold on. There we go, yeah. Nice. Yeah, winter's already here. Yeah, we got hit with the cold season. This is like the little ice age, so... Damn, the visibility is going to suck this region. Each region is unique, Blinn, so the theme of Region 2 is just that you get an early winter that you've got to survive. We got Hessian Grenadiers. Okay, we got 2 Grenadier units. Look at that. We've got a good army, but we're just going to be consuming a crap ton of food because of how big this army is now. So, we need to be very careful. We're going to pick up food, and then we're going to loot it. we're gonna take our money back and just loot this place. There we go. Yeah, we did spend extra days in the quests for multiple of them, I'm pretty sure. No, we got good breastplates. I might be able to trade that out. There we go, let's swap that out. Minus 30% melee damage received, much better. We have some gun picks. I don't mind just throwing that on somebody. I want to get one regiment to fire really rapid volleys just for fun. This guy has the best chance of doing that. He has a 23 reload time. So if I give him gun picks... it didn't help him that much. But that's okay. I like the idea that they gave you tribute and you came back 30 days later and looted them, yeah. Yeah, I mean, desperate times, man, desperate times. Oh, there's some deer. Oh, we got a greyhound. I think the animal encounters are a little too common. I did actually reduce the weight pretty damn far. Let's go check. But yeah, food is definitely going to be a big issue. We need to check on the encounters. And the animal chances are pretty low. It's 10 weight compared to 100. So actually, I think we just got lucky. So let's get our greyhound. Morale and movement speed. I think I am just getting lucky. I don't need to give this to the artillery anymore, because I feel like the morale and accuracy would be better spent on somebody else. I would not mind investing in the Praetorians and getting them the morale and movement speed. Now they have 71. And then we'll give the Billy Goat. The Spartan Grenadiers, if you give them the accuracy, plus they have buckshot, it's going to boost the accuracy of the buckshot and make them just kill insane amounts on the first volley. So that's our goal there. I think we're good otherwise. We have Uslar. Oh, there's our first patrol. 15,000 men. So we are outnumbered. This doesn't look too bad, though. French Fusiliers 3 times. A field artillery. More Fusiliers 3 times. And Provincial Cavalry still. I feel like Provincial Cavalry shouldn't be in Region 2, honestly. They're so easy. Provincial Cavalry and recruits shouldn't be in Region 2. That's my opinion on that. Grenadiers. Chasseurs, which are really annoying to fight against. Yeah, there are no recruits. We are fighting a fully professional army now. 15,000 on a patrol is nuts. I do like the little break we got in between fighting so many battles. Okay, here we are. So, we're actually using more of the map now because we're dead center with a big area here. Put a little music on. So, let's examine our force because we've expanded it quite a lot. We've got Praetorian Grenadiers who are now confident because we gave them the Greyhound. So they are getting a combat buff of 20% combat effectiveness, which is very good. We have the Spartan Grenadiers who now, I'm going to switch them over to Buckshot. They have Buckshot, but they have insane accuracy. 189 accuracy with the Buckshot. We have the Arab Prince. They just need experience. Stoner Grenadiers are the Stoner Grenadiers. We know that. Velites are normal. We may need to do a little reform because we have Redcoat Recruits, British Grenadiers, and Hessian Grenadiers. We have to give them names. So we may need to give these guys like a little army reform, naming reform. And then we have the Varangians. So as per usual, Varangians will stick together with the Spartans and the Praetorians. And in Hesse, you've been in the Taunus and Ruin Mountains. The Hearts are way more northern. Gotcha. Look, they're using the barricades, the deployables. I think my voluntaries are good at shooting, but they're not good at melee. So I'll put my melee troops on their left flank to break them. I'll have the velites in the middle. Put the artillery on the side. Is there a hill to put the artillery on? Probably that. Okay. These 3 fresh units are going to protect them. General will be in the middle. Cavalry will be in reserve. These units will be in the middle with the skirmishers. So we're going to move him up. There we go. Loving the larger map size. Any recent adjustments to the way you calculate which... Yeah, the what we do now is it always uses a large map 100% of the time. The difference is now the spawn zones. So if you only have a few units, the spawn zones will be pretty close. Like, for example, when I was first playing, I would on this map, I would spawn here, and the enemy would spawn there, and we'd just fight each other like there, but you'd still have the rest of the map open to use. In this case, because the armies are larger, it put us in the back center and gave us kind of the full playing area. So it'll always use the large full version of the maps, but it'll just change your spawning zones to speed up the battle if it's an early one. Do we want to use canister, or is this grape shot? Oh, it's using the wrong tooltip. I just have to fix that. I'll use grape shot, because we are going to be closer to the enemy unlike last time. I think for grape shot to work, you can't stand in its way. I don't think you can use it indirectly, similar to canister. So I think we have to, like, kind of form a little bit around that artillery so we don't get hit by our own grape shot. There is a friendly fire when it comes to artillery. Technically, infantry can have friendly fire as well. They just choose not to. So if you did run in front of a unit right when it was firing, you would take friendly fire damage. But if you stand in front of a friendly unit, they won't just repeatedly shoot you in the back, which I know sometimes happens in Total War, and I just didn't really want to include that because I just find them annoying, so... Yeah, Bork, there might be a spelling error. I didn't do the localization for those tooltips, so a developer may have just thrown in a placeholder name. Indirect grape shot is funny, yeah. Just firing shotguns in the air, just firing loose cannonballs up in the sky and hoping something rains down. All right, here we go. Damn, their regiments are huge. They're gonna be... We just need to inflict a lot of kills. And I'm moving up the Spartans to just start slamming buckshot into their flank. And the Praetorians and the Varangians are gonna take care of the cav. Let me move my own cavalry up, though. Alright, the artillery is pretty much ready. I'll let them get to their destination. I'll unpack them. There we go. Pipe lead artillery. Awesome. It's ridiculous. We don't want to stand in front of the artillery, right? So we want to stand kind of like that and that. And they have no cavalry on the right flank, so we don't have to worry about their artillery. I'll countercharge them as well. See, they shot their own guys a little bit in that attack because they opened up a volley and they accidentally got a little bit of friendly fire. God, my guys are just so powerful now. I really have, like, pretty incredible stats. Kills, not bad. They're at max range. It should be more if I got them with buckshot a little closer. Buckshot has a low effective range, so if you use it at its maximum range, it's not that good. You want to push up a little bit more. Let's fire here. There we go. Damn, the grape shot's like not as impressive. I think it's because they're in cover. They've got the deployable set up, so why don't we change targets to this guy on the side flank. Alright, the velites are getting chewed apart, so I'm going to move them back. Take them out. trying to pull back. I'm not gonna let that happen. Damn, that artillery is really bombing the center there. How's the grape shot? Grape shot's like, it's not very effective, honestly. I'll put a note about grape shot. Let's switch back to regular. I think canister shot's better than grape. Does elevation not help protect your troops from the cannon fire? What do you mean? Maybe get the artillery closer. Yeah, maybe I was a little far to be using grape shot. Try to fight against these guys too. Yeah, this is not a tough battle, but I am taking some losses. Like, these grenadiers really got beaten, and my skirmishers got beaten as well, so we just have to be careful. Oh, I forgot we can give buckshot to the cavalry. Load that up. I might load up the buckshot, run up, shoot them, and charge into the German field. God, dude, the buckshot might be overpowered. These guys are just racking up kills. I don't know if I'll change that yet. I want to play with it a little bit more. Just because something is powerful doesn't mean it needs to get buffed. Because if it's fun to use, it's fun to use, and I'm enjoying it. So. Yeah, I think the issue with the enemy cavalry in history, infantry can't countercharge cavalry. I think the issue is they're using the worst cavalry in the game against the best infantry at the highest veterancy with a bunch of items, and so it's basically like taking a bunch of peasants on horseback and running them against a full regiment of full-strength grenadiers in a frontal charge after getting shot in the face, and then they just immediately break. And so what I need to do is in Region 2, I need to give the enemy cavalry, by changing their army compositions, they should receive better units. They should get like cuirassiers or dragoons. If that was like a cuirassier unit, that would be really hard to do what I did there, and I would have taken a lot of losses. All right, let's fire. Oh my gosh, dude, the buckshot is just—it is so fun to use. Oh, they're charging me. Good luck. Good luck. They're just gonna immediately. Well, actually, no. I think their melee skills are probably better than mine. Okay, yeah, no. That's probably why they charged. They were like, you have recruits. These are recruit units posing as infantry. We're going to push them. Damn, are they going to win that? Yeah, they knew I had recruits over there. They're smart. That was cool they knew to do that, to take advantage of me putting the recruits on the front line. So yeah, artillery is doing better now. Now it's up to 200 kills. We need to rally these guys back. Let's see where these guys are. They're doing good. I'm gonna pull these guys back so that they can fire without hitting their own guys. There we go. See how more guys on the ends are now able to shoot because these guys are getting out of the way. So they're more comfortable taking shots. They don't want to fire into their own men. Uh-oh. You know it would be so bad if you looked to your left after retreating and you saw right next to you the buckshot fully reloaded, ready at point-blank range. I think this may just kill all of them. Let's see. Sometimes the reload status isn't accurate, so I think... Oh, no, they're getting pretty close. Come on, guys, get that last shot off. It's just the last few guys that need to reload down the line. What I may do, I may have to turn and hit them. I'm going to turn and get them with that, and turn off. Oh, they want to face me, look. They would like to face me. All right, you get a shot, and I get a shot now. Are you ready for me to fire back? They want to they want to try this. All right, let's try it. Oh my gosh. Okay. All right, buckshot might be a little brutal. Buckshot might be a little bit brutal. So what happened here is all of the enemy troops were on the verge of retreating. And when I annihilated this regiment in a shot, it scared them, who scared them, who scared them into running, and started a chain reaction of routing. So, yeah. No, that caused a mass rout. They were that scared. And by the way, buckshot might be a little too powerful. Yeah, I will take a note that buckshot might be too powerful. Perfectly balanced, yeah. What happens is, if units are already on the verge of retreating and a unit next to them completely gets annihilated, it freaks them out, they retreat. And then if a unit next to them sees that their friends are retreating, they'll retreat, and then so on and so on and so on. So, do units reload while moving? They do not. And do they reload when sprinting? They definitely do not. No, they can't reload while moving. We didn't get very good loot, honestly. This is a lot of crap. Yeah, that was a domino effect for sure. What do we want out of this? Do we want the cash? Uh-oh, there's a field army right behind us. I lost 2,500. I need the manpower, actually. You should add a delay on the chain route. Yeah, I probably should. I think it's also just that the buckshot is a little too strong. Because it evaporated probably 300 guys in a single shot. And even more than the chain route, I think the enemy got shocked that 300 guys died in an instance. Let's bump these guys up. Let's refill. We have another army on the way. Caesar's proud, yeah. And then let's rename some units. With that kind of effectiveness, why didn't everyone use buckshot? Well, it's just overpowered right now. I've just made it too powerful. Let's replace the bayonet out like that. And then, can anyone get a promotion? Not really. Well, the damn Highlanders can get a promotion, jeez. What else did I want to do? I wanted to probably run away. Because there is a 17,000 strong field army, and I'm weak right now. What is the headquarters at in this army, or this region? 20,000 men. Alright. 20,000 guys. Let's go to Uslar. Let's sell off the crap. I got diamonds. Lots of cash from the diamonds. I would love to get the Spontoon for the 20% experience gain. Let's do that so we can level up quickly. Powder House. Do I dare take more excellent buckshot rounds? I feel like it's too much of an exploit. I don't want to do it because it's clearly too powerful. I'll definitely take more food. And I think I want to try to get one more regiment in. Ah, I need to buy a new division. Yeah, let's get the next division. And then let's assign the Spontoon to one of our recruits. Like, Lieb Prince can probably get that. Because we're trying to get him to what? Hessian, probably? And then the Redcoat recruits can get the regular Spontoon. But yeah, I can't get an officer at a village. There's no noble estate at a village. You can't recruit them there. And then, do I need anything else? Probably just even more food. I would just spend the rest of my money on food. And there is an enemy behind us. I'm going to walk forward a bit to replenish. I'm going to drill and let them come to me. There it is. All right, what do we got? Double Swiss. More provincial. Why are they using provincial cavalry? That's lame. 4 artillery guns. So that's a little more scary. They're using recruits, but they shouldn't be. They do have Irish grenadiers. The Irish are quite strong, and the Swiss are strong. So it's kind of a mixed bag here, but it is a big army. Can't the Spartans be upgraded? Well, the Spartans are at the end of their upgrade tree, so they're just gaining veterancy, which goes into their stats. So this 5 veterancy, if I go to, like, the morale, look how the veterancy has given them 8 more morale. It's given them 8 more accuracy, 8 more reload, and so on. I don't want to get more buckshot. It feels like an exploit. I don't think I should use it. Damn, the cavalry... 40, 50. I want to get them to Hessian cavalry. Should we rename some units? Let's do some reorganization. Walter White, this is his new area over there. We're going to grab the pipeweed artillery, LSD cavalry, redcoat recruits. I'm going to move them out. Move them back. Take the redcoat recruits, put them in the middle under Caesar's Legion. Because this guy has an experience gain 15%, so we can boost the experience of both regiments. The Velites will stay. They're fine. We have the Varangians as well, next to the Velites. I guess this is a second. We could do, like, Legion 1, and then Legion 2. Or we could do, like, Caesar's Legion. We'll do Walter White's Legion. Or just White's Legion, which has the drug theme. And then Legion 2 has no leader yet. And Legion 3 has no Legion yet. And we've got a couple units we can rename. The British Grenadiers. Who should these guys be? Do you want a historical unit, since we were doing that before with the Arab Prince? Or what do you guys want with this one? Or do you want something fun? You need the NCR. Well, the fifth division can be the NCR. But it doesn't make sense to have the NCR and the Legion in the same group, does it? Oh. The Royal... I can make them the Royal Welsh Fusiliers, yeah. I don't like our officers having the same face. I agree. Let's give Caesar a different head. Actually, Caesar should have the big jaw. Walter can... Walter can just look like that, a little uncertain. They're both half bald, which is fitting. And then... What is this guy called? Oh, you guys wanted the Royal Welsh Fusiliers, right? The Royal Welsh Fusiliers are a reward. I think we're already going to get them. You're right. We're going to get them if we complete the side reward. South Essex. Who is South Essex? South Essex Regiment. Is that from Sharp or something? We could do the South Essex. What number are they? What regiment number? They're in Sharp. Do they not have a number? We'll just call them the South Essex then. They never had a number. Gotcha. We'll have the South Essex Grenadiers, and then these guys will be... What kind of flag do we want to give them? They had a wreath, right? So we'll do the wreath. There. And then these guys will be the South Essex Musketeers, or Foot. And they'll go together once these guys are done being trained by Caesar. Then we want to do probably another Hessian Grenadier unit. So we can do... Well, we could do the Liebgard Zufus. I like that. And then what color? I think they wear red. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I know they wear red. And they're here. I'll go white for their secondary color. That's very Hessian. That's good. Our divisions are a little mixed up, but I'm just doing some training reforms first, and then we'll untangle them and move them back to their thematic divisions at the end. And we'll go in and fight that battle. By the way, anybody who wants to join the Discord, I have a Discord server. You can join. There's a very big active community there. So I put a link in the comments or in the chat. You can also check the description of the video if that link doesn't work. All right, we have a town we're fighting on over the middle, a forest on the left, a hill on the right. This is perfect for the artillery. I think that's already a given. We have a much larger spawn. Like how big and spacious our spawn is. I think the game has promoted us to the large battle system. You didn't fill the 4th division. I didn't have enough money to fill the 4th division. We just had to buy the slot for now. And let's organize our troops. We got Praetorians, Spartans, Varangians, and Velites. That's our Roman theme. We've got South Essex Grenadiers and the South Essex Foot, which are going to work as a little team. LSD Cavalry is going to go to Buckshot, and Highlanders are going to have Buckshot equipped by default. We have the Stoner Grenadiers with the Cracked Musketeers, the Pipeweed Artillery. Oh, Jesus Christ. And the, who's our last drug-themed unit? And the LSD Cavalry. There's our drug army over there. The Degenerate Legion. That would actually be fitting next to Caesar's Legion to have the Degenerate Legion. I think that's a good name for them. We have the Air Prince Historical Unit with the Liebgardsufus. I think it is fun doing the historical regiments. Like, it looks really cool seeing the Air Prince and the Liebgardsufus. I think there is something that's really neat about that. I think it's better than doing the meme names, but I think the meme names are still fun for the sake of streaming. But if I were to play privately, I think it's really fun to name them after historical units. That is quite cool. And then I like our South Essex contingent, which we can have here. Okay. It'll be cool once we get 5 divisions to have such a big army. South Essex are going to hold the front. And then our Roman... Oh, we also have these guys, are historical over there. Yeah, Grim, I'm not a big fan of the meme names either. I don't really like playing like that, but I think for the sake of a stream, it's funny. It adds character. Like, people still remember in our last stream the Mariachi Musketeers, and I think, like, having the Stoner Grenadiers and the Pipeweed Artillery and shit, I think there is something funny about that for the sake of the stream. I think last stream, the Mariachi Musketeers were the stars. I think this time, the Spartan Grenadiers with the Buckshot, I think these guys are the stars. Like, these two regiments, the Praetorians and the Spartans, are good. You can see how much faster these Praetorians go because of the musicians. It allows them to travel quickly. The Stoners could be the Steiner Grenadier, which would be a proper name. Yeah, maybe we do need to Germanize our drug. We'll do a vote afterwards if you guys want to keep our drug division or convert it into something else. I have a feeling people want to keep it though, which there's nothing wrong with doing that. We need new musicians for the grenade. Yeah, I wouldn't mind getting more musicians. We can do that. We'll put these guys in the forest and put these skirmishers in front of them. Damn, look at that. 106 morale. Isn't that nuts? These guys are going to fight to the death. Look how many morale bars. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Von White. Yeah. Yeah, we may need a German conversion. Von White and his Steiner instead of Stoner Musketeers. Or Walter Weiss. Should we upgrade the Varangians or let them be? I'll let you guys decide that too. I kind of like the Varangians staying as the Brunswick Musketeers, because if I upgrade them, they turn into Jaegers. And I don't know if I really want them to be Jaegers, because I already have the Velites that I'm really happy with. How's that artillery? What are they using? Mostly standard guns here. 6-pounders, 6-pounder. It's a triple 6-pounder battery here. So they're racking up decent kills, actually. Oh, Lieb is pronounced as Leib. Yeah. Why have I always thought it's Lieb for life? I know how to pronounce German. Like, if it's an E-I, it's always I. Like, Eisen would be E-I-S-E-N. But I've always thought it was Lieb. Where do I have the Lieb? Did I spell them as that, or did I spell them Leib? No, yeah, they are Leib. I don't know why I always thought that. Alright, here we go. French Fusiliers. They've got musicians, too. Is counter battery fire effective? It is. It's almost too effective that I don't like to use it, because it's kind of an exploit. You can... Actually, I'm targeting them now. you can just rack up artillery kills. But I don't want to do that. I'd rather hit the infantry. Oh, we got a... We can use our buckshot against the cavalry here. Let's form up. I want to get them close. Ah, they already shot a few. Okay. There we go. They're almost... The bullets are silent at the moment because we have to add the buckshot carbine sound effect. It's not in yet. But we got a ton of kills on that. It's so ridiculous that the AI is still using provincial cavalry. I'm sorry about that. I should have done a better job with the army generation before the stream. Because they should be using, like, dragoons and, they should be using dragoons and cuirassiers and stuff, but they're just not using that. Even though they should be. There we go. Who's in melee right now? Oh, shit. Let's get these guys back. Damn. We're getting outranged. We need better muskets for our elites. Yeah, I do agree. Damn, the Spartan Grenadiers are getting really screwed. Oh, they have the buckshot. I didn't move them into range. I gotta fall them back. They're losing way too many guys. That artillery is, like, dangerous. And those French Fusiliers are actually doing great. They're getting more kills than they're losing. They're beating my Grenadiers. So I may need to shoot and charge in, because that's what the Grenadiers specialize in. Hopefully they can provide some supporting fire. Let's get those guys in. Alright, we're actually struggling a little bit right now. There's the Swiss up ahead. Look at the amount of impacts behind. Yeah, it's because the artillery bounces. So the artillery shells hit here and they bounce and they all hit behind. Look at, like, this shell, for example, is in midair, and that one is going to land right there because it bounced from that. So you can see smoke bounce, bounce, bounce. I need to get out of there. Okay, we need to pull back that right flank. I think the artillery hit markers are too dark. Yeah, they stand out maybe a little too much. Damn, the French Fusiliers put up a good fight. Even after I charged, they almost broke me. Hopefully I can shoot them while they're reloading, or while they're retreating, and try to get an advantage. Can I throw a grenade in their retreat radius? Can I throw it? I don't think I'll throw it in time. No, they're gonna be too late. It might just hit one straggler or two. Oh, that was not bad. Okay. Okay, we got recruits flanking us on the right. Yeah, this battle, I've been going in pretty cocky, but this one's actually, it is putting some of my guys to the test right now. Especially because they got these guys flanking on the right. I'm still going to win this, but I'm going to take higher losses than I thought I would. And the enemy is fielding better troops now. Are these guys going to rally? I don't think they can, no. Will hand mortars be added in? No, there will not be hand mortars. I'm going to flank around this way. What do they got? They've got more cavalry actually hanging in the back. Those royal recruits we can deal with pretty easily. Load canister for artillery. I think you're right. Let's switch to grape shot, swivel around, and then leave a gap for them to fire through. Damn, the Swiss are... Did they have Charleville? Yeah, the Charlevilles. Look at that flag. I love the French flags. Isn't that beautiful? I think the French army might be my favorite 18th century army. We gotta move up. The Grenadiers are taking some damage. Let's get the South Essex up to support. Okay, maybe the grape shot idea was not too efficient. That right flank is actually hurting me a lot right now. Let's get them. Once I can deal with the Swiss, I can go reinforce, and then that artillery in the center. What needs to happen here is I need to. Oh jeez. They're charging the recruits. They love charging these shitty recruits I've got. I do need to get the cavalry. I'll get the cavalry down the center to push that artillery out, but yeah, I hope I'm not in any trouble. Let's see how the grape shot does at this closer range, if it's worth it. 142 goes up to 152, 10 kills a shot. That's okay. It's a guaranteed hit chance, at least. But not very good. I'm gonna switch back to solid. Those recruits need to be Hessian by the end of this. I think they should be able to, but they are... The Irish are really fierce in melee. Like, they have got a 32 melee stat and 45 charge. I've got 5 melee. So I need to charge in the Praetorians to rescue them. And the Spartan Grenadiers. I need the Leibs de Force to break the French Fusiliers and try to swing down the left flank here. Yeah, this battle's actually challenging, guys. I've been used to just curb stomping, but this is like actually somewhat tough. The Varangians are even struggling over here. Okay, well, yeah, we broke those Irish Grenadiers. Gosh, the charge damage. You see that? What I need to write down is, it's not actually... Here's what's happening. It's not actually that the light infantry takes too much damage when retreating. It's all units take too much charge damage when retreating. That's what it is. And then it's that light infantry doesn't take enough melee penalty when charged. That's what's happening here. Good. So I'm just taking notes, make sure we fix stuff. If you guys notice something's wrong, we want to make sure it's fixed for release. I don't want to give you guys anything that's buggy. So we are committed to really making sure we catch any little problems and we get them fixed. That's part of the point of the streams. It's not just for fun. It's also to make sure we can see what we want to change or make little alterations and balance changes and check the overall game feel and make sure it's fun. Like figuring out that buckshot was too strong. That's the only way you figure that out, is you play like 15 battles in a row and you just see how it feels. Damn, I really took a beating on my left flank. Even these guys are struggling to rally. Shouldn't light infantry fold when charged? Yeah, they should pretty much get wiped out when they're charged. If they're in open order, that is. All right, 172 kills. Let's see what we get with solid shot. 211. Yeah, I think that's better. 220. Oh, dude. A shot hit here, bounced up, and then do you see the smoke? It hit one of these guys in the back. So that shot actually got a double kill. That's awesome. I do love that. Can I compliment the artillery system that you can bounce solid shot into rear units? I do love that. Okay, these grenadiers need to... Can I time a grenade throw so they run into the grenades? I think I can do it. Throw, 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 throw. Okay, okay. Okay, there we go. That worked. Now let's reform the line and fire at them because they're pretty much loaded. Beautiful. Alright. Now we're cleaning this up. Yeah, this was a tough battle, wasn't it? Artillery canister fire definitely needs a tweak. Yeah, it's mainly grape shot. The canister shot's actually okay. Grape shot's not very good. Canister, I've actually had it before where I was getting 50 kills a shot with canister with 5 cannons. 5 guns within the battery. So I'd get 250 kills per volley Whereas with solid shot, I only got 10 kills there because some of those shots missed. Canister is a guaranteed hit if you're at close range. There's like no RNG with that. So you just have to get like upgraded canister shot. Okay, we've got the French in retreat now. Yeah, the issue is that gun battery is just so small. I think like the veterancy gain on artillery should be maybe higher. Second battle in Region 2, it's already 4.5 hours. I know, dude, this stream is long, isn't it? I'll let you guys decide if you want, how long you want me to keep going. I could try to, like, work up to fight the next headquarters, at least. In fact, if you wanted me to up the ante, I could even, I could sell a bunch of loot, recruit maybe 2 or 3 more guys, and rush the headquarters. And get to Region 3 for you guys. I wanted to commit to winning. Oh, there we go. Yeah. Let's see here. We got lots of uniforms. We can just sell those off. Yeah, the loot in Region 2 kind of blows. We want the money because we want to just try to fill out that 4th division and rush the headquarters. And then... there we go. I feel like once you get min-maxed on units and items by the end of Region 3, you should be moving faster. Yeah. Once you pick up momentum, you start moving like a lot quicker. Region 1 always takes the longest. What we're gonna do is pick up some manpower. I wanted to grab another unit, but I don't think I'll be able to afford to. Unless I can sell. Maybe I can. 10, 12 for the Highlanders. Yeah, let's grab Highlanders. And I will make them the Spartan Grenadiers. I'll make these guys the Spartan Fusiliers. So that they kind of like go together. And I'll make them have an inverted flag. With the line. The line doesn't work, does it? That's a shame. What else could be Scottish? I suppose I'll just give them this and then give them the same flag. Do Highlanders have their own tree? They have part of their own tree. You can see here. They have like a section of the British tree. Call them Athenians and make them Welsh. These guys are almost level 2, but they need to be level 4 to upgrade. And these guys are almost level 3, so we're almost there with them. I wouldn't mind doing a little drilling. I need even more manpower. Let's dump the cavalry down a little bit and bump that in. Yeah. And I got plenty of food. If I'm gonna raid for a sec. Actually, let me drill for a day. There. And then I'm gonna raid. And then I'm gonna leave. And we're gonna go to the next outpost. If I can go to the next to 2 more outposts, I can get that unit. Starving garrison. I can give them... Oh, that is a good option. Enlist a heavy cavalry unit. This one... Okay, that's lucky. Let's grab the dragoons. Now we've got 2 cavalry. That's much better, isn't it? Look at that. I almost want to have like a dedicated cavalry division. So maybe the LSD cavalry, the dragoons. Oh man, you guys, the drug theme. We're running out of slots to keep the drug. I like the stoner and the cracked. We can keep these guys, but ooh, we can go veteran foot. Let's go veterans. Yeah, I'm gonna do a little bit of army reorganization. Move them there. I'm gonna name these guys back from the Velites. I'm gonna call them the, what were they called? The Britannique, that's what they were originally called. I'm gonna give them that name back. I like the Varangian Musketeers. I think that's a fun name for them. So they can keep that. South Essex can stay. I'm gonna give them the yellow facings to match. These guys need red facings. The Air Prince is normal. He can stay the way he is. The purple pipeweed and the LSD cavalry. I'm gonna get... I think pipeweed artillery is pretty iconic. The drugged dragoons. Alright, we'll go... Dragoon cavalry. And we will move the artillery in, so this way they match. And the Spartan Grenadiers, I might move them over to another legion so they can be with the Spartan Fusiliers. Because I want to keep them together. And the Praetorian Grenadiers could be with the Light Guard. Since they're both Hessian Grenadiers, that looks good. The Light Prince can be in there as well. This can all be Hessian. And then we can move the Varangians back, maybe? Or actually, let's get them out of there and do that. Look how the flags match with the Varangians and the Legion Britannique. Then I can give them the Velites name back. There we go. South Essex can get paired up with the other South Essex. We can do the Grenadier Company to the left of them. We can have the artillery up there with the cavalry. And then, what's a color I have not really used yet? Maybe white or... I wouldn't mind buff. Let's go with buff. Well, let's give them a better flag. I like that. The Dragoon Cavalry and buff. And now I think this is a lot more organized. You see how the flags are matching here. Flags are matching here, matching there. I think it's a lot more cohesive now, the force that we have. And then where do we want to go? We need to go to one more outpost. One more outpost and we get a new unit. I'm going to swing down south, grab that outpost, and I'm going to engage the enemy headquarters. That's what I'm going to do. Let's go to Bukaburg. Grab a little cash. Anything we want. Is there anything we want to grab? Could grab a little bit of extra buckshot. I don't think we need it, though. I'm not going to be cocky. I don't need that. Let's grab the manpower. I don't need any more units. If I grab any more units, I'm just going to be running out of food so often right now. Yeah, food is really cheap here, so I might as well grab more. And let's go down. Let's cut across so we don't get ambushed by a patrol. And let's go to force march. Hit up the outpost. What do they need? Unmanned outpost. Garrison with reservists. And the enemy loses strength. That's cool. Or dismantle it for scrap. I don't feel like we want to dismantle it. I wouldn't mind... I would not mind going and... Let's go back. I don't want to fight that. I'm going to gun it for the headquarters. Well, no, if I don't gun it. Okay, let's go around. Up and around. Watch, watch, watch. I go up around. Oh! Alright, we'll fight this. Here's our plan. We fight this battle. We go to the town. We buy the manpower. We go south. We trade in the manpower, and we get the Royal Welsh Fusiliers. We use the Royal Welsh Fusiliers and engage the enemy headquarters early. And then we are out of Region 2. That's what we'll do. Because I don't want to be in winter forever. So only 2 more battles, and we're going to progress to Region 3. Now, they've got lots of regular Fusiliers here. And Hussars, actual Hussars, and Gendarmerie. Yeah, so this army is a little bit better. Let's engage them. But I want to commit to beating the game today. Let's beat it. I don't want to end the stream halfway through, and we got this far anyways. This will be a good cavalry face-off. Yeah, I agree. All right. Let's see here. I want to put the artillery on that hill. Now that I reorganize my divisions, they all start off in the same areas with each other. I'll have the South Essex be in charge of guarding the pipeweed. The Air Prince doesn't really matter where he's at. Spartan Fusiliers with the Spartan Grenadiers. Cracked Musketeers and the Stoner Grenadiers. Oh, geez. Let's put them in the corner. Let's put these guys there. And then here's our new... There's our LSD cavalry. But here's our new Dragoon cavalry. Or the Dragoons, if you will. So these guys are pretty cool. And they have got gendarmerie back there and hussars. So we're going to move these guys to engage. And I think I'm happy with this formation. So let's get up there. There we go. I'm gonna have the Varangians and the Velites take the town. Alright, let's see what happens here. Grab these guys, spread them on out. Good. My Spartans will maybe hold the rear and go for a charge. So I'll put the Spartans on the wings. And then the Crackweed can provide supporting fire from the left. And the cavalry will be behind them. And South Essex will be on the hill with the artillery. And then we're about to get our Pipeweed artillery up. I'm going to pull back to draw in. They're going to be using Charlevilles. And Charlevilles have great range, so I want to draw them in a little bit closer. I don't have as good of range as they do with my Potsdams. See how they're able to fire that far. So we need to try to draw them in a little bit. Luckily, these French Fusiliers are equipped with Tulas, which have shorter range, so we're able to take advantage of that a bit better. Deploy the artillery. I know. They've got the 2 cavalry units over there. Alright, 40 kills is not bad on just a single volley. They're actually starting to get better now. Okay, the Stoners will hold the river, and the Cracked are going to push forward. Let's move our skirmishers back up into the city. And then we've got that movement on the right to deal with next. Pretty sure the LSD Cav can become Hessian soon. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's right as well. They're veteran C3. Let's get them experience then. Let's really make sure we get good use out of them, get them up to level 4, and they should be able to upgrade. We also want the Air Prince to upgrade as well, so let's get him into combat. I'm going to put him right on the front line and have him try to pull some weight. And we need these guys, the South Essex, to also pull weight, so I'm going to rush them up too. Because I want to get both of these guys upgraded as soon as I can. Yeah, there's a little thing with the cavalry where they like to try to skim the edge of the map to get around you. So we're going to have to try and deal with that. That's already fixed in the next game version, once the next update comes out. The version I'm playing on is from like 3 weeks ago, so it's just missing a couple of those nice features. But the next stream will be in like 2 weeks, so you guys will be able to see the next version pretty soon, actually. It'll be a cool comparison point. I think I'm going to be Austria next time, which has a greater artillery focus. And so hopefully in time for that, we can make things like Grape Shot a little more effective. Let's go deal with these guys. Oh, they've got cavalry over here, too. Okay, I need to fall back to protect the artillery. I don't want to risk it. Look at them off the map, you damn exploiters. Like, the AI is exploiting right now. Get your ass over here. Even the AI is, like, finding any exploit. They're like, well, technically, if we can go over there, we'll do it. Looks like I'm doing all right over there. The LSD cavalry is actually getting hurt, but the dragoons are coming in. The dragoons. Oh, shit. I'll pull the LSD out. I'm going to pull the LSD out and fire a volley with the carbines. See if we can get a shot off here. There we go. We got a couple shots off. Yeah, it is like I'm fighting Legend of Total War right now. They're exploiting. We need him to exploit for us, too. I'm going to recharge. That's actually a good cavalry battle. It's really... It's a shame it's all the way on the side and we can't see it. It's really close. I may have to turn to face them in case they actually break me. Okay, at least this lead regiment is actually engaging. I may charge my Spartans. Yeah, I'm going to push him in. Everyone's exhausted over there. It's so close. That melee is so close. I have no idea who's going to win that. Technically, there's an officer attached to the Stoner Grenadiers, so if I move him close enough, he can boost the morale. There we go. Look at that. Did you see the morale just go up? Because the, what's his name? Julius Caesar just came over there, boosted our morale, so we'll win it now. Oh, they're countercharging over there. The rest of the line is holding up pretty well, yeah. Alright, that was a really cool cavalry battle. It's really a shame that it was on the corner of the map and we couldn't watch it, because that was super close. This is still a worry, though, isn't it? Look how sneaky they're trying to be. They really want that damn artillery. I need to move my cavalry back. I'll continue this charge. I do need to move up the center. Yeah, they're outranging me. Yeah, the Charleville has really incredible range. It's the best musket in the game, so the French get a good advantage with that to make up for their bad morale. Can I throw grenades into this pile of men? I will try. It doesn't want me to throw them because I'm technically in the melee, so I need to pull out first. There we go. And let's see if I can get that in. That might be a little bit close. There we go. Let's try that. I might hit a couple of my own men. We'll see. I can't really find a good way to throw them because they're already in a melee. It's just not going to work. Yeah, no. We broke that cavalry. Now we have to break this cav. My cavalry is trying to get over there. Alright, we're doing good. Yeah, these battles have been more fun. I think these Region 2 battles are more fun against a competent enemy. I think it really is the case that what the enemy brings determines how fun the battle is. If they're just bringing a bunch of recruits, it gets boring. But if they bring competent units, they're not even bringing... They don't even have their veterans. They've got low veteran C, and they don't have veteran fusiliers. So if they had better units, I think it'd be even more fun. because it'd be a better challenge. But I designed all the army compositions myself. It's a lot of army comps to make for what the AI can bring, so I just need to do a better job balancing. That's on me. $256 kills is actually good for the artillery now. Damn, this melee is just going on and on. I think we'll break them there. There we go. Let's get all those guys in. How's this? They love this deep flank that they're doing. Nice, okay. Does the forest decrease... Does the forest the enemy in decrease the damage of the artillery? I actually think your artillery isn't affected by cover. I think because you fire in, it splinters the trees. Which would happen historically. I don't think artillery is really affected by cover. So you also can't really hide in buildings that well. It's primarily the infantry. Oh, by the way, I should also say this. Pedro is right. I'm not even listening to the game name. The game is called Master of Command. You can wishlist it on Steam. Wishlisting helps a ton. So if you go on the Steam page here and you add to wishlist, this is extremely, extremely useful. It's free to do. It'd be very much appreciated to do. And I should say that. All right, let's move these guys down. It's melee in the forest. Where's my... Oh, my Spartan Fusiliers are chasing them in the forest. It's like a brawl in there. Alright, here we go. Take aim. They're gone. They're gone. Is there any delay in turning troops 180 to march the other direction, or is it instant? I think it's about instant. Do you mean like doing this to turn them around? So they just turn around like that. They're hogging all the kills. Give the Arab Prince some kills. Let's get them over there. Yeah, I'm just going to charge him in and win. There it is. So, we now want to pick up ammo, I think. We need 140 ammo. There are sieges, Gorilla. Who's telling you that there's... Why are you guys arguing about sieges? There is a siege mechanic in the game. It's just you don't do siege battles. It's a strategic thing. So you use ammunition and you order bombardments. I'll do a siege if I find one. If we find a fort, I will do one. Let's grab cash. Or manpower and ammo. Probably the manpower and ammo. I don't need the... There. Let's do that. I probably should have grabbed the experience. Gorilla's rage baiting. Yeah, possibly. Let's refill everybody. Perfect. And then, I do need food, you're right. We need a little food. We've got the money, I can sell all this crap off too. Let's also change out any bad muskets we're using. Any bad muskets, let's get rid of them. Good. So we've got the correct muskets. An officer would help, but there's no city nearby, unfortunately. We're gonna go to Bukaburg. Sell off our crap. Grab the cash. Need the food. A little bit of manpower. I'm gonna stock up. Oh, that's very nice of you, T11. Was only vaguely aware of this project, decided to watch it on when today is now one of my most anticipated games. Thank you, man. Recruits are upgradable, and remember the outpost. Gotcha, gotcha. Let's check the recruits. Drill. If I drill, I'm gonna get caught by an enemy army because I set the AI field armies to spawn too frequently. So that's unfortunate. We're just gonna get caught if we do that. Because remember, I baited them in a circle. So we're gonna go and force march our way out. They're gonna be running into us in any second. Gosh, the army really was obsessed with staying on the road. Let's check. Okay, let's get to the outpost here. Provide the reservists with the headquarters. Okay, yeah. And we get the Royal Welch. Beautiful. Nice. And do we have any redcoats that we could turn into like an assistant unit to them? Not really. That's all right. They can just hang out. And give them the goat. Oh, we do need to give them the goat. You're absolutely right. We gotta give them the goat. Yeah, yeah, yeah. There we go. Look at that 91 accuracy. Isn't that nuts? But yeah, the recruits can't be upgraded yet. I mean, I could make them Hanoverians, but I really wanted them to be Hessians. Because they're the Lieb Prince. They're the Lieb Regiment. They're very close to being level 3, though. I could probably drill for a day. There we go. Nice. Beautiful. Awesome uniforms, too. Do I have any other recruits? I have these guys, but they're too far away. They need to be a level 4 to become that. Should I swing by the city? Oh, fuck. There is the field army, at least. Now we know where it is. I'm going to head toward the headquarters. I think I'm going to do it. I've got a couple encounters on the way. Oh, my food. Holy. Whoa, the food. I need to swing back around. Oh, I'm so lucky. Thank you, God. Thank you, God. I ran out of food and I didn't even realize it. I definitely need to take this. In fact, I may... Look, 220 provisions. We need to get the hell out of this map. Yeah, let's ransack the camp and face the field army. Let's fight it. And then we'll use the field army to get more food if we need it. Actually, we won't need food. We'll probably just take the manpower from it. And then we fight the headquarters. This way there's a higher chance we can get more upgrades before that as well. We would have really been in trouble. We were in the middle of nowhere without any food. We could have, like, completely died. So, yeah. Okay, it spawned an enemy army. We got carbines, which I'll equip. It spawned 18,000 men. They're pretty tough, too. German Grenadiers, German Fusiliers, Volunteers, Hussars. Regular Fusiliers. Field Artillery, Fusiliers. Dragoons, Dragoons. Yeah. God, they need 5 veterancy to get up there. I may just bite the bullet and make them go to 4 instead. I need my cavalry to get more kills. I need the LSD cavalry to get more kills. These guys are max level. Veterancy 9 is nuts. But yeah, we can definitely win it. We'll probably just need to take the manpower from this battle. I wouldn't mind trying to create like a cauldron and let them come in through the center and just hit them on the sides and try to envelop them. I think that usually works pretty well. Or I could do like an oblique order attack where I can stack a ton on one flank and just wipe down. I feel like that sounds actually quite good. Maybe we could take like our grenadier regiments here. Oh, that's cool that they have... Hold on. Oh, that's neat. All right, let me show you something that I did that I forgot I did. Look at how they have yellow trousers, white vests, and these guys have yellow vests and white trousers. I added a random a random chance when you have Hessians that they have different pant colors. So it's cool that we got one of each. That's neat. It makes them stand out. But yeah, let's do oblique order. For anybody who needs to know about this game schedule, I will flash this on screen real quick. We're doing the British stream today. I was going to do the devlog tomorrow, but I think I'm going to delay that just 1 week. Then we're going to do our Austria stream on October 4th. We're going to do a Russia stream on October 13th, which covers every nation. We're going to put out a free demo on October 13th that'll last for a week where everybody can play for free. And then we're going to release the game on the 27th. So we've got plenty of time. We've got a lot of time to just continue polishing. We're not really adding any more to the game. We're just fixing bugs for like a month and improving the AI. So, and balancing, of course, too. There'll be 5 nations on release. Oh, here are the Royal Welch. My birthday's on the 27th. That's cool, Noah. There's our Royal Welch Fusiliers. Okay. Let's have these guys advance. And then this is our little oblique stack that's going to push really hard on the left with the support of cavalry. And then the artillery can move up. By the way, this is the historical Hoden-Friedberg battle map that I made. And then move these guys up. Will the game progress transfer? That's a good question. I don't think so if we make a new Steam page. And we'll probably make a separate Steam page for the demo because it's part of Next Fest, and we'll probably want to get reviews on the demo to see if everything is okay. There definitely is progression, though, and it probably wouldn't save over if I did that. There is progression in unlocking armies, unlocking renowned units, and also I'm like marathoning this playthrough. It's been 5 hours. Playthroughs probably take 6 or 7 hours if you're taking your time, like I am. I know people who have done it in like 3 hours, though, before. If they just fast forward through the whole game and play on easy mode. Is there a way to move the whole army in formation? I don't know. I don't think we have that right now. I really want to just annihilate that left flank and then just domino down the line. And their heaviest troops are on the right flank, which is good, because they've got weak stuff on the left, and their strength is on the right. And the Royal Welch can just try to delay. I'm afraid if the army gets too big, you can't micromanage anymore. Well, we're actually almost at full size. If anything, people have kind of complained that it's not big enough, but I think 20 is a perfect amount. As a person who's played a lot of Total War, anytime your army gets like 30 or 40 units, I just stop caring completely. 20 to me has been like the magic number. And if in the future people ever wanted larger battles, I would honestly rather just add like AI allies that help you and make the battles feel larger. Maybe you would have a button to override that, but if I only have like 17 units here. What do I have? 4, 8, 12, 13, 14, 15. I have 15 units. If I had another 10, I feel like that would be a lot. Like another 5 I could do. But if I had 10 more or 20 more, it'd just be too much that I would just stop caring about each unit. But I like right now that each unit kind of has its own personality. They have their own uniform, their own flag, their own items. So I do prefer... Oh, shit. Uh-oh. Well, the Royal Welch are really good, so I think they'll be able to hold. True, some can handle the 40 unit cards, but as long as you have the option to... Yeah, I don't know. Like, I think for this game, definitely 20 is going to be the option, or the limit. Because there's also the map size. It's square formation is not a thing. The thing is, Sam, square formation was very uncommon at this time, and it's also incredibly hard to program. So from a historical perspective, it's not essential, and from a programmatic standpoint, it is very time-consuming and difficult. So it was definitely in the drill manuals of regiments at this time, though. It's not like it didn't exist. Some people will try to gaslight you into thinking it wasn't real at this time, which is just false. But it just was not a common... By the Napoleonic Wars, that was like the thing you did to counter cavalry. In the 18th century, everybody knew about it, but they didn't. It wasn't like an automatic drill that everybody practiced and knew really well. All right, where is our... This is our oblique army. These guys, though, need to push. Oh, we need to abuse our buckshot. How's our center doing? They're not really doing anything. I'll push these guys up. Put these guys in a range. Push these guys up, too. I think we're ready to go into attack columns and just charge and push. And try to overrun the left flank and then just start dominoing down. But I gotta take care of the French dragoons first. Is the artillery deployed? I think so. No, it's not. I'm so bad with that. The thing is, our artillery sucks so bad. I definitely need to add a buff for it. To make you gain better experience, because it just needs an upgrade so desperately. Wow, they're fast. They're flying on that road. Two Scottish units, but no Pipers, I know, yeah. I think the difficulty is I'm playing on a harder difficulty. And because I'm on a harder difficulty, I just have a lot less money. And because I have so little money, I'm just not really buying many items at the moment. If I do find a city, I will try and buy it. I've just found buying units more important right now, and they're really expensive. So I kind of need to. I'll go take care of those damn flanking units. I'm trying to overrun this flank here, but I don't know. Yeah, they took out my cavalry. I'll go deal with that. At least we took out their Fusiliers in the left flank. How do I want to throw this grenade? Throw the grenades, damn it. Throw the grenades. Oh, no, no, no. Alright, hold on. I'm throwing them at point blank. Throw your damn grenades. I don't think they're going to get it off in time. Nah, they didn't get it off. Damn. Oh, shit, they threw it. They dropped them. Oh, there's grenades everywhere. Let's check the rest of the flanks. Oh my god, the damn AI flankers. Yeah, our oblique order kind of fell apart because we didn't have cavalry superiority and our cavalry just got routed by the dragoons. Oh, we got charged from the back. Uh-oh. The Praetorians can beat them. The Praetorians are nuts. 39 melee versus 25. Did you say damn AI clankers or flankers? I don't even know what I said, but they're both. You never use the buckshot on the LSD cav. You're right, Fabian. I do forget about it. I think it's just also because I'm streaming, so I'm trying to talk while I'm playing, and it's a little tough to do both. Damn, the fight was a little bloody. It wasn't too bad. It was a little bit bloody, but I really want to engage that headquarters and get to Region 3. There we go, I shattered him. Attack that artillery. There we go. Get me out of winter, yeah. Is there a way to show where troops are moving? Yeah, if you hold tab, you can preview. Like that. It's a little hard to see in winter. We're considering changing that. Charge the guns! Where is the cavalry that I need experience? LSD, right? Are there any units? Like, they could charge them. Ah, damn. Yeah, it's difficult because the best units get the most of the kills, so it's hard to get everyone getting kills here. Okay. It looks like there's another little field army on the left. I want to get manpower. And I'm just going to charge into their final headquarters. You could drill next to the headquarters. I could do that. Caesar's got a promotion. Supply wagon I don't need. Melee damage 25% is good, but it's an active ability, which I don't love. I'll get a supply wagon just in case. Yeah. And then do I need to equip anything? How's my cavalry? Cuirassier sword is better. Medicinal herbs. I could get the medicine. And then we're going to force march it over. Check out the battlefield. Hopefully it's not an ambush. Mass grave. It's not worth the money. I'm just going to let them rest. I do not want to run into that. Alright, we got to dive in. We're going to start taking some losses. We have to dive this headquarters because we are low on food. 12,556. Oh, man. 11, 12, 5, 5. Okay, we lost even more. I think we'll be able to get in right now. Ready? There we go. All right, we're outnumbered 2-1. 2-1, ladies and gentlemen. I don't want to take the outpost because the outpost could be something bad, and I didn't want to take it. Well, actually, it's a higher chance that it could have been something good, so maybe I should have, but... You almost faced double the enemy before. I know. We are going in against 3 artillery, including a bronze gun, 2 bronze guns, full batteries, field artillery, the Grenadiers of France, an elite unit, French Fusiliers, regular Grenadiers, veterans, all veterans, Swiss, double Swiss Grenadiers, Irish Grenadiers, Irish, German contingent, Volunteers, Dragoons, yeah. Alright, let's see if there's anything we can do before we go in. Not really with them. Not with them either. Damn, these guys are taking so long to upgrade. Honestly, I think what we could do to fix it is just make it so that upgrading battalion artillery into field artillery just costs 1 less veterancy. So why don't I just note that down? Should, or upgrading battalion artillery to field artillery just costs 1 less veterancy. Alright, here we go. Alright. We have not fought on this map before. We have not fought here before. We have a huge sprawling kind of like farm area. A big river cutting the map in half. A little village on the left as well. And who are we facing? Damn, they get a lot of items. They get a lot of items here. Yeah, we're gonna try to hold the river. Like the Irish Grenadiers here. Swiss Grenadiers there. The veteran, 1,600 veteran French Fusiliers with a gold tricorn, gold brim tricorn. Look how big these batteries are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 guns per battery. Meanwhile, mine is 3 guns. And it's called pipeweed artillery. Awesome. That really inspires a lot of confidence. We have the Grenadiers of France, who have got Chevaux de Frise as well. And entrenching tools. Alright, this is going to be tough, guys. Yeah, this is our biggest battle. I'm going to set up along... I'm going to leave the formation default and just... Yeah, let me just check my units where I want them. Where are my Highlanders? Yeah, they're with each other. I'm going to swap my ammo types before I forget. I've got Confident and Invigorated, which is very good. That's a 134% combat effectiveness buff. So we can look at the green and look at the stats. They've got nearly 100 melee. All that green is just because of their confidence and invigoration of high stamina that does that. Let's, I think we should just push up. I think the artillery should go on that hill, though. And we got a supply train back there, too. So if anybody runs out of ammo, put it on slow motion as we advance. Let's move up. I'm gonna get these guys along the hedge. I'm gonna have these guys go there. And I'm outnumbered technically 2 to 1 in this battle. I'm gonna go there. Artillery is gonna go on the hill. These troops are gonna hold the hill on the river. And then these guys are also gonna hold that open field there. It's a lot of guys, isn't it? All right. Praetorians, let's form up. They're nice and fast. Let's sprint these guys up. I'm gonna move to sprint. Double time. Let's get to position. Take a lot of ground. We can give up ground if we need to. Damn, there's the artillery. I'm gonna spread the cavalry out. General's gonna move up in the center. Supply wagon. I'm gonna have the supply wagon in the middle of the town, and then I can just dispatch it wherever we need supplies if we run out of ammo. Let's walk the skirmishers. I think all of their artillery is targeting the skirmishers, which is probably better because they have a fire damage reduction since they're spread out. Damn, this looks scary. All these units stacked up with excellent level Charlevilles at 56 accuracy there and huge range. Look at the range on these guys. Man, I'm in trouble. Let's change the targets here. Oh, they're pulling back too. Yeah, we may be in some trouble. Let's deploy all of our troops. I think we'll win this, but I think we're going to take a lot of losses. I think that is likely. Where do I want my cavalry? Probably on the left, because they have cavalry there, and we can try to sweep around. That center looks really dangerous. I feel like our center is going to break. And I feel like our left is okay. Alright, Stoner Grenadiers. No, actually, where's the Highland Grenadiers? They're over here. They're in kind of trouble. I'm gonna move... You know what? Spartan Grenadiers, you're gonna have to get close. You're gonna have to get close to use your buckshot. And get the most out of it. They're getting really close to me, actually. I'm getting lucky. They're trying to make a river crossing there. Actually, yeah, I guess we can deploy the artillery. It's not quite on the hill yet, but we'll deploy it. Okay, the Irish are pretty weak on the left there. We can take them out. Okay, let's move up there. And then the Stoner Grenadiers, I'm going to try to make a crossing, I think. Spread these guys out. Yeah, the Velikids are getting pounded by the artillery. At least I bought me some time. Wow. Amazing kills. That buckshot is really useful. Level 7 veteran fusiliers, we gotta use the buckshot on them. And just engage them at point blank. And got a little fight going over here. Where's our cavalry? There it is. It's on the way. I gotta walk it because it's getting worn out. Good shot. Trying to get across the river here with the stoners. Units will auto-target. Yeah, they will auto-target and fire well. That's correct. Let's put these guys up. Charging your grenadier. Yeah, I need to get some grenadiers across the river and try to like wreak havoc. I feel like on the left we're actually doing pretty good. It's just the center that center's not gonna hold. Like these guys are already weak. These guys are at half strength. They've got all these stacked units. This guy hasn't even been touched yet. This level 7. And look, they're firing on my flank too. I'm gonna fire one more time. I'm gonna fire one more time here and then pull these guys back. Volley. I can break them. There we go. Now pull these guys back. And then... Damn, that's a lot of cavalry. 600 of them. We've got our buckshot enabled. And then if we can push across the river... Oh, look, I'm already pushing across here. Let's charge the Swiss Grenadiers. Oh my gosh! Did you just see the artillery all targeting? Oh, man. Oh, they're not making it out. Oh, my God. The stoners, they got stoned themselves. That's rough. That was really rough. At least we're winning on that left flank. It's just that center. These guys are not going to make it back across the river, I don't think. They got, like, encircled. They got pocketed. Who... Varangians and Velites are running. Where's the Varangians? On the right? Or where? Where are my Varangians? Oh, shit. Okay. If I can break the cavalry, I can push across that left, but... Oh my gosh, the artillery. They just gotta get out of there. There's just no way. Those Stoner Grenadiers are gone. I think I'm going to lose the entire unit. Holy shit. I can't retreat them because it's the headquarters battle. Oh my gosh. Yeah, they turned around and blasted them. At least they exposed themselves in that way. Spartan Grenadiers are going to hold the back and reserve now. I may have to pull back to the town. Should I pull back to the town? I think I think my center has to, but my left can hold. The left is okay. Like, we're about to knock out these guys, and our cavalry just got freed up to push. I think we hold. I think we should pull back. If we lose this, we're done, by the way. I'm not reloading a save. If we lose it, we're done. They overdosed. Yeah, they overdosed. Let's pull back. I'm gonna run. It at least will trip up their artillery because, yeah, we'll be out of their range. They're gonna have to... This right flank is actually quite good. It's just that they're dealing with the Grenadiers of France. 210 kills, 7 deaths. Yeah. Damn, the Royal Welch, really disappointing. I think it's because they're firing at their max range, so the Royal Welch are just getting outranged. Those Charlevilles are dangerous as hell, aren't they? Yeah, let's pull back. Can we do anything about the Varangians? Damn, my artillery's getting screwed too. I think the Varangians are gone. I think I'm gonna pull back here, force them across the river. Damn, the LSD are running too. I don't know, guys. Our officer died. Walter White is dead. Walter White's dead. And there's only 4 of those weed guys left. Yeah, I think this might be it for us. We'll do a last stand. We're gonna do a last stand in this town. Baby Blue starts playing. Yeah, man. Yeah. At least these Praetorians are really just like holding that line there. I'm gonna see what I can do with the Cav. First, I'm gonna charge and knock out and just kill 250 guys, which should shock the rest of them. Here's what I'm gonna determine. If my general... He's not gonna make it in time. I'd have to get my general over there to rally them. I mean, he could make it, but if he does, will that cause the Spartan Grenadiers to break? Let's see if they lose their influence. No, they're okay. So I'm gonna run my general and see if I can catch the Varangians. I'm gonna get across the river and knock out the voluntaries, cause some shock, shoot the German Grenadiers in the back, and then try to support. Damn, the range is just killing me. I'm gonna now pull back up because I'm outranged. Are they just following me? Yeah, they're pouring across, following. All right. Damn. This is like Gettysburg, yeah. And we're falling back through Gettysburg. Honestly, this game format would actually work well for the Civil War, wouldn't it? Because Region 3 is about scorched earth, so you'd have like Georgia in Region 3. There we go. My Spartans will be in the back. We'll move these guys up. Get them some cover. Okay. Let's run up and hit these guys right in the back. At least their artillery's kind of let go for a little bit. I'm gonna hold here. They're gonna go in the river, and I'm gonna run back up to the fence. There we go. Just keep shooting them in the back. And then charge them. We'll do a rear charge. Just hit these guys. Look at the last 3 men. One of them is about to get hit with a cannonball. My chasseurs broke. Why did they break? Where are they? Stoner Grenadiers are dead. Yeah, we know that. Why are the Velites? Where are they? Velites are over there. Oh, I might be able to rally. Oh, I rallied the Varangians. I rallied them back. And then we're going to travel. If I leave the radius, they're okay, yeah. The Varangians can come back. And now I got to rally the center. And now we are beating the... Let's go cycle charge it. We're hitting... They're low ammo. We need that ammo thing. Okay, is anybody else low ammo? They're not. Is the enemy low ammo? They're not. It's just me. All right, well... We're gonna send this thing on the road and hopefully bring them some ammunition. I don't think I can rally the artillery, unfortunately. Yeah, they would require like 10 morale to come back. And my general only gives 5 morale, so I can't bring them back. Are they firing at their max range? Just about. I'm gonna pull these guys back to draw the enemy in. I'm killing more than I'm losing, which is good. That's really good there. If I can break them... Oh, it's so close. It's so close. Am I gonna break them? They have 10 morale. I have 11. You know what? I'm not risking it. I'm actually gonna pull them out. I'm gonna pull them out. And then I'm gonna rally and charge at them again. Well, maybe I won't. Maybe I will not. Maybe I'll try to shoot them. If I can shoot them, that'll be good. And then these guys pulled back, so I can now throw these guys back forward. I'm gonna pause again. Oh my gosh, this is just nuts. Spartan Fusiliers have great cover at least. Spartan Grenadiers aren't so good. Okay, Royal Welch, you are gonna go on a flanking mission. Eretz Prince, you push up and just get firepower. Move them up. I need to get them on the fence line. Where's the supply wagon? It's right there, okay. And Ferdinand needs to get up and rally. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna gear up for a rear charge on the German Fusiliers. No, it's too late. They're gonna turn to shoot me. I just have to charge them. Can I break them? I got them. And I want to gobble them up and get as many kills as I can to scare these guys on the left. I'm gonna rush these dudes up. Pause. How are we doing over there? Is our general back? General is back into the city. I don't know what to use the Spartan Grenadiers for, that's the thing. They get 800 kills, but maybe if I put them in column and rush them around and do something on the right. Okay. Yeah, and I'm just murdering these guys who are retreating. And let's get in here. I want to just hit the Irish and we'll break them, because they are just fighting to the death right now. I'm going to pull these guys back. They're in danger. Swiss Grenadiers are on the move. Who just fucking broke? Oh my gosh. Nice, good shots on the Grenadiers of France. Who's charging us? Oh my god. Okay, Spartans. Spartans, bring up your grape shot, or your, what is it called? Your buckshot. Bring up the buckshot. Nice, they're retreating. Yeah, I'll pull them back there. Oh, Jesus. Okay, they're gone. Irish are gone. I'm gonna charge them. Nope. Don't hit me. Run, guys. Run. That's not good. If they hit me... Oh! I'm gonna get the hell out of there. If I can run around and knock out all the artillery, that would be good, but I don't know if I'm gonna have the time. Okay, we broke the Grenadiers of France. Can they rally? Yes, they can. They're retreating. I don't know, man. I don't know about this. I don't have the guys to do it, unfortunately. And they're out of ammo. I'm out of ammo. And retreating. Oh man, oh man. At least the Varangians are back, I guess. Can they rally? No, they cannot anymore. want to get the Spartans to run up with buckshot and see if they can do anything. I'm gonna keep pulling these guys back to town. I bet I can rally to Essex. Alright, I'm gonna get ready to charge. Another unit just got shattered. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Ready? Got him. Alright. We're gonna try something dangerous. Do I have anything on the left? I do have these guys on the left. Oh my gosh. I have to just try something. Can I rally these guys back or no? What's the rally point? I bet I can. But it would cause these guys to run away. No, I can't rally them. Maybe the general will go over there. Maybe these guys will run back. I had an ability that actually reduces enemy morale. If I can run the general over and scare the shit out of him, maybe that could work. I don't know. I know I've lost like everything. I'm just seeing how far I can get at this point. Gosh, they're exhausted. At least they're firing at their own guys, same with their artillery. They're all retreating back there. Yeah, this is over. It's over, ladies and gentlemen. Unwinnable odds. I think I probably could win it if I tried it again, but I don't think I will try it again. Just because I think it's fun to just let things happen the way that they happened. Here, I'll try the ability, break them. Did it do anything? No, the active ability didn't really do anything. Alright. Yeah, if I had more officers, look, I have 2 vacant officer slots. If I had more officers, I definitely rushed into the headquarters. I should have had a bigger army and more officers, and in that case, I would have been in a better spot. But anyone left? No. The Praetorians are going down fighting. In fact, I could... Hold on. Pause this thought. Pause this thought, guys. Throw your fucking grenades. Do something. No, don't walk away from me. Don't you dare walk away. No. Alright, we're throwing grenades at them instead then. Yeah, it's over. It's over. It's over. I'll just get the speed buff from the charge so I can throw a damn grenade in. Oh, their artillery broke their own guys. Dude, if I had, I'm telling you, if I had 1 more unit left, I could actually win it if I had 1 more unit left. Oh, man. If I had 1 more unit, I could do it. But I don't. It's just me and the Praetorians at this point. with only 300 guys left, getting bombed by fucking artillery. Why not charge the general? I think I'll just die instantly if I do that. Try to fire at them. I'm gonna try to close the gap. They're getting caught on some of my retreating guys, which might give me the opportunity to throw a grenade. Come on, throw the grenades. They're gonna throw. They're throwing. I think I just have to charge them. Yeah, the range advantage was huge that they had. And now look, there's still these huge regiments still coming in. Look at that bloody... Can I just take a moment to show the lines they died in here, the lines they died in there. Throwing away that grenadier unit really sucked. Look at all my losses, all my grenadiers who died trying to cross that. And then the bloody retreat back across the river. And then all the blood that was shed trying to pull back slowly. Look at all this. In my opinion, there should be some way to view which regiments are still alive and which ones are shattering. Yeah, that's true, on the minimap. Maybe they should just turn white on the minimap if they're shattered, so you know what's... Look, they're just trying to get away because they want to use their maximum range from the Charlottesville. So they do not want to deal with me. I think I'll catch up to them though. But I don't know if I'll survive the melee. Because their melee is what? 52? And I'm 39? Ah, jeez. Yeah, I'm screwed. That's it. Why did you fight toe-to-toe against the French? If you use the same strategy that you use in the first, are where you drive the enemy to flank, and a bunch of his units just shut them apart. I'm not sure what you mean by that. You gotta cheese them. I don't want to do any cheese. I enjoyed that battle regardless of losing. I had a fun time with that, honestly. So. It is what it is. The drugged up Romans couldn't pull it off. I know, yeah. Some of the guys got pretty good kills. I think everybody pulled their weight, maybe besides the skirmishers, but they absorbed a lot of fire. The Lieb regiment didn't do that good. I didn't have good positioning for them. The British recruits would have been nice. If they were upgraded, look how good the upgraded ones do. They get 500 kills instead of 100. And the cavalry did fine. I'm really disappointed in the LSD cavalry because they're provincial. I never upgraded them. I never got a chance to. But the British dragoons did much better with 600 kills. And the artillery did fine. 230 is okay with the lowest level artillery. I wish it was higher. The Stoner Grenadiers got completely wiped with 69 kills only. We killed more than we lost at the very least, but yeah, it was a very close battle. Yeah, I should have moved the items away from the LSD, I agree. Well, ignore the text here. The cause of Player Nation is undone. I'm worried about too many winter battles. I agree, D-Man. I actually agree with you. I think there is actually too much winter. I wouldn't mind. I don't know what you guys think, but I wouldn't mind if winter didn't even really come into Region 1, to be honest. And that it was maybe more specific to Region 2. Because I don't mind that Region 2 is like a logistics thing. Or I guess the alternative would be to just push winter back a bit in Region 2. Loads too much winter. Yeah, I agree. I agree. What do you guys think? Do you think I should just push winter back a lot more in Region 1? Or maybe push winter back in both regions? I know you had a cool idea about it, but it does not seem fun. Yeah, push back Region 2 now that the... yeah. I think generally winter just comes too soon in both regions, right? I think push back both. Yeah. I agree. Push back winter by about a month in both regions. Or I'll say in all regions. I think if I had another month, that would be better, because in Region 1, I probably wouldn't have even encountered it then. Maybe even a month and a half, honestly. I think that would be good. And that would be a higher priority to me. Where's the priority? There it is. I wish Scorched Earth color was fall, but without all the destruction. Yeah. We killed 76,000, and we lost 30,000. Our biggest battle was Ulsan. The most men we've had in a battle at once was 31,000. We lost 2 battles, we won 13. We fought 15 total. Survived 267 days. I think the battle was fun. I'm okay with losing it. I think that was a very, like, it was fun to fight a battle that was that close, so I'm okay with losing it. I guess the only thing I'm disappointed in is I want to show you guys Region 3, because it has completely different art. So yeah. The regiments, my most valued was the Essex Grenadiers, surprisingly. The Praetorian Grenadiers got 17,000 kills. Highest loss, the Stoner Grenadiers. Yeah, well, yeah. And the highest morale. Highest melee stat was the Praetorians. Highest charge was my Spartans. The highest accuracy were the Royal Welch. I could just cheat into Region 3 to show you guys if you want. I think I could do that. Do you want me to fight it again? I can fight it again and then show you Region 3 and just try to win it this time. We'll consider the run failed, though. I won't... Like, I'm cool with admitting that I lost it, but I just want to show you guys Region 3 because I think it's neat to show off. So consider everything beyond this not canon, I guess. We can also go to the outpost. Oh my gosh. Guys, if I had gone to the outpost, look. I got another Highland Grenadier from that, which fully fills out my ranks. Isn't that funny? And then my Praetorian Grenadiers, let's equip some items. Yeah, I probably would have won that if I... Remember I was saying if I had one more unit. Do you remember I was saying that? One more unit, and I would have won. So I should have checked the encounter. I will give the Praetorian the ammo slot, because they ran out of ammo last time. I will take the shit off of the LSD, because they're not as good. Probably like the buckshot, even. The Dragoons are more accurate. Look, 63 accuracy. Give them the buckshot. And breastplates. I don't mind giving breastplates to the bad cavalry, because they just need a little bit of an extra boost. The other thing I want to do... No, I don't have time to replenish. Everybody is going to come in a little under strength. That's fine. Because I ran out of food. Can I upgrade these guys into anything? Probably not, no. I'll give them a land pattern instead. I never used the grenades on the South Essex, so I don't want to give them to them. I did use the Praetorian grenades, and the Life Guard can keep their grenades too. The Spartans also have grenades. And who else do I want to give grenades to? Who would have been useful to have it? Maybe I'll give the cavalry grenades, dude. Like that. Ruam, yeah, I know. I told you not to charge. You had to volley. I know. Name the stoners to the overdosers. Yeah, they've been immortalized. Here, they're the overdoser grenadiers. And then our Highland Grenadiers are just regular. What's a color we haven't used yet? Maybe like white? White flags, though, kind of suck. Watch this. Let's do something cool with them. Hold on. I like that. That's cool. And then I think that's all I can do. Sorry, 1 second. My developer recommended that I make a save of this battle. Oh, it's a different map this time. We have a different map we're fighting on this time. I'm not going to cheese OH. I still want to fight it regularly. Where do we want to fight in? I like the other map better. That one was a really cool map. That was honestly one of my favorites. It was very dynamic. We're pretty much going to be playing across the whole map, so I don't think there is... I could fight on the oblique. I could pull up a Leuten. I'm going to go a Leuten. I'm just going to, like, stack everything on one flank and then push heavily down and make them frantically have to switch sides. And I'd rather do that with the hills, I think, than stuck in a forest, if it's about speed. So yeah, I'm going to go Leuten style. I'm going to be in column only for a little bit. I'm going to exit column. Once I push up to, like, the hill, I'll get out of column so I don't get blasted by the artillery. Which, that's the range, so I have enough time to rush. And I'm going to overpower that flank. I also need to switch my ammo types before I forget. Okay, there we go. Now the enemy's like, what the hell are they doing? And they've got to swing everything over. That means the Grenadiers of France are going to take a long-ass time to get all the way over there. And meanwhile, we're flying in columns. So... POV, the last battle was a dream. Yeah, I had a premonition that I'm trying to solve. It wasn't real, it wasn't real. Alright. It doesn't help I'm coming in this battle with half strength. Or not half, but with lower strength with a lot of my units. I'm going to form up along here. I don't want to form up too close because I don't want them to use the forest. So I'm going to hold, like, there, let them come in, then I'll push up. Unfortunate general, yeah, that's actually true. He used like a Napoleon Total War trick. He like baited the enemy with cavalry and then moved his entire army around the side. That was the Battle of Leuthen. Here. Austin, I don't think they use a different ammunition amount per the ammo types. Here's the battle. You can see he baited them with cavalry at the top to exploit the AI. And then he swung everything around the side, which is what we're trying to do. If you look here, that's essentially what we're trying to do at the moment. We got Frederick using AI cheese before. Yeah, that's IRL cheese. That's absolutely right. Imagine being the commander, like what you would actually be thinking. Like, what the fuck are they trying to do? And then realize you just got completely outflanked and destroyed by that. Overdosers are the risk takers, so I'm going to run them up onto the hill. I'm backward. The game will not be free, but there will be a free demo for Next Fest. That's a cool flag, those guys. Alright, Spartan Grenadiers are going to stay in reserve. I think we learned that last time, that they stay back, and they come... Let's have the Spartan Grenadiers come in at the end of the battle and clean up with Buckshot. We don't need them taking a frontline role when the enemy's strong, when Buckshot won't even break them anyways. But if we bring them in at the end and reserve, then the Buckshot will break them in like a single shot, and I think that's probably a better way to do things. My other Spartans will also be back there too. And then I will put these guys in the forest over there. I'm almost up on the hill. Move up the Dragoons. Can you throw grenades over friendlies? Yes, you can, yeah. Which is kind of funny, actually. Alright. Let's fight the oblique battle now. So they have all this stuff trickling back, and we're able to fight them in detail first. So they're pushing up. Now I want to push up to eliminate the range advantage. We just need to close the gap. And like I said, we want to get them out of the forest. Now I'm comfortable pushing up. I don't want them to use that other forest. We're still going to hold the right flank there. Let's push these skirmishers up. I wanted the skirmishers on a delay because last time they took way too much fire. The Air Prince is going to go far left. Let's do that. General's going to hold the center. You are right, Austin, that I probably should have put grenade throwers behind the main line. Oh, jeez. All right, get out of column. Look at the Irish. Look how close they're getting. That's perfect. Oh, I can throw grenades at them, can I? I think they're trying to charge someone. So they're getting close. Let's get the grenades in. We didn't realize how effective the grenades were until the end last time. There we go. Oh, got a little too far. I'm going to throw a grenade one more time and then charge. Get rid of those Irish. There we go, look at that. Beautiful. And I should be able to shatter them. There we go, done. Then I'm going to run these guys back. Move the skirmishers up ahead. The skirmishers will screen for them. Let's get the cavalry around the flank. I'll get the overdosers forward. Varangian musketeers, I'll get them forward as well. I'm going to actually space everybody down the line. There we go. And the Spartan Grenadiers, I'm going to move them up against these French Fusiliers because they're really close range now. There we go. Let's charge these guys down. Eliminate any other stragglers. Shadow them. There you go. Okay, I want to use buckshot against that cavalry, so I'm going to pull back. I'm going to get them out of cover, though. I don't want to use buckshot in the forest, so I'm going to let them charge out. Yeah, I know, OH. I know it's cheesing, technically. I know. I'm going to run up with the grenades and then buckshot them. Use the cavalry grenades, you're right. That's frustrating. They got stuck. I won't be able to use the cavalry grenades just yet. I did deploy my cannon. It's back here. It's got okay kills. Are they throwing the grenades? Yep. Throw the grenade and then fire. Blow them up. Shoot. And charge. Okay, they broke them. I'm gonna get these guys back. I just want to punish them if they get too close. And I did that, so I'm gonna pull back now. And I just gotta keep checking I'm in range. Because those French have a real big problem with those Charlevilles. So just keep advancing. I'll get the Royal Welch active. I'm actually gonna swap out the Spartans for the Royal Welch because the Royal Welch have better accuracy, so I'm gonna swap them in. Let's check the left flank. We actually beat the cavalry this time. LSD will stay in reserve. Then I'm gonna move in. Let's take these guys out. Clean up them. And then start moving down this left flank. And the Varangians will stay in reserve back there. Let's try to use some grenades there. It's risky, but I think it's okay, because we have the extra men right now. If it means I can break them, I think it's worth using the grenades. Oh, jeez. They all retreated. What caused them to... Oh, they already had low morale. So they retreat. There's a little chain route going on. Wow. How the hell did we achieve a chain route like that? It's going way better than last time, honestly. Like, significantly better. Alright, guys, throw your damn grenades. Oh my gosh. Well, the grenade strategy was not that effective in this case. I got way too close, you know. Let's get the cavalry in. I'm gonna pull the skirmishers back. I don't want to use them anymore. Taking too many losses. All right, that strength, that flank is still a little strong there. The soldiers in the back saw the vanguard route and then broke thinking the battle was lost. Yeah. Yeah, the artillery is extremely susceptible to morale shocks, almost maybe too much so. But I was slaughtering a lot of their guys in the back and breaking a lot of their units, and it freaked them out. Like, doing this and just collecting all these prisoners and just killing them all just creates these huge morale shocks. This is like a Leuthen, isn't it? Much more than the previous battle. Even though the last one was still fun, I did enjoy like falling back to lines of defense. Those Grenadiers of France, I'm gonna have to... I know this is risky and I shouldn't do it, but the enemy has low morale anyways. I'll push up. I want to throw grenades off horseback if it's possible. Oh, they're stuck in melee, that's why they can't right now. I'm gonna let the Swiss Grenadiers shoot me. Because they're firing at max range, and I'm gonna throw grenades off horseback and then charge them. There we go. Let's move up the South Essex. against the French Grenadiers. Spartans. Where's my Royal Welch? They're doing okay. They're not doing great. I'm gonna start advancing. Everybody's a little bit out of range, so let's keep that going. Gotten more prisoners to kill. Bloodthirsty dragoons over there. There we go. Let's get those grenades thrown. I'm gonna move these guys in front. God, the forest is just slowing me down so much that I'm gonna get shot at point blank. Yeah, that's dangerous. That's really dangerous. Can I shoot them? Here, let's order a charge just to pull them out a little bit. And then throw your guys fucking grenades. Ah! I'm getting screwed here. Okay, there we go. Throw them, throw them, throw them. And then fire at them. Okay. Alright, that's okay damage. It wasn't great, but that was okay. They need to make contact before they get shot. Luckily, their friendlies ran through them, so these guys couldn't get their shot off. Yeah. I'm gonna break. I gotta get them out of there now. I was too risky with them. But we're doing okay. I can afford the risks at the moment. Are they charging me? Charging my center. Damn, my cavalry got shattered. Their guns rallying. I'll take those out. Oh, they got routed just in time by the live guard. Did I break the Grenadiers of France? I don't know if I did. I think I did over there, yeah. There we go. I think we've won this. That was much easier. Much, much easier. I still enjoyed that battle I lost though. Like it was fun falling back to multiple points of defense. I think I was just sloppy. And then this one I don't know if this would be an exploit, but I definitely did use like I did force the AI to have to completely reconfigure their lines. So it's not a strategy I would always use, but if I'm desperate, I think this is a viable strategy to go oblique. I don't even know if this is necessarily oblique order, because oblique is just overstacking one flank. This was like fully moving the whole army around. What do we need food out of this? Yeah. Okay, I got some promotions out. That's good. Yeah, the loot rewards have kind of sucked lately. I think they could be better. Okay, we're to Region 3 now. Recruitment cost minus 35%. That's definitely the right way to go. Attrition could be good too, but I think the recruitment cost, if I need to pick up my last few units, is the way to go. And look, we have taken Hanover and Hesse. We've secured them. Here are our final options. We protect Southern England. We fight the French again. Which sounds thematic, but maybe fighting the French for a third time is less interesting to watch. I could also march on to Berlin, because I technically left Prussia as an enemy. So I could march on to Berlin in the Scorched Earth. Or I could go to Thuringia against the French Austrians. I think for me, thematically, it'd be more interesting to either go to Berlin or defend England. It just depends what enemy you guys want me to fight. If I should keep up the rivalry with France or fight the Prussians. I think Prussia would be newer to fight. I know England sounds like a fun mission. I'll let you guys vote. I'll actually let you pick. I'll let you pick. We either continue the rivalry, or we take on a new enemy in Berlin. In the Scorched Earth. Oh, look at that. It's already... We already have the Scorched Earth theme, look. Alright, we're going to Berlin. We're marching on Berlin. We get the Royal Horse Guards if we siege 2 forts. And if we go to 5 settlements, we get officer experience. Let's go. Alright, this is it, guys. Region 3. General, the country ahead has been put to the torch. Storehouses are empty, mills are broken, wells fouled, and what little remains is dear to buy. Morale will suffer in this barren ground. Proceed with extreme caution. The enemy has posted their best troops here to force a decisive engagement and end the war. Choose your ground carefully and press hard when you find the enemy's main body. Beat them here and the war is won. You've carried the enemy this far, or the army this far. Hold firm and you will finish it. Well, here we are. We are in Brandenburg. And no mountains, but there is forest. We have an army about 20,000 of elite Prussians there. So it's about the same size of what we just fought, but the enemy unit quality is probably twice as good. Yeah, there's 3 acts. All of the settlements are only negative, and they're already pre-looted, meaning all the prices are up 50% everywhere. And everything is damaged. We can siege the forts. We have the ammo to siege, so we're going to knock those out. And then we need to go to settlements. Visit 5 settlements. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I guess. We're going to go to the supply cache. Marauders. General, the caches here have long been stripped bare, but a detachment of hussars lingers in the area, unwilling to stand idle. They offer to ride out and seize whatever resources we need most, be it coin, powder, rations, or recruits. The risk is theirs, but it will take time. A few days at least before they return, assuming they do. So we can wait, we can lose 3 days and get $300. Lose 3 days and get 1,000 food. Lose 3 days and get 1,200 ammunition. Or get a free light cavalry regiment. What do you guys think? Probably the free cavalry regiment, right? It's not like we were desperate. We do have low manpower, but that's not even an option here, so I think we get the cavalry. There we go. And now let's put the cavalry in there. What I need to do, too, is these guys are never going to get hit level 5. Well, actually, they might. I was going to say I could just upgrade them, but yeah. See if anyone else is ready to be upgraded. No, not them yet. How's our artillery? Level 3. Damn, it needs to be a 4? That's nuts. Experience gain 15%. I might have to put them under Caesar's Legion in order to get them the experience they need, because everyone there is already ranked up super high. So I might move them there. It costs 2,800 to get that next division, which I don't even know if we'll get it. We'll sell all of our loot. There's some slums nearby. Deserter hideout. Storm them. Use up a bunch of ammo for... Yeah, that's worth it. Let's conscript them. So you'll also notice the encounters are going to sound thematic to the region we're in. So in Region 2, there was a lot of food loss and people freezing to death. In this one, it was like deserters and scoundrels and barren, wasted land, and you'll just find more thematically appropriate encounters here. Okay. Let's go south because we want to hit up the forts, right? What does that sound? Is that a mistake that that sound played? I think it is a mistake, yeah. It's like, why is that playing? Damn, I wonder if I should burn down Baslov first. Let's see if we recognize any town names. I don't think we will. Storm Warren Fort. Take advantage of the poor condition, lay siege. 2 days pass building a circumvallation. A siege begins. The fort is encircled. The walls are already breached, which is quite good. Siege status, walls breached. Your Grace, the main walls are already broken, or is broken. And the breach lies before us. The defenders have strewn chevaux de frise and posted guns to sweep the rubble, their musketry beating upon every approach. Surgeons, ladders, and grenadiers stand ready. Ah, we could seize the covertway with grenades if we had placed a grenade in our inventory, but we have not done that. Which, actually, hold on. I have an idea. I'm going to leave the siege. Put the grenades in the inventory. There we go. Take a little bit of attrition. Capture the fort. New doctrine. 8 weapons. That's awesome. There we go. That fort was easy because it was the walls already breached. We did take attrition, though, so we lost some men. Got lots of weapons here. That's awesome. And we actually get a doctrine for doing that, too. Yeah, you get a lot. In Region 3, you just get showered and stuff. Frontline focus. Flanking damage received plus 40%, but fire damage received minus 20%. I'm okay with that. Close combat, 20% melee is pretty good. You should put it in the... I'll put it in the title, yeah. Yeah, the game is called Master of Command. Less attrition. What do you guys think? I'll go close combat because we are Grenadier focused as the Hessian division. Yeah. Let's go on to the next fort. We have 10,000 men who are active at the moment. A prisoner exchange, all right. Exchange prisoners. So if we get the reservists, we can actually go trade our reservists out for a regiment. Or gain an officer. I don't want to do that. Haul up guns. I could siege it. But I'm not going to get the prisoners if I siege it. So do we want the regiment? Or do we want the doctrine for taking the fort? What do you guys think? I could just go and buy... Let's go see how much it costs to get the reservists. We need 2,400. Let's go check. Just back away slowly. Avoid the patrols for now. 135. How much did they want again? Does anybody remember? I don't have space for a special regiment. You're right, but... Hold on. I can sell all my crap off. Wow, they're not buying for very much at all. Okay. Let's go ahead and equip our dragoons with melee damage. Yeah, I'll take that. I'll take Frisian horses. 2,800 almost. We might be able to just get that next division. I think we need the manpower though, honestly. Food and manpower, yeah. We're consuming 30 per day. I don't think we should be risky and just buy the next division. I think we should just buy a bunch of manpower and food right now. And at the other place, it wanted me to bring them manpower, but I'll just siege that fort, honestly. I need the replacements. Wow, things are just so expensive, it's tough. Oh, is that a Charleville? I'm keeping the Charleville. And where is our unit that needs to level up? do we have one? These guys do. Let's give them the better spontoon. Does anybody have a really good spontoon? These guys do. They don't need it anymore. These guys need the spontoon. And who else needs level ups? These guys would be cool to get them to the Grenadier status. So I will give them a good spontoon. And otherwise, we'll give it to the Light Guard. There. And let's see who needs a bayonet, because we have a spare bayonet. South Essex could be good. Yeah. And then with our cavalry, we have better carbines now. And I have a Neustadt that's pretty good. Pretty good Delft musket as well. Let's upgrade that. Do we have a Charleville still? We do. Let's give the Charleville to the South Essex so they can actually take some shots at further range and stay safe. And I just want to sell everything else for now. There's no more manpower here. I'm going to burn it. I'm just going to finish destroying this. Oh, you're right. The Charleville to the Royal Welsh would actually be very good because they're good shooters. They've got the highest range in my army. I do need an officer. This place doesn't have good officers, though. It has a cost increase on officers. Okay, we got a bunch of good shit. Let's go back over to the fort. Oh, we backed away just as they came in. Let's lay siege. Alright, the fort's encircled. We can order a bombardment or a massed bombardment with even more ammunition. It's very costly in ammo. Or push troops forward. I don't want to take the attrition. I think I will spend a little bit of ammo first. Walls hold. Alright. And a day is wasted. Let's spend more. We're consuming food as well. Let's spend more ammo this time. Breach the walls. Good, no time wasted. Now the walls are breached. Now we use the grenades again. Capture the fort, take a little bit of attrition. Or do I want to use the ammo against? I don't want to wait. I take it looting and raiding is the order of the day in this scenario. Yeah, it is pretty much what you do. Because the whole countryside's already burnt down. I don't want to take 10% attrition. So I'll storm it with grenades. Got lots of weapons to sell. Generate provisions daily. I need that. I really desperately need that. Generate 25. And I got the horse guards. My daily consumption's 1. That's so overpowered. Okay, there's another thing to balance, but that is overpowered to sell. My food consumption's now 1, so I can force march anywhere I want. Well, okay, I don't want to be that risky. Hold on. Let's just regular march. We don't need to go forced. Ooh, this could be good. Wounded nobleman. If we can get him, we have an extra officer. There we go. And McCarthy is melee damage and reload skill. Not really a good synergy, but that works. If I can open up that next division, we're in good shape. We just need to win a good battle. What I do want to do is I want to get to a town, like here, and get the manpower. Yeah, damn, the manpower's rough. We can upgrade a few weapons too, yeah, hold on. John Coping's. John Coping is 24 accuracy versus what we have now is 25. We'd actually lose accuracy in favor for melee, which is 21-13 versus 6-4. I feel like Grenadiers should be given the John Copings. If we have any other Grenadiers, a John Coping is decent. Excellent carbines would be nice. You have 2 regiments in reserve you can take manpower from. Yeah, I know. That's true. I'll draw them down a little bit. I do like the Royal Horse Guards. I'm going to swap. Well, I want to get the LSD cavalry leveled up. So I'm going to keep them in the fight for now. And boost these guys up. There, that's much better. I will swap out my Dragoon cavalry for the life guards, or for my horse guards, because I don't need any more veterancy on the Dragoons. So that's fine. And then give this guy a good carbine. And probably some beer for charging. Canteens to keep them going. And haversacks will be good for morale. Who needs haversacks? Who's got bad morale? Probably the LSD cavalry has really crappy morale right now. The Libe regiment of Erbsprints is quite bad. I wouldn't mind giving it to them. There. And then a limber chest. How's our limber chest currently? We can upgrade to an excellent limber chest. Reduce the ammo consumption. I wish I could just drill for a little bit. If I'm in the countryside, I might. I can afford another regiment here, but I can't afford this lot. I can sell off all this crap. Yeah, I need the money. And the next division's 2,800. What I think I'll do is probably raid. I'll raid K. Food is no longer really a concern for us. There we go. Got some Tompions. Tompions give you 8 accuracy. Let's give that the Royal Welsh. They now have 100 accuracy, which is perfect. And if they can reload quickly, holy shit, reload skill plus 12. Very good. Yeah, let's get some fast reloads over here. Who do we want to reload fast? Who do I need to level up? The South Essex. If they can get more shots off, I would prefer that. Give some beer to the Life Guard. Well, I like to charge in the Spartan Grenadiers a lot. Let's give them... Well, this reduces accuracy, doesn't it? Who doesn't shoot very much, but they charge? I could give it to the... I'll give it to Cavalry. Because they don't shoot much. They just charge, right? South Essex, because a good soldier's one that shoots 3 rounds a minute. Yep. Unguarded campsite. That's excellent. We could ransack it, but I don't think I need that right now. Capture some weapons, or just get a little bit of everything. I don't need a lot of everything. I'd rather get the weapons I can sell, probably, because 60... It's probably going to be worth more than $60. Yeah, I can sell this for more than 60. I think I'll drill in the countryside, away from the patrols, just to use up some of that spare ammunition. There we go. I got 1 promotion. The cracked musketeers got promoted. Gosh, the Essex need to get their promotion. And then the artillery does too. I wonder if I put them in here for now, if that'll train these guys a little bit better. I think that's all I want to use for now. I don't want to burn through all my ammo. So I'm going to get back on the road. And the enemy headquarters is north. Do I want to head west? I'll head west. Because there's more stuff back there. I don't know why my army is moonwalking, but that's just a little visual bug. Just ignore that. That's an army we could take on, but I don't think we're strong enough. There is a little battlefield over there, yeah. Wild horses, break them in. I don't need the food. I don't want to eat the horses. I'll break them in. Hanoverian horses and Holsteiners. The LSD cavalry, we want to be good at melee. So let's buy them a... Let's buy them... No, I don't want to buy them a slot. Let's get rid of the beer for now. And give them good charge damage. The Royal Horse Guards, we probably want to be shooting. Dragoons have 66 versus 56. Now, the Dragoons, 73. Let's give them the reload skill accuracy horse. The Hanoverian horses. Give them a better carbine as well. And then sell all this off, including the beer, because it's worth a lot. So now let's go up to Schvet. Wait until that army leaves. Good. Let's go sell off this. We're up to 2,900. Open up our last division. And I think we should just move all the cavalry there. There. That's what I want to do. I don't want to get the officer right now. That's 4 units that we weren't able to use previously. And I know they have officers here, but they're really expensive. 900's actually not bad for that one. That actually makes up for it. Accuracy -10, accuracy +10. So you just get a movement speed buff from being impetuous. So that officer's not bad, but I kind of want to burn this place down. Actually, you know what we'll do? Let's go burn Baslow down, and then we'll go back up to Shvet, and then buy the officer there. I don't have the money to pay them off, meaning the headquarters is going to grow. Yeah, that's not good. Alright, we got caught by the local Berliners. Right, let's get away from that army. Damn, this is a tough position. We will need to take a battle at some point. I want to get the manpower first. Let me at least grab some manpower and try to get things back up to full strength. And then what we'll do is we're going to burn this place down until that army engages us. There. And I'll let them engage. Oh, they stopped. They stopped dead in their tracks. Let's go engage them. All right. Oh my god. Oh man. This is like the final boss army. Lifeguard, lifeguard, veteran grenadier, fusilier, veteran musketeer, veteran musketeer, veteran musketeer, veteran musketeer, veteran musketeer. Oh man. All right. I do have an entire division of cavalry, which is nice, yeah. This guy's so close to just leveling to a proper infantryman. Looks like it'd be hard to get worse than this. Yeah, I think this is going to be pretty much the same strength as the headquarters, it feels like. Like, I don't think the headquarters can be much stronger than this. What we are changing in our next update is allowing enemy armies to field up to 6 divisions. So this way the headquarters of Region 3 can be a 6-division army, which makes it more scary. Now, something cool, by the way, is I designed a unique post-processing effect for this region. So look, everything's kind of has this orange fall hue to it. So it's a little more like end times feeling. It's nice to not be in winter again. Nice to see some grass. Yeah, look at the items. And the weapons on these. This is the first time we're fighting Prussians, and they're quite good. Let's see what else they have. They're still using crappy cannons, funnily enough. Freikorps Grenadiers. Then why can't we have a division with an army with 6 divisions? Well, because the player's always going to be better than the AI. Always. You can make the best AI in the world. The player's still going to be better. So giving them just a little bit of extra, just a small amount, just 1 extra division, I think is fair. To compensate for player skill and momentum. Like, think about, have you guys ever played Hearts of Iron or Europa Universalis? Have you guys ever played single player in that game and you get to the end of the game and it is so easy that you just quit because the AI can't keep up with you? Like, that is a common thing in strategy games. So I want to make sure that the end feels like a big challenge to overcome, you know? I like the post-processing era. It is very warm. Feels like fall. Yeah, so I don't want, speaking of Ethan, speaking of bulldoze, I don't, yeah, that's not what I want. I don't want a bulldoze finale to the game. I'm just going to push up and see how well my army does. Maybe this is going to be a bad idea. I don't know. But I feel like they're pretty good. Yeah, so I think there's nothing wrong with making the AI just a little bit stronger. And I will say confidently that the AI doesn't get hidden cheats of any kind in the entire game. There's nothing they get that's hidden. Anything they get that's a bonus is purely in their items. And look, the same items they have, look, I've got items too. We're both using items. They might get a little more items than you, but there's nothing hidden. So I think it's okay to give them just a slight numerical advantage of what, 4 or 5 extra regiments, that's it. Not being outnumbered 2 to 1, which would be fun in my opinion, but just being slightly outnumbered. Yeah, it'll be like an extra brigade that they get. Nothing huge. But I think the game is most fun when you are outnumbered. This is kind of pretty. Do you guys like this post-processing I designed? Because everything has this kind of like autumnal tone to it. I haven't really seen this before because I don't really play in the third act all too often. We will take our Praetorian Grenadiers. These are our best guys, right? And let's have them go on a hard flanking mission. I like the colors. I just like the way that the red pops and the blue does too. The blue is like almost navy in this theme as well. I'm gonna rush these guys up. What time period would you make a game after this game is in? Honestly, I have no idea. I don't really know. Can I admit that I have no idea where I go from here, actually, right now? Which is good and bad at the same time. I think the good thing is it means I'll be flexible and I can do whatever I want to do after this, depending on what people like and what they don't like. And that's nice, not to box yourself into a predetermined plan. But I'm also just not really sure what I want to do after. I think you're probably right that Napoleonic is the obvious choice. I just fear that, like, if you can play Napoleon Total War, why would you play this game, I guess? Not to diminish it, but I just mean, like, it's a more refined, like, at least in this way, I think our game is more refined than Empire Total War in terms of the AI and everything. But Napoleon's a little harder to compete with, I think, so it'd be harder to find a way to say that this game is going to have a big purpose over that one. I mean, the campaign is much different because it's a real-time, like, role-playing kind of experience. But yeah, I don't know. Damn, I'm taking casualties on the right. I'm gonna pull back. Let my cavalry do its work. The artillery is doing its thing. I'm soaking up damage on the front line, which is good with the belly tase. Wow, I routed those. Are they just racking up crazy kills? Yeah, the cracked musketeers, 104 accuracy. That's wild. They just wiped them out. 500. These areas are a little tougher, like lifeguards. These guys are tough. And they reload in 17 seconds. And I reload in, what, 24? Someone's charging. Freikorps musketeers are charging into me. Yeah, let's pull back. Yeah, I think I would say, like, I would enjoy, Alex says they're different games. This is a roguelike. The entire experience is different. I played a ton of Napoleon, and I know I would play a game like that set in this era. Okay, yeah, I do think they are different enough in that way. What else was I gonna say? Oh, nice. These guys are getting good kills. I forget what I was going to say. Oh, I wouldn't mind if the campaign was more like Legla. Have you guys played that mod for Mountain Blade? Because you have the real-time movement in visiting towns. Like, that's a system we've already built. But I would think, like, keep the battles like this. Maybe just some visual upgrades and scale upgrades. And then the campaign being like Legalo would be pretty cool. Where it's like a big open world type of thing. I mean, that'd require a bigger budget though. So I don't think that's something that we can do next, but it would be a cool idea. Okay, they're moving their cavalry on the left flank. I'm gonna get these guys back up and take care of the Freikorps Jaegers. I don't really like the turn system from Total. Yeah, I think regardless of whatever game I do next, I will not do anything turn-based. I think this game is inherently real-time. Everything's real-time with it. That's kind of a rule I want to set. Oh, damn, they broke my Royal Welch. That sucks with the lifeguards. I think that's a rule I want to set with any future game I work on, at least for now, is that I want to just do everything 100% real-time. The campaign real-time, the battles real-time, everything. Oh, shit. Damn. Alright, yeah, I gotta pay attention. Hold on. Where's the general? The general's gotta get up there. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, they're turning to face me. I'm gonna pause just to look what's going on. We've got the veteran musketeers about to break the Spartans. Who's got better melee? I've got 41, they've got 35, so I'm slightly better. My guys are afraid to shoot. Oh no, they're not afraid. Actually, can we throw a grenade in? Throw a grenade in there. Dragoons took their shot. I'm gonna run straight into the stakes. Do you think you should make maps bigger on the end game because you're taking up the whole map? I don't know. I think I don't want to make any more maps for the game. Because each one requires about 8 hours. So I'd rather just make them all the same size so they can be used in all contexts. And this way I could make maybe 8 more maps for launch. Whereas if you wanted larger maps, they'd probably take me 12 hours. And I could probably make 4 unique maps for the end that you'd play on repeat, but only at the end region that are larger. Which I think it'd be better to just have general variety. Damn, the lifeguards broke my cavalry over there. I gotta go take care of... But I do agree that it's starting to get a little cramped. It's not too bad. I can also play on a normal scale. I'm playing on the ultra scale. If you play on large or even normal, you're not gonna fight over the whole map. But I'm playing with, like, my units are so big they gotta put guys in the back. So I am playing on a larger scale. And if you don't like that, you can go down a scale or two. In fact, I usually like playing on large and not ultra, because it does give you just a little bit more maneuverability. But for streams, I like to play on ultra or epic, because the scale just looks cooler. Damn, we took some losses here. It's gonna be hard replacing. Fuck it, I'm gonna go and throw grenades. Okay, I've got their left flank secure. The linka flanker. They're gonna die if they charge that. I don't really like the Spiffing Brit will cheese it. I don't really like what I don't really like Spiffing Brit's response to the YouTubers complaining about performance, just saying it was all their fault. There's actually no difference in the YouTube algorithm. It's just that they're making bad videos. That's kind of the gist of what he was saying, and I don't really like that, because other people have since made more videos really going through the data and actually finding real issues with why certain channels are not being recommended, and I feel like he was just kind of dismissive of the whole thing. No, it's not drama. I don't think it's drama. I've actually spoken to him, and he's been incredibly kind, and he gave tips when I was going through issues with demonetization. He gave me personal tips to actually help me fix that with my channel, so he's been really cool. I just didn't like that video. I didn't really like the video that pretty much just said that, oh jeez, that YouTubers, there's nothing different. It's just YouTubers are making worse content. and that's why they're getting less views. Or that they're making content their audience doesn't like, essentially. Alright, the cracked musketeers are going in. I've almost won this. This was actually a challenging battle. This is only a patrol, I'm pretty sure. Or actually, perhaps a field army. But I got bloodied pretty bad in this, and I'd be a little afraid of the headquarters. I'm glad we delayed it, though. We have a whole extra month where I can just balance and fix bugs, which I really love. How many games you guys know that get launched with a bunch of bugs, with a bunch of optimization issues, and they're desperately trying to fix it post-launch, which the game was supposed to come out 3 days ago, if you can believe it. And this is technically playable. Like, I'm sure you guys would be okay with this, the quality it currently is at, if it came out a few days ago, but why not just have the extra month to just continuously refine it over and over? And I think that's just going to be better. Yeah, fire maneuver literally was an example of just forcing that out, so. Wasn't there a problem with historical YouTubers not being recommended? I don't know if that is the case. I really don't know. I think it's the case that a bunch of historical topics have already been covered, and history YouTubers have nothing else really left to talk about, including myself. And less people are watching because the videos are less interesting. I mean, how many more times can you do Stalingrad over and over again? Admittedly, I'm sort of done with, like, I'm not done, but I'm kind of over YouTube in a lot of ways. I enjoy working on games, and this is what I'd much rather do for the rest of my career than be a YouTuber, to be honest. So, yeah. How did this run of the game go? Hi, Kelly. Kelly, you caught me the one time I just started bitching about YouTube, actually, in my 6 hours. I finally let it slip. Kelly's my wife. You can say hi. Not to dox you, Kel, but... Kelly and I were going to play games today, and instead I've been streaming. So I do want to wrap up so we can hang out. You know what I'll do? I'm going to, yeah, wife jump scare. I'm going to get this battle done. I'm going to buy a bunch of manpower, and I'm going to go march on the headquarters and fight that battle. And when I fight that battle, that's going to be it. If I lose, I lose, and that's it. Because I'd rather hang out with my wife on a Saturday, if that's okay with you guys. Because I've been streaming for 6.5 hours. What? No rush? No, but I want to hang out with you, even if you don't want me to rush. Would you hang out with me if I wanted? Okay, good. No, I'm not. It's cutting it short. It's 6.5 hours, and I'm getting tired. I haven't even eaten today. I haven't eaten or used the bathroom or drank any water. So, no, I'm okay. Thank you, though. I said I would get to the end, so I really want to get to the end. Fuck him up. Fuck him up. Yes, yes. Nice. How am I able to grind all these guys out? Oh, it's because they still haven't ran away. All right, let's take him out. There we go. There we go. We won. Good victory. Should I take the experience? No, I got to take the manpower because I took losses. If I'm marching on the headquarters, I'm taking the manpower. I lost 6,000 guys, which is not good. I'm definitely taking the manpower, though. Let's refill everything. Will I have enough? I do not have enough manpower. That's okay. I was burning down this village last time. I'll continue that for a little bit, just to get the money that I need. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to book it out on Forced March, which only uses 13 food. I'm going to go to Shvet and hopefully purchase a... Oh, I can upgrade the recruits? Finally. Finally. Yeah. Beautiful. Can anyone else get an upgrade? These guys are so close. Artillery is... Oh, artillery... Oh, thank God, dude. I get a full proper gun battery. I need the double canister shot, by the way. I'm searching for that. Powder house. Where's the double canister? Thank you, double canister. Perfect. I'm taking it. I don't care if it costs a ton. I want the double canister. Do I still lose money in this trade? So I give them 300. Damn, that's expensive. I'm taking that. And then I'm going to take the manpower. Yeah. I got 500 manpower. Refill that. The skirmishers don't need to be 1,200. They can be down to 1,000 because they barely get any kills. You can fit in 2 more units. Yeah, I don't need it. I just don't have the money. I might loot to get it. And then get the double canister and sell the old canister. Which we don't have enough for the manpower just yet. You sold the Charlottesville. That's fine. I don't mind. I just need the money. 600 manpower left. Let's give it a little bit there, a little bit there. Hopefully we refill the manpower entirely before the next battle. And then give him back his manpower. There. Okay. Yes, we're fine now. Upgrade horse. Upgrade my cavalry. Is there... I don't want to upgrade these guys yet because I want them to become Hessian cavalry. Which is better. So I may need to drill. You're right. Let's back out of there. That was a field army I just spotted. Let's drill for a little bit. Now I have increased vision. One more day. There we go. They've upgraded. They're very close now. And what I'm gonna do is tap T on the move. T and F. I'm gonna switch between train for a day and then run. And then train for a day and then run. There we go. Oh, so close. I need 40 experience. Okay, I'm gonna run. Get on the road. Train for a day. And run. Train for a day. Run. And I'm level 5 and I can become Hessian. There we go. LSD cavalry is looking spiffy. Much better stats now. Fully upgraded them. And then what we want to do is get to the next town. God, do not be an ambush. Please don't be an ambush. Please don't be an ambush. Okay. Tend to the wounded. Perfect. I would love the manpower. I don't need the weapons. Let's pick up the wounded and put them into our army. And carry on. And the enemy headquarters is up there. Let's check out that battlefield. Oh! I am so lucky. It's an ambush, but because we took the close quarters exercises, I damaged the ambushers, and now it's a smaller army. It's only 13,000 instead of like 20,000. Which I'm okay to fight this. I think I have to fight it. Unfortunately, I did get ambushed. Yeah, this looks weaker than it would have otherwise been. I'm just trying to make it to that headquarters. Yeah. I guess we've got to fight it. I really want to win it and say that this is the stream that I was able to beat the game on. Or at least get to the end on. Alright. Because in our previous streams, we never got to the end. So I think it's important that we prove that the game, you can actually get to the end on it. Sorry. Alright. Griffin, have you not beaten the... I have beaten the game. I'm just saying I never beat it on stream. Every stream I do one region and then leave. And if I was one of you guys, I would say, hey, isn't it suspicious that every time you get to the end of the game, you don't play? Because what a lot of games do, again, I'm sure you guys are familiar. I'm sure you've played a game where the end of the game is extremely laggy or broken or not thought out well. And I wanted to prove to you guys that we had something unique and interesting for the end of the game, and that the end of the game is beatable, and that there's not a performance problem, and I'm running at 130 FPS in a huge battle. So I want to prove that to you guys and not make it seem, you know what I mean? Like, if I were you, I would want to know. If I was a person buying a game like this, I would want to know that, does it work at the end? Is the end fun? Did the developers totally ignore the end of the game? Is performance a mess? You know, all that stuff. Secure the town. Yeah, we could go in the town. I usually like to hold this hill. I do enjoy fighting from this hill. So, I need to make more maps. If I could balance the game and really wrap up, I want to make more maps. Because it's starting to get repetitive. I think if there were about 8 more maps in the game, it'd be really good. And then if I just made like 1 map per week for just a couple months after the game comes out, that'd just be great little updates. Just free maps constantly trickling in. So, yeah. But no, I'm trying to come at this from your guys' perspective. If I was buying a game, I don't want it to be rushed or unfinished or some kind of problem with it. I even tested. My wife give me her old laptop that is barely working, and it did not run this game at all. And then we delayed the game and spent a week just trying to fix the performance so it would run on that bad laptop, which technically the game's not meant to run on integrated graphics cards, and I listed on the store page that it does not run on integrated graphics cards, but we still optimized it just in case somebody still bought it with one and they really want to try it. And not all integrated graphics cards will work. If you're running on an old laptop that's not meant for gaming, it probably will not run the game. But if you do have a gaming laptop or a basic desktop with even a 1080 or 1060, it is going to be completely fine. So, yeah. It's just the if you've got an old laptop that runs Roblox, it's just going to be a little harder to run. And it may not, just to be perfectly honest. You can always buy the game and refund it or try the demo to see if it does run. But we did our best on optimization, and it's very complicated from a technical level that I don't even understand, that I'm very proud of my developer for having dug into the files and really doing his best with optimization. So, plus you can always turn down the graphics. Like, I'm running the game on high-end graphics, and I have good FPS on a huge battle. So you can always try to make that one low. What if you put the game on Workshop and have the community build maps? We could probably do that after launch. I used to just shoot that down. We could probably do it because we tested it out, and technically, if you're a playtester listening to this, I don't know if any playtesters are here, you guys actually secretly have access to the map editor, and I just have not told you. It fully works. You can make maps and export them, and it's fully functional. We would just have to build the workshop support. That's the only thing that's missing. That's the only thing that we haven't done, but it takes a little while. Like, if we want to do workshop support, that just delays everything by about a week, and we've got about 4 weeks to release, so we got to be very, very careful as to not go, ooh, let's add this one extra bonus feature, and then ends up breaking the game. I would not want that. I want a very clean and successful launch. I don't want people having issues. People will have issues inevitably, but I just want to make it the best I can, and that's really important to me. So it's good not to get like tempted by other things. Ah, crap. All right, let's move these guys up. What do you guys think so far of the game? I mean, we've been going for 6 hours, so I'm sure it gets repetitive to an extent, especially watching and you don't get to play it. I'm sure it looks a little repetitive. But yeah, I hope you guys like it. I think you will enjoy it. And there's a lot we can build off of. I think there's a lot we can still add and continue building and add more nations to play against and improve the AI even more and make them really challenging and make them do really smart things and add more maps. There's just way more variety to play on. There's just lots more things we can build off of, which is cool. All right, let's fuck these guys up. Sometimes it feels immersion breaking at the end, having killed almost the entire population of Austria. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there's a little bit of repetitiveness at the end. I think if the AI would prove to be a slightly bigger challenge, like I know I'm going to win this battle, I think for this to be more fun and a little less repetitive, I should be at risk of potentially losing this, but I know I won't lose it. So, but we've got to strike that fine balance of always knowing that you could lose, that you have to be really careful. And technically you do have to be careful, like I'm making sure to check my flanks and everything. But I think the AI should do a slightly better job of inflicting more kills. Oh, jeez. That was cool, I like that. The damn cavalry sitting on the edge. I hate it. Swing these guys up. Do we have grenades? Who's got grenades? I want to use some. The cracked musketeers. Damn, these grenadiers are getting beaten. I gotta pull them back. Otherwise, they won't be in the final battle. I don't think I should really rely on the cavalry too much because I don't want them to take losses since we're doing the final battle probably after this. And saying you start at 10 a.m. Yeah, I know. I mean, I committed. I really want to finish a run, so. I do like the pacing of this game. I think some of the repetitiveness would not be there if you played it in multiple sessions. Like, if you guys try to play Empire Total War and beat a campaign in one day, it would start feeling repetitive and tiring, right? But you usually play over a couple sessions. I do like that the game takes about 6 hours to beat it, and that means you technically could beat one run over a weekend, and you don't have a save file that lasts 4 weeks and you still haven't beaten the game. So at least there's an objective, an end in sight that you can work up to. And I like that. I like the pacing, personally. I think, I think the pacing's better if you break it up into, like, if this was done in 2 or 3 sessions, I think I'd have more fun, personally. Not that it's not fun, but I'm getting tired because I've just been on the computer this long. I don't have the stamina to play a game, any game this long. Alright, let's get the cavalry in. Let's do some work. The Praetorian Grenadiers are getting engaged. I do feel attached to these Praetorian Grenadiers. They've been with us for all 6 hours. I feel like they've made an impact. No stamina, use the officer skill. Let's see, which one? I don't think I have one that gives stamina. It loses stamina if I do rapid fire. So I don't think I'll use that one. Yeah, like I said, in the next update, I actually got rid of all the active abilities because I find them kind of tedious to use. I switched them all out for more interesting passives where you can build better synergies, and I also made officers level up quicker so that you can go through different skills and really try to, like, fine-tune an officer you like. And it also means you're more willing to skip promotions because you might roll some bad traits that you don't want, and you can skip the promotion, but you'll be promoted soon anyways. Right now, the promotions take a really long time to get, and half the traits are kind of like these active abilities that you forget about. And that's already fixed in the next Unity version, so I'm glad that we were able to address that. All right, I will charge these guys, I think, with everything. Hitting them in the back right now. Let's go. There we go. The Royal Horse Guards are getting in there. JJ, fire by rank is in the game. Yeah, it is. And I made it more common in the next update, so you'll find it on your officers way more frequently, which is cool. Yeah, for those of you talking about mods in the chat, like, I like mods. I've never been against mods. If I could have it my way, the whole game would be a moddable from start to finish. You can just touch everything you want. It just takes time. You have to build modding tools. It's not like a checkbox where a person says, yeah, I want to allow modding or I don't. You have to build all these tools and make sure the game actually works with it and build a whole workshop and everything. So at some point, I'd love to do it. But right now, I want to focus on making the game itself really good. I don't want to launch a broken game that needs modders to fix. I'd like to launch a good game that modders can enhance. That's a way better goal of mine to have than... yeah, I just don't want to risk nothing. After the last game, it was somewhat traumatizing, and I don't want that to happen. So I'd rather play it safe and be smart. We need the manpower, absolutely. Damn, I took losses. All right. What we want to do is probably refill the base division that we like first. Then the other... I think the cavalry does good. especially the new cavalry that I like. In fact, I want to get all of them back up to full strength. Then we've got 1,000 manpower left. Get these guys up to about 500, 600. Fill these guys up. Get this guy to about 600 as well. Got 400 manpower left. And get them to 1,000. And then with 300 remaining, I will just try to finish these off, maybe. Yeah, we'll see. By the way, I'm going to make replenishment far slower in the next update, too, because my guys replenish almost instantly. So you don't ever have to really, Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Well, here we go. What happened to Peter Griffin? I sold Peter Griffin off, actually. Damn, there's like no... I just got a drill. There we go, I got 1 promotion. Here we go, the end game army. This is it. This is the end game army. We are there. So let's min-max to the best we can. Let's get some good items equipped. Especially on people who don't have many items. Let's get them the items they need. I think that's it. This is the final battle. I almost forgot to refill the ammo, too. That would have sucked. Alright. Here we go. We've got all lifeguards, big artillery guns, all grenadiers, more grenadiers, veteran grenadiers, and veteran musketeers. No cavalry? Did they bring no cavalry? Well, the AI kind of sucks at using cavalry, so this is arguably worse, because the infantry is incredibly strong. Alright, here we go. What battlefield do we have? Oh, it's my favorite one. This is our chance to redeem ourselves, look. It's the one I lost on. Alright, we redeem ourselves here. You guys tell me what tactic you want me to use. Do you want me to do a wide front but overstack a front with oblique order? Do you want me to bait the AI to all, like, moving over to the village? Do you want me to try to, like, hold a rear line in the back with this town? What are you guys thinking I should do for this one? Since they have no cavalry flank the guns, I'll definitely do something like that. Bait the AI, hold the village. Try to hold the river. Go big and brave, wide front. Everyone's saying Leuten and wide front. So what that means to me is I'll form a standard front, and then I will overstack one flank. I don't want to bait them and just hide in the corner. So I'm going to do one big flank, or one big front line, and then stack a really good flanking force and try to collapse them down. I think that is what I want to do. I don't think I want to bait them. It just feels cheesy. Like, I could do a canai. A canai is a cool strategy where, like, we make the center really weak and make the flanks both really strong and just keep pulling them in the center and envelop them. Do you guys want to try that? That's possible. We have the cavalry superiority, so it's definitely possible to do. Let's try to do a canai then. We're going to be very deliberate about this. Cavalry is on the flanks. I'm going to take a while to set this up. Cavalry on the flanks. Let's put all the infantry in these little groups I can select from. It is cool seeing the army all formed up that we built. This is our full core that we basically built here. That's neat. Just admiring the troops before they go to war, to go to battle. This is their last battle. This is our last time we have with these troops here. Artillery I want in the center. And I don't want it on the hill. I want to put it dead center here. I'm going to set it up immediately. I'm going to switch it to double canister. If it dies, it dies. Well, let's use solid shot first. And then we'll switch to the double canister that we like. Supply train can hold the back. Cavalry's on the sides too. Let's have the weakest morale units hold the middle. So that's a 52, a 60, a 58. $62. There we go. So these guys are going to hold the center. If we're using the South Essex, let's bring their grenadiers too. So the South Essex are going to make up this part. The Arab Prince is going to be there. Velites will be in the front and delaying. And the Varangians will be there. So that's our center that's going to buckle and just purposefully give ground. I'm going to create a strong point on the hill so that if they do pour into the center, we can fire on them from the hill. And so in order to hold that hill, I want my best shooters on that hill. So 122 accuracy. Where's our cracked? 105. There. The cracked musketeers and the Welsh Fusiliers are going to be holding the hill. I'm going to keep a pretty strong contingent on the left and on the right. So what I also want to do is I like taking these Highland Grenadiers and Spartan Grenadiers, and I'm going to keep them behind the main line. And when the center buckles, they can throw grenades over and perhaps counterattack. Maybe. I'm actually stacking too many troops in the center. These guys are going to hold the hill. These guys are going to hold the left flank. And then these guys are going to hold the right with the Highlanders. This way I have all my strong grenadiers on the flanks. And I have cavalry to support them and try to beat those flanks down. There. So the enemy's going to split off and send troops to my left. They're going to send troops to my right and send guys in the middle. The middle will purposefully buckle. We're going to win the fight on the left and the right. And then we're going to envelop them on the far left and the far right. And we have cavalry to support that action. Yeah. I think that's the way I want to do it. So, artillery, move up to the center into the town. South Essex, just going to go there. In fact, I'm actually going to move these guys there and go further down the line. Because I want to be able to fire on them from the hill. And I'm afraid that the artillery might be in danger, so I'm going to put it there. And I'll put the skirmishers in front to stall. I do need to stall. I will need to stall. I'm switching everybody to buckshot who has it. It's very important the center stalls long enough for me to win the fights on these flanks. And I'm going to do a strong grenadier push on the right and a strong grenadier push on the left. The only exception is that the Royal Welsh and the Cracked are going to be on the hill. And I'm going to push across the river there. Ah, they got bagpipers. Excited to pop in and see the army actually filling out instead of being 2 or 3 divisions. Exactly. That's the reason I wanted to do a full stream today, do like an all-day thing, is because I really want to show you the end game. That it's not just like playing with 2 divisions the whole time. Is it possible to have an AI commander control some units? I don't think so, but that would be cool. But I don't think we'll do anything like that. We never got pipers. Yeah, I know. I think the issue, username, is I was playing with all the difficulty modifiers, and it made all the store items 50% more expensive. And I just was never really able to buy any items that I wanted. That is one issue I have with the game right now, is you end up looting stuff and just selling it and buying units and not really paying as much attention to the items. So one thing we are going to change is we're going to make it so when you win a battle, a chest opens, and you always get money from winning a battle, just by default. This way, you're not given items whose sole purpose is to just be sold. And so I could give fewer items, but more important items to the player, and you are given money, and then you can use that money to either buy better and more items or units that you like. And so that's a change that we're doing. That'll be in the next update, too. And I also want to make it so the items you get from battles are pretty basic, generally, and the shops hold, like, excellent, really good quality stuff, so you're excited to go to shops and find what cool things that they have. And I also might make the difficulty modifier a little less extreme. Maybe the prices should be, like, plus 25%, not plus 50%, because otherwise I never buy anything. But I still want to be able to play on hard, so I think we'll fix that. Oh, shit. Oopsie. Let's form line. I'm going to form line and fire, and then once I've fired long enough, I'm just going to start massing charges. But yeah, we just need more balancing. There just needs to be... It's just balancing a game like this is really, really, really tough. Let's spread these guys out just a little bit more. It looks like the AI didn't commit much to the center. They actually committed a lot on the flanks, so the Canai strategy didn't work fully because they matched the extra amounts I put on my flanks. But it's still possible. Like, if we can encircle these and destroy them, we can collapse the center and converge on the artillery. How is the AI performance in the field right now? I think if you are saying objectively, I think they're like a 6 out of 10. If you say, and I'm not hating on Total War. I grew up on Total War. I have thousands, literally thousands of hours in Total War. If you would say compare it to Total War's AI, especially in Empire or Napoleon, I would say this would be like an 8 out of 10. And then in terms of what it will be on launch, I would say, compared to Napoleon or Empire, this would be a 9 out of 10, because we're going to make some pretty cool improvements. And then objectively for launch, it'll be like a 7 or an 8, in my opinion. But right now, it's about a 6. They still make some mistakes. Like, they're clumping up. You see this here? They clumped up there. Wow, they've got... Holy fuck. They're sniping me. They still make some mistakes with bunching. But they form better battle lines than in Total War. And they don't know how to use cavalry too efficiently, and they don't know how to flank the player. All of those things will be fixed. Damn. All of those things will be fixed in time for release. But it is hard. It is more difficult. I don't really struggle with... Wow. I don't just struggle with battles in Total War like I am in here sometimes, where if you're not paying attention, you do lose. Wow, I got demolished. All right, the Canai strategy did not necessarily work. So we're going to have to just pull back and then just try to envelop whoever we can at this point. It's funny as I'm criticizing the AI as I'm horribly losing right now, but... No, I am just being honest. I'm not going to, like, lie about anything, so... Yeah. Yeah, I need to pull these guys back. That did not work. The quality on their flanks was too high to deal with. So I'm going to converge everything back to the center and just wipe all this stuff out. Like, you see how these guys are, how well they're doing? The left flank I'll win. Like, the left flank I'm doing actually pretty good here. Oh, I'm going to grenade the hell out of that bridge area. And then move these guys over. It looks like the AI countered you with strong flanks. I know, exactly. It looks like they actually put their stronger troops on the edges, and they defeated my attack. The best I can do is flank the artillery at this point here. But yeah, these guys are strong. Fuck, the range on those guys is nuts. Wow. I guess horses are an easier target to hit, so that's why they're taking a lot more. The enemy really pushed that center there. I think a lot of my guys don't want to shoot because they don't want to hit their own friendlies, but I'm going to have to just tell them to shoot and see what we can do. I have canister, double canister. I'm gonna load that and fire it here. Oh yeah, there we go. 255 kills. How are we doing over here? I'm gonna have my cavalry on the right go ahead and take out the artillery, and my cavalry on the left is just going to mass charge these guys in the rear. There we go. And then use the grenades again. Damn, that center is buckling. And the right is buckling too. I'm gonna pull back. I'm gonna draw them out. Oh, there we go. Let's swivel the guns and fire the canister into that clump over there. And look, I defeated the whole center. So we can now... We actually inverted Cannae. We, like, defeated the center first, and now we have the flanks that we can't beat. So I'm gonna charge these guys in. One of my cavalry got shattered, I think. Yeah. These guys, the lifeguards, are just annihilating. Oh, and the artillery was firing too. Wow. Holy crap. Their artillery and their riflemen are just wreaking havoc. Firing the canister up to 400 kills. The canister is actually doing its job now. Are they retreating? Is my AI... Okay. Move the general over. Get these guys around. Reform. Have the center get onto the flank there. There we go. We broke the left. We broke the left. So that's very good. We lost the right, but we broke the left and we held the center. And if we just keep pulling back on the right, we can buy ourselves enough time. And the general is rallying in the middle. We've got the artillery rallied again. Oh shit, they're just shy. Do we have another officer we can bring over? Do I have any other officer? No, I think the artillery... Well, I could bring these guys over. I'm gonna bring my overdose grenadiers around. And that'll be enough. And then my... Wow, look how cool that looks. Doesn't that look neat? I love seeing all the guys with the muskets ready. And the post-processing, I really do love the... Warband, there are no AI cheats. That's right. The AI has 0 cheats at all. Something needs to be done about the artillery morale. I do agree, honestly. I do agree. The artillery does have too low morale. I do agree. It's difficult to say because I didn't give it a single item. Like, if I literally gave it a +2 or +5 morale, it'd be fine. So they're just a little vulnerable when you give it no support. The enemy cavalry, or the enemy artillery is retreating, though. And it probably shouldn't have. Look, they're all pulling back. So I bet... We didn't even charge it. I bet I could probably bump up AI, or artillery morale by +5. I think you're probably right. I think you're right on that. But yeah, compared to Empire Total War AI, I mean, this is like... if I'm being really honest, because I don't like to insult other games, especially ones that I grew up on and I enjoy, and I respect the people who worked on it, I would say by comparison to the Empire Total War AI, this is like a 9 out of 10, relative to that, right? And then objectively, it's like a 6 or 7 if you compare it with, like, competently made AAA games who have good AI. And that's me just trying to be critical of it. In terms of, like, my actual fun with it, though, I think it's like, this is like a 7 or 8 for me to have fun with. It's not deficient in a way that makes the game boring. Like, I can still lose battles, I still lose men. They put up enough of a challenge that it's interesting to me. They're dynamic, they can change targets, they can charge you, they can push you, they can outflank you, as you can see here, and they're only getting better. So I honestly give it the score of 6 or 7 because I know how much better they're getting with the updates that we've been doing that you guys haven't seen yet. Like I was showing earlier in the stream that Thomas worked on getting the AI to... Where did he put it? It's not there. He put it somewhere that the AI was actually fully outflanking the player. And, oh, right here. So look, in the newest version of the AI, they form their battle lines and they'll send people over on deep flanking missions and purposefully try to get around you. So there's a lot of improvements that are just continuing to be made that make them really interesting and fun. So yeah, I'm just trying to be, like, critical and be honest about it, but I think they are pretty competent. Look, we got the artillery back because the Essex Grenadiers rallied them. Because we had 2 officers nearby. So we are good to bring that double canister shot back up. Damn, that right flank. Look at that. The whole battle's kind of turned on its side. There we go. Let's keep moving then. Yeah, we destroyed the left flank. That's where our Praetorian Grenadiers were. South Essex Grenadiers are getting battered at the moment. Ah, shit. Yeah, that right flank is really giving us trouble right now. I'm gonna pull back and consolidate. And just form a full, like, side line. There. And I want that double canister to be able to move up and take out the troops in the center, and then we can move these guys over. But yeah, we've won this. We've won it. What are your thoughts on making the AI too good? In my opinion, I think it's always best to make the AI as competent as possible. I think the only time the AI feels too good is when it's cheating. And it cheats if it's responding to things instantly and is getting boosts in some kind of ways. And I don't know. I think if they're making logical decisions that you can outsmart. I love how these guys look. Look how good they look. They're cleaning up my dragoons, though, who are retreating in their path. Oh, man. How's that double canister? Oh, they do not want to stay and fight. They probably got shot by these Freikorps Grenadiers. So, wow, my morale's going down. I need those reinforcements from the left. But yeah, D-Man, I would say, like, just on one note, and to slightly disagree. Oh, that's cool to all the bodies in the river. To slightly disagree, that it's not mutually exclusive. You can have good graphics and good gameplay, but I will also agree at the same time that we did do that, where it's like we didn't spend that much time on graphics. There's only 4 people working on the game, and we spent a lot of the time working on the mechanics and the design and everything. I just hear a lot of people say, like, that, oh, the game looks good, it might be bad as a result or something, and that's not always true. I don't want to give ourselves an excuse by saying, well, our game only looks dated because it's so good in mechanics. It's like, well, sometimes you should just have, better graphics, and that's okay. But, yeah, there's still, like, basically, there's a lot of room for us to continue improving with future games to make the graphics better. But we absolutely prioritize mechanics and gameplay and design over trying to make it look like the newest graphics. But yeah, it's 4 people. It's 1 artist, me on design, 1 programmer, and 1 animator. So technically you could say 3 in terms of actual develop. Like the people on the Unity project, there's only 3 of us on the Unity project. If you want to count like an artist and a musician, you could say there's more people. But it's 3 people actually on Unity. It's Tom, Sebastian, and myself. And also, Griffin is my real name, somebody is asking. It's not my stage name. I don't have a stage name. Yeah, we've done it. We've won. Good job, lads. I love the look of it. There's something when you zoom out like that and you just see all the troops lined up in the hedges and troops are reloading their muskets. By the way, the death sounds, I've said it before, the death sounds are me. I just want to claim credit for my cheesy death sounds when you hear a guy grunt. Shit. Those dudes in the bottom, are they lifeguards? No, they're grenadiers. In cover. And these are lifeguards. 1,000 kills on those lifeguards. Wow. We still have our Royal Horse Guards to sweep up. I'll have the Horse Guards clean up the... They're not getting away. They're all gonna die on impact, aren't they? Yeah. It's a little extreme. We're doing it. We're in the river. I was thinking of adding a feature where if your momentum bar fills up, like this momentum bar here, right there, if cavalry or infantry ever has full momentum, you can't give them an order. Like they are now uncommandable at full momentum. So it's kind of like Charge of the Light Brigade, where if they got full momentum and they're speeding into the charge, you can't cancel it. Like they have to make contact or run. But I think that would be kind of a cool risk with cavalry. If you order a charge, you know they're going in and committing. I think that would be really cool. That's not hard for us to implement. So that'd be like a form of order delay, somewhat simulated. And I think that'd be pretty cool. Like your mouse would be like an X, so you'd know. You wouldn't get frustrated. Because I don't like order delay systems where you're confused why it isn't happening. But I think that would be a cool change. Gosh, I love these troops. Left, it's just these guys in the bottom. Somewhat ironically, it's the Overdose Grenadiers on the same map they fell on. And they're gonna make the final charge. This battle's been going on for 20 minutes. It's the final battle of the game. Alright, let's do it. Overdose Grenadiers, can you do it? Alright, well they tried. They broke and shattered. You tried, guys. You tried. Oh, they're retreating too. Oh, fuck. Okay, I actually have to move something to go take on these guys. Avenge. Yeah, we do need to avenge them. But yeah, I'm glad you guys are excited. Thank you guys so much for joining and asking questions and contributing, coming up with suggestions. I appreciate it a lot. We still have a lot of work to do. We only have a month left of development, but that's plenty of time if we're not adding features. There's no features, there's no mechanic changes, maybe some alterations and improvements, but we get to basically spend a full month relaxing by, well, it's not relaxing. I'm going to be working weekends and overtime, but it's less stressful because you know the game's done, you know it works, you know it's been tested, and you know you have time to give it to YouTubers or press to review it and stuff, and I think that's really cool, and I'm proud of everyone who worked on it, and I'm proud of you guys for supporting us, so thank you so much, and yeah, it definitely looks better than it did a year ago for sure. We've done it. Lost 7,600, but we won. No exploits. I will make devlog number 10 next week, and that'll be my final devlog. And I'm going to include a time-lapse of the game from its start to its finish at the end of that devlog, so you guys can see the whole, like, if you've been following since the beginning, since devlog 1, you get to, you'll get to see the full time-lapse of the game, and that's really cool. Let's go ahead and exchange prisoners, because it's the end of the war. We've won, so we'll let them go. And we'll get our prisoners home, and we'll gain experience, level up, bring all of our veterans back home. Both officers died. McCarthy and White both died. It's only Caesar who stands. And this is our final army. I'll take a picture because this is the last time we'll see it. There we go. We've got the Velites skirmishers, the Highland Grenadiers, our overdosers who did survive. 144 remaining. What is the metal plate you've won? That is a silver gorget and also some diamonds. The cracked musketeers. Yeah, Caesar's defeated the triumvirate. We've got the Spartans, Praetorians, level 9, which is really cool. Well, the British Light Dragoons have 2 people left. Another change we are going to make is if a unit ever falls below 10% of its strength, it just dies. This way you don't get 2 guys left and you can just do this. Okay, back to normal, right? So that's going to get changed. And a final walk by as a victory video? What do you mean by that, D-Man? What will the price be? I think what we'll do, let me know if you guys think this is okay. Ultimate General is $30, Grand Tactician's $45, and Ultimate General American Revolution's $50. I was thinking of pricing this at $30 with a big sale, a big launch day sale, with regional pricing as well. So if you're in Argentina, you don't have to worry. You don't have to pay a full $30 US price. It'll get adjusted. And maybe Argentina is a bad example because I don't know if Steam still supports local currency because of how it fluctuates. But either way, we will apply to all regional pricing appropriate. It'll be $30 with a big sale. So it'll probably be, if you buy it in the first week or two, you will probably buy it for like $25, maybe $23. And I think that's appropriate. And if it's $30, I am more willing to put it on sale often. But if it was 20 or 25, if I did our big launch day sale, the game would be like $15 or something. That doesn't sound right. So I think that's, to me, that's intuitively what I want to do with the pricing. So, and there's so much replayability. Like we just did the Blue Shield Hessians, but there are so many more armies that you can explore that are vastly different. Did we get the victory screen or no? Okay, yeah, we did. Ignore the giant grenadier in the background. He should be smaller. And there should be victory music. There's not. I think if I tap escape... No victory music. All right, well, that's coming. That's coming. That's coming. All right, let's look at our fully endgame stats here. We have 378 days survived, $17,000 earned, 6 modifiers in use, inflicted 111,000 casualties, and we lost 43,000 men. Our biggest battle was Batzlow, which I think was the one we just fought, I think. Fought 18 battles today. And it's just Julius who remains. The other officers are dead, so they're not there. And that's it. We also have a Rise of Frederick campaign too. This one's pretty cool. I'm not going to go through this, but I just want to show you an example.
Gott half mir vorzüglich
There will
bei
be
hohen
subtitles
Frieden.
added. There's
Ich erhoffte
cutscenes
mir,
made.
dass die Österreicher den Frieden suchen würden.
I'm going to skip it, but there are cutscenes made. They all have subtitles. The subtitles are in the next update. They're done. They're actually all finished. They're just not in this one. I'm playing a version of the game that's about 3 weeks old because it's more stable. The next version, all the subtitles are finished. But this is an example of one of the battles that you can fight there. And I've named all the units. They're all named after real, like this one, Musketeers La Mota. And if you look up on Kronoskov, for example, actually they might not be there because this is the War of the Austrian Succession, technically. The Rise of Frederick is. So Mot might not be there, but he is, I think. Actually, he's not. No, he's only War of Austrian Succession. Anhalt Dessau, let's check him. This is a different regiment. It's different. Yeah, these are War of Austrian Succession, so I don't have the website that's going to tell me. Maybe Jitsa? Either way, I've customized all the flags, the uniforms, and the names to be historically accurate for the Rise of Frederick. So, yeah. I'm not going to play through it, but I just want to show you that it exists. And there's tons of achievements, so if you guys are achievement hunters, there are plenty of achievements to go for, and they all do things, like they unlock new units. Like there's a lot of units we never even got to play with. For example, the Dragoon Guards, or Campbell's Highlanders, or the Hanoverian Foot Guards, or the Buckeberg Carabineers are pretty cool. But you just have to do different challenges. So like win Hanoverian Corps on Iron Man. So you would go Hanover and you'd enable Iron Man, and now if you win the game, you get those units. So there's lots of little unlocks and challenges. If you're familiar with FTL, Faster Than Light, that's kind of what I was inspired by with this. But all the achievements are done, they're in, they have cool things they unlock. There's a hidden achievement as well. Rename an officer's last name to Tom. You get an achievement for that. And yeah, lots of stuff. Okay, well that is it. I will head out. I will give you guys a Discord link, and I will suggest. Oh, how long can you play the demo for? We're gonna be part of Steam Next Fest, and in the Next Fest, I think what we'll do. What do you guys think is appropriate? I was thinking for Next Fest to give you guys access to Prussia and Region 1. So you can play that as much times as you want. There's no time limit, just Russia and Region 1. And then if you get bored of playing as Prussia in Region 1 and you want to fight a larger battle, I'm also thinking of including the Rise of Frederick battles, which are preset big battles. Because you won't be able to get to the end game. So you can just fight Act 1 and test that out for me and see how you like it. And then you've got the Rise of Frederick, where you can play through the full 4 battles of Rise of Frederick, and they're larger battles that you can like test out, just like to get in quickly and fight a big battle. So I think that's what I want to do. And then that demo will be completely free for you guys to play, and that'll be around October 17th or something, or October 15th. Let me see. When is Steam Next Fest? October 13th. So you guys, in less than a month, that's pretty cool. In less than a month, you guys get to play. And there's no timer. Yeah, Warband, there's no timed demo. You can play it as many times as you want to. And so you'll have access during the whole Next Fest. And yeah, you'll get access to the full Rise of Frederick, all 4 battles. Subtitles will be done. They'll be balanced. They'll be finished. And then, yeah, that's it. You'll get the Rise of Frederick and the first act of the Prussian campaign. You'll get both. That's what I'm thinking. And then if you guys could wishlist, that would be a huge help. Wishlists are free to do, and it pushes the game. And then you guys can also join our Discord. I'll send a link. But yeah, if it was just Rise of Frederick, Krieg, I feel like people wouldn't understand what the game's about. I think they should get the first act just so they understand like what the gameplay loop is. They go, oh, okay, you recruit units, you get food, you upgrade men, you equip things, you customize. That's such a core part of the game that it would be a shame that you guys wouldn't see that if it was a demo. Like the demo should show you what is reflective that the game is, but just a smaller amount. So that, I think it's fair to give you guys the first act of Prussia. And you can wishlist and join our Discord. How big will the game be? It's pretty small, actually. It's not super small. I would have liked it to be smaller, but it is 9 gigabytes, which I don't think is huge, right? That's not too bad. I mean, I download games every day that are like 80 gigabytes or 100, which is nuts. I would have liked to get this down to like 6, but I think because of how big the maps are and how many units there are and how many factions there are, I couldn't do it like Ultimate General does. I was really impressed that Ultimate General was only a couple gigabytes, but they only have 2 countries. So because we have so many, there's so much content, ended up being a little bit larger. But yeah, I think 9 is fair. What's the list of YouTubers you're planning on giving this to? I think in a couple weeks I will give it to some YouTubers, and it'll be like Pixelated Apollo, Jackie Fish, maybe Terminator, and a few others. So I'm in contact with almost all of them, and I even set up a little special Discord server I'm going to give to them, and they can cover the game. So yeah, I've never tested it on the Steam Deck because I don't own a Steam Deck, unfortunately, Timmy. So it could run, it maybe could, I don't know, but I don't own one. So Brandon F will definitely play. He is excited. I've spoken to him. Brandon F and I are friends, and I definitely think he's going to be streaming England. So Atan Shea, I don't think is much of a gamer, and I have no contact with him. Vlogging through history, Noah, I'm pretty sure he was in the chat earlier today. It was either him or the Historical Gamer. One of those guys was in the chat, and he wanted to play. Historical Gamer, though, I also have contact with, and he will likely play it if he likes it. So yeah, marketing I wouldn't worry about. I think we have plenty of people who will play the game. It just depends if the game is fun. So that's the biggest challenge. That's the biggest hurdle. Is the game fun? Do people like it? And if they do, they'll cover it. I have no problem with marketing. I know so many YouTubers because I am a YouTuber. So yeah. I doubt Spiffing Brit would cover it. I very highly doubt, because I think he gets paid. I think most of his videos are sponsored, right? I don't actually know, but I'm pretty sure most of them are. And if they're paying him for a sponsorship and he's getting 2 million views a video, that's worth like $20,000 probably. I'm just speculating. I don't know how much he actually earns or if he earns anything. But if based on my sponsorship rates, if I were to earn 2 million views, you would get $20,000. And if you're making a dedicated video, maybe it's more. I don't know. Now, I do not have $20,000. I have well, I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to say how much I'm worth, but I do not have 20 grand. And we're just doing this off a small budget. and then hopefully we can be profitable afterwards and become, a proper studio. But I cannot pay somebody out that amount of money. So, yeah. Am I happy with game performance? I mean, the game runs for me on a 4090, I get 120 FPS. Early game, I can get up to 200 FPS. With lower end computers, they're running at 60 FPS. So I'm pretty happy with that. The only thing I worry about is if you are a Roblox kid who has a laptop from 5 or 10 years ago with an integrated graphics card, that you cannot run the game that well. And for those people, I don't know what I can promise them. Like, they can try the demo, see if it runs well. It depends on the laptop. I did take some old laptops of mine and test the game, and I got it to run, which was cool. But it's still really hard. Like, some laptops just can't do it. And if you just have like a bare minimum desktop with a basic graphics card, you're good. But if you guys have an old laptop that can run Roblox and nothing else, I don't know if you will be able to run this. So just be aware of that. It honestly just may not run. I don't want you to waste any money on it or anything. Try the demo and see how well it runs. So I play on a laptop. Most games I have are 100 gigs and aren't supposed to run on laptops, but it runs on mine. Yeah, it just depends, Noah, because those games are probably AAA games, and those AAA games probably have big studios, and those studios can optimize the game to run on lower end computers. And our game is very GPU heavy because there are like tens of thousands of unit models being loaded on screen. And so it is different. That being said, like I said before, you can still test it. You can test out if it runs. You can test it out on lower end laptops and so on. But I am going to go now, guys. I was glad to be able to... I'm happy I was able to answer your questions, and I'm glad I was able to finish and beat the game. It's still not done yet. Still got a month. I'm going to clean everything up. All the little issues you guys saw, we're still going to work on, so don't worry about that. It's not like we're going to drop off the face of the earth. Our updates are pretty substantial. When we update the game each week or two, we are doing some pretty big improvements at a time. So, yeah. Thank you, guys. I will see you later, and I'll see you next time.